Hello. Unfortunately, during the making of this video, a lot of the gameplay audio was corrupted during the editing process. I figured out exactly what happened during the editing process that caused it to happen, but unfortunately for the sake of this video, it's going to cause it to not only be a little bit shorter, but also have a few pieces where the audio kind of sounds odd, stuff like cutting too early and making the music just jump a bit. I had to re-edit the video post-exporting it, meaning I already had deleted all of my gameplay footage because it was like 700 gigabytes on my computer. And due to that, a lot of the audio might sound a bit weird, especially during conversation scenes, but I tried to recover as much as physically possible, so I hope you're able to enjoy the video to the extent that it is finished, and I hope you're able to come back for more when I make another one, because when I do that, same shit's not gonna happen. Alright? Alright. Please enjoy. Way back in the days of, 2018, I gave Dragon Age Origins a try on my Xbox One, shortly after playing through its sister series Mass Effect and loving every moment of its spacefaring opera. And you know how I felt after tackling this game? I hated it. There was no quick save button on console, which made me have to restart tens of minutes of content if I didn't think to hard save. It wasn't comfortable playing with a controller over a keyboard and mouse, and I didn't connect with the story or gameplay in any meaningful way, leaving me bored of the companions and confused by the gameplay loop that didn't resemble Call of Duty. Everything about this game seemed boring to me, the same fantasy races I've seen in every world since Tolkien. Everyone had a British accent, the standard 3 classes of warrior, rogue, and mage that had little to no variation from companion to companion, and combat that wouldn't feel out of place in a Telltale game. So imagine my surprise when I found the Ultimate Edition on Steam 3 years later for $5, ended up binging it over 2 weeks, and having it become my favorite game of all time. Since then, I've completed Origins a total of 3 times, including the playthrough for this review, and come to appreciate the real-time with pause combat this game champions, as well as a story and lore that's so fleshed out it resembles most franchises' third entry rather than the first. Dragon Age Origins doesn't run well in modern systems. Frames aren't a massive problem, neither are high resolutions or graphic settings from my experience. There are some things, however, that don't work great using the hardware and operating systems most have nowadays. I'm running this game on Windows 10 with a 3080 Ti, so the game doesn't exactly play nice. For the sake of this retrospective, I'll be using the mods Quinn's Ultimate Dragon Age Origins Fix Pack and the NI Core 4GB patch. These will just help the game run in a more stable state and with less bugs. They won't be changing the game itself beyond that. Hey, future Pablo here. After further research, the Fix Pack mod does introduce some cut content to the game. Chances are I'll be using more content restoration mods in the future, but for now, just know this will have a few things added to the base game that were originally intended. When I first considered making this video, I wanted the intro to ask an important question. As my first retrospective, I wanted to ask something that would really make you think and have you leave with more thoughts on this game than you entered with. But since then, I've thought about exactly what I want this to be. A love letter. Whether nostalgia or a first-time exploration for the viewer, I wanted to take a look back at a game I love. I will be talking about many of the game's systems, and will be spoiling the events of Dragon Age Origins, so if you want to avoid that, now's your chance. If not, then join me, PabloOnThePistol, in taking a look back at Dragon Age Origins. First things first, we got character creation. I love a good finesse swordsman, so I decided to choose an elven rogue for this playthrough, because elves are pretty, warriors are boring, and mages are for commies. Along with this, you get to choose your background, which is determined by your choice of class and race, and this is where the game gets its subtitle of Origins, because once you choose your background, you play through a 2 to 3 hour origin story that gives you a bit more perspective on the world and explains how you became a Grey Warden. All mages have to start in the Circle of Magi Tower, but both warriors and rogues can become any other background since they're all based on your race. Dwarves get Dwarf Commoner and Dwarf Noble, humans only get Human Noble, and elves can become a Dalish elf or a City elf, which will be the background for our protagonist Callian Tabris. Yes, I stuck with the default name. I like it. And I definitely didn't spend 15 minutes customizing her face. God, I love these facial tattoos. They're just badass. This brings us to the part of character creation where we spend our attribute, skill, and talent points. Strength allows you to wield heavier weapons and armor, as well as increases chance to hit and damage with all weapons that aren't mage staves or bows. Dexterity gives you a bonus to accuracy and damage with daggers and bows, as well as gives you a better chance to dodge incoming attacks. Dex will be my main stat for most of the game because of that dodge chance. I think for daggers, strength and dexterity affect the damage and hit chance the same, and there's also a rogue talent that lets you change the damage and chance to hit stat to cunning, so strength isn't super important to me, but I will need a little bit of it later on for the high-end armors. Willpower gives me access to more stamina, so I can use more of my talents in combat. Magic increases the effectiveness of spells and staff attacks, so it's basically useless to me since I have no magic, and the only other thing that it does is make potions more effective. Why would I ever take that over dodge chance? Cunning gives me a bonus to armor penetration and later on damage, so that's going to be important. It also allows you to get some skills and allows you to persuade people easier. Finally, we have Constitution, which gives you like 5 health points per point invested. It's kind of useless, but I'll take a little. Also, each physical stat, being Strength, Dexterity, and Constitution, gives you a bonus to physical resistance, and each mental stat, being Magic, Willpower, and Cunning, gives you a bonus to mental resilience. Skills are another subject entirely, because some are just objectively better than others. First is one only the main character can take called Coercion, basically allowing you to charm or intimidate people easier, and if you max it out at 4 points, there's not a speech check you can fail. Compare that to Stealing, which allows you to steal, Trap Making, which allows you to make traps and see them a bit sooner, Survival, which makes enemies appear on your map quicker and gives you a small bonus to nature resistance, Herbalism, which allows you to craft potions, and Poison Making, which, if you didn't know, allows you to make poisons. Coercion is simply better than all these, since companions can have the rest and do these things for you, since you can control all your companions at any time besides dialogue. The final two, at least, are somewhat useful, even compared to the god of all conversation skills. Combat training lets you take higher level weapon talents for warriors and rogues, and for mages, lets them take more damage before a spell gets interrupted. This will definitely be important since some of the weapon skills are insanely good for rogue. Finally, there's a combat tactics. This is a bit more interesting. The game comes with what's called a tactics system, where you can give your companions automatic orders that they perform in combat, like using an area of effect attack if 2 or more enemies are in range, or using a healing ability if they're low on health. It goes very in depth, and I can see someone really utilizing this system to make a squad that acts exactly how the player wants if they take the time to set them up. That being said, I didn't use the system much since I played on normal mode and found that the setting to their automatic rolls works fine for me. That being said, combat tactics gives someone more tactic slots to really get in depth with what they want. I don't plan on using it since I'll be in control of Callian most of the time, but my companions will be getting those as quick as they can. I decided to just level up Coercion and combat training since they're objectively the most important. Also, I have Poison Making from being a rogue, I guess. Cool. Finally, we have talents. Rogues get a generally bare bones allowance of weapon talents. They have access to the dual weapon and archery trees, while warriors get access to both of these along with two-handed and sword and shield trees. Mages, on the other hand, get access to the 4 schools of magic: Primal, Creation, Spirit, and Entropy. Finally, each class gets another skill tree for the class itself. I decided to invest in some lockpicking and dual weapon training and start the game. I wake up in the alienage of a city called Denerim with my cousin Shiani telling me I'm getting married today. Awesome. This game uses the old RPG staple of a silent protagonist, so when I select the dialogue option, it says exactly what's labeled on screen, but it's up to me to imagine exactly how I say it. Also, I have a ridiculous amount of DLC content in my inventory because why not? One of them is even a really good dagger, but I can't use it because apparently I need to do a bit more yoga. I don't know why not having enough dexterity means I can't use a specific knife in combat, but whatever. My father tells me that my mother taught me how to be a rogue before she died, and that my cousin Saurus is getting married as well. Exploring the village, I find a couple drunks who hit on me, some family friends who knew my mother and paid me a few coins, and a family who's leaving to help with the war to get paid. Their daughter didn't want to go with them, probably because being around a bunch of soldiers who haven't seen their wives in months isn't a good idea for a woman seen as less than human. So I told the father I could take her with me. I didn't tell my father about it, so I guess that's my wedding gift to him. Also, I gave a wounded guy like 1 copper. I don't even know what you can do with 1 copper, but now he's a penny richer, so I deserve good things in life. Finding Saurus, we take off to find our betrothed. As we approach them, a few human nobles make their appearance, specifically looking for the women so we could, play Monopoly with them. At least, I hope that's what they mean by have a good time. Yeah, I don't think YouTube would like me using the actual words, so I'm just going to refer to that as Monopoly for the sake of this video.
Let go of me! Stop, please!
It's a party, isn't it? Grab a whore and have a good time.
This man is a cartoon villain. I tell him to kick rocks as Shiani smashes a jar over his head. Turns out it's the Jarl's son, basically the Lord of Denerim. Whoops. Anyways, our betrothed approaches us so we can be introduced before the wedding. After our conversation, we spot another human lurking in the alienage. This is Duncan of the Grey Wardens. He's the Warden Commander of Ferelden, the country we inhabit, saying he needs new recruits to fight the Darkspawn alongside the King. I guess I should explain this now. The Darkspawn are a race of humanoid creatures who've been corrupted by the Taint. The Chantry says they came around because a few mages from Tevinter tried to enter the Golden City of the Maker, the god the Chantry worships, and corrupted it, causing them to return with the Taint and turning the Golden City black. Darkspawn then began the search for an old god they could corrupt and turn into what's called an archdemon, so they could charge into battle on the surface and corrupt everything in their path. This causes what's called a blight, basically the apocalypse. Grey Wardens are people from any race and background who've come together to fight the Darkspawn and end the blight. They're similar to something like a Witcher or the Men of the Night's Watch from Game of Thrones. Dragon Age Origins takes place during the events of the 5th Blight, 4 centuries after the last, so long ago that most people don't take the threat of the Blight seriously anymore, so nobody joins the Wardens, which is why Duncan is out looking for new recruits. He specifically seems to have heard a lot about me since he tried to recruit my mother into the Wardens. Anyways, it's marriage time. The ceremony starts as the Arl's son returns to us with guards this time. Seems he's quite the beta since he says they're short on female guests. He takes all the women present, including myself. I wanted to try and fight back at least, but one just slaps me across the face, and I guess I got knocked out cold from that since I wake up in the palace. Well, the guards come and take all the women except one, which they cut the throat of for talking. Then Source comes in and passes me a sword, which the 2 fully armed guards are somehow afraid of. This is when we finally get introduced to combat. The system is auto-attacking enemies until you need to use an ability, same as the warrior. Except now, as a rogue, there's a much greater emphasis on positioning, specifically getting behind the target for a backstab. Right now, all I have access to is a stun ability, but I'm sure once I get rolling with some better equipment and abilities, or just some companions to back me up, it'll be a bit more enjoyable. There's also an inventory space system in the game for when you collect loot and other materials. Basically, you have a set number of items you can carry that can be expanded by purchasing backpacks on merchants, eventually capping out at 125 spaces. The weird thing is, you can have a total of 99 of the same item taking up one slot, so unlike other games with a weight system, you could carry 98 more of the same heavy armor chestplate if you're at max capacity, but not a flower, because it would take up another slot. I don't like it very much. I'd rather there be a weight-based system, or no limit, since both would be more immersive and less confusing as a design choice. Anyways, my betrothed is the one who started all this, saying he didn't want to just sit back and watch it happen while the others just prayed. I'm starting to like this guy. With Source on my team, I outfit him with some equipment and we take off. The chef saw the 2 men's worth of blood on my chest and was about to call the guards as this elven servant punched him in the back of the head. Hell yeah, solidarity, brother. We go on a murdering spree of every guard in the palace. I feel like I should be having a harder time killing fully armed soldiers while wearing nothing but a dress, but I guess I'm just built different. Man, these daggers are giant on me. Pretty much just short swords, but at least I attack faster now. Also, I got some leather armor. The guards killed my betrothed and then acted like more comic book villains.
See? I told you there'd be more. Elves run in packs, like rodents.
Well, there goes that guy. After absorbing a few dozen sword wounds, we run to find the Lord. They either just got done, playing Monopoly with Shiani, or we're about to start because she's crying on the floor. He tries to talk himself out of death, but he's already performed 1,000 sins, and I've already killed half the guards in Denerim. So I killed him. We escape with the women back to the alienage. I'm in the middle of talking to Duncan and the Elder when the guards rudely interrupted us because of my act of domestic terrorism. The guards ask for names of who did it, and I step forward, saying it was me and me alone. They buy it, despite Source wearing a full suit of guard-issued chainmail. Right as they're about to take me to the dungeon, Duncan evokes the right of inscription to take me into custody of the Grey Wardens. Grey Wardens have the right to make anyone a warden, including kings, but have to consider whether the new recruit is worth whatever consequences could come from it. I don't really want to become part of the Grey Wardens, but it's either death or this, so I guess I'll do it. I go to say my goodbyes, then head off to Ostagar. As we arrive, the King of Ferelden introduces himself. I tell him to piss off, as I don't exactly trust a human lord right now, which he surprisingly doesn't behead me for. King Kalen seems kinda foolhardy, thinking he can end the Blight in just a few battles and be sung of for centuries to come. But apparently right now I need to prepare for some kind of ritual and meet a man named Alistair. So I enter the camp and do the standard RPG fare of speaking to everyone with a unique name. I get an audience with Taryn Logain. He seems like a reasonable enough guy. A dog is sick, so I collar him and offer to help him find a flower to make an herb, and a chantry priest gives me the Maker's blessing. I mean, I don't believe in the Maker, and also I didn't ask, but she did it. I should probably mention this now. The chantry is the main human religion in the world of Dragon Age. They have an army of soldiers called Templars, who are warriors that possess a sort of anti-magical ability that makes them excellent mage hunters, as well as the Wardens for the Circle of Magi. I then meet another one of our recruits, Sir Jory, a knight and man of honor. A prisoner talks to me and tells me he's being accused of desertion and was planning on stealing items in a chest from the mages and will give me the key if I just give him a meal. Why not? I convince the guard to give me his leftovers and give it to the prisoner. I can't take anything from the chest since a mage is there, or not a mage. God, I gotta explain this now too. Alright, so a mage gets their powers from what's called the Fade, a realm of magic and spirits. Most people only interact with it when they sleep, as that's where dreams take place in this world, but mages get their power from it directly. Most people can't because of the Veil, a spiritual wall that separates the two realms, but mages can get through it and access its power. Dwarves are so cut off from the Fade that they don't even dream, and thus cannot become mages. Unfortunately, by tapping into this power, they're also at a very high risk of demonic possession. Sometimes the Templars decide someone is too much of a risk to let become a mage, or has already shown signs of corruption, so they kill them in the Fade. This severs their magical abilities, but also leaves them with no emotions. These are called the Tranquil, which is what this guy is. That's hardcore. Anyways, I walk over to the mage tents and see them praising the Dark Lord or something. The Templar outside says they're in the Fade, which makes more sense. I also met Davith, the last recruit. He's just hitting on a girl as I walk up, so that tells you a lot about the guy already. I finally meet up with Alistair, who's talking to a mage.
What is it now? Haven't Grey Wardens asked more than enough of the Circle?
I simply came to deliver a message from the revered mother, Sir Mage. She desires your presence.
What her reverence desires is of no concern to me. I am busy helping the Grey Wardens, by the King's orders, I might add.
Should I have asked her to write a note?
Tell her I will not be harassed in this manner.
Yes, I was harassing you by delivering a message.
Your glibness does you no credit.
Here I thought we were getting along so well. I was even going to name one of my children after you. The Grumpy One.
Enough. I will speak to the woman if I must. Get out of my way, fool.
You know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together.
Man, I love this guy already. Apparently he was a Templar. Makes sense why the mage didn't like him. After our conversation, I get approval from him. Unlike most games from this era, this one doesn't have a good or bad scale or a karma system. Instead, companions either approve or disapprove of your actions, with high approval giving them bonuses to their stats and revealing more information about them. Low approval causing them to be disrespectful to you, leaving, or even attacking you. I actually like this system. It makes the world a lot less black and white because your only moral compass is how much each companion respects your decision. Alistair seems to be a tanky boy with a sword and shield, so I'll probably end up using him a lot. We begin the process for our ritual by entering the Kokari Wilds to obtain Darkspawn blood and get a few treaties from Tevinter Ruin. Odd that they'd send us to retrieve those and not actual wardens, but whatever. We get Davith and Jory to accompany us as we depart, where we immediately kill all the wolves in the forest. We come across a dying soldier from a caravan that Darkspawn ambushed. Jory immediately starts to cower and says we should retreat.
How did this man become a knight?
We then get into a fight with the Darkspawn about 50 meters from where we were talking. Guess they just patiently waited for us to finish our conversation. These guys just look weird. They would be horrifying if we couldn't take out a squad of them at a time, but still. There are these Hurlocks that look almost like a demonic zombie, and Genlocks that kind of look like demonic goblins. At one point, we come across some hanged bodies and get introduced to the Darkspawn emissary, their mages. God, I hate fighting mages. The tanks prove that I make a better tank than them by almost dying before we leave to disturb a grave. A goddamn demon pops out, so I guess I did the right thing. We take out another group of Darkspawn at the Tevinter Ruin, and we go to take the scrolls. As I try to grab them, a woman approaches us. All the men call her a Witch of the Wilds. She certainly looks the part. Hot, but definitely witchy in clothing. She hasn't cooked me yet at least, so that's a good sign.
And now you disturb ashes none have touched for so long. Why is that?
Don't answer her. She looks chastened, and that means others may be nearby.
Oh, you fear barbarians will swoop down upon you.
Yes, swooping is bad.
She tells us her name, Morgan, and that her mother took the scrolls, so I follow her. If I can kill 3 dozen Darkspawn, I think I can kill 2 mages if it comes to that.
So much about you is uncertain, and yet I believe. Do I? Why, it seems I do.
So this is a dreaded Witch of the Wilds.
Witch of the Wilds, huh? Morrigan must have told you that. She fancies such tales, though she would never admit it. Oh, how she dances under the moon.
Her mother seems batshit crazy. Anyways, we take the treaties back to Duncan, along with all the blood we collected. Don't know why we even needed vials to collect them. We have enough on our clothing. We also got to help the dog since I found the flower. The guy says the dog might imprint on me after the battle. Sick. We begin the joining, and of course, Jory starts to cower. I just hate this guy. At least Davith has some bravery here. I mean, they did tell us the joining may kill us, so it's understandable. Duncan comes and tells us to become wardens, we have to drink the Darkspawn blood. The blood that acts almost like a lethal poison to those that contact it. Apparently through magical preparation, we can drink the blood and have a chance at living that will then make us immune to the taint and use it to sense the taint in other Darkspawn. Maybe anti-vaxxers are right, this shit is wild. Davith goes first and dies. Just immediately dies. God damn. Then this happens.
Step forward, Jory.
But I have a wife, a child. Had I known...
There is no turning back.
No. You ask too much. There is no glory in this.
I am sorry.
Good lord, Duncan. A bit overkill, yeah? Well, now it's my turn. I'm the protagonist, and like I said earlier, built different, so I think I'll be okay. I drink from the cup and have a vision of the archdemon, a dragon. Of course, fantasy game with a dragon is the big boss. I mean, it's called Dragon Age, but that's the name of the literal time period we're in, not because of dragons. Now that I'm a Grey Warden, Duncan wants me to go to a meeting with the king. I don't know why he wants the new recruit to do this, but whatever. King Kaelin and Loghain are arguing as we approach. They talk about the strategy for the battle when the king says they should send their best to light a beacon that'll alert Loghain's forces to charge from the flank. I just got here and I'm already the best, as it should be. Loghain definitely won't betray us.
Enough! This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Kaelin. A glorious moment for us all.
Definitely not. You know, I didn't realize just how short I was until I stood next to Alistair. I barely reach his shoulders. With that, we go to battle.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The blight ends here.
Damn, I love that scene. The Darkspawn are actually intimidating here. This must have been a marvel to look at when the game first released. I'm genuinely surprised by the quality of the writing and story by this point. There aren't many plot points I've been able to critique yet besides the Arl's son being a Monopoly player with no redeeming qualities. Anyways, we run across the bridge with meteors raining down on us. Teaming up with a crossbowman and a mage, we assault the tower as Darkspawn have taken it. I wasn't expecting them to be so good at ambushing, but here we are. Man, this can't be comfortable. There are a whole ass company's worth of Darkspawn here, but again, I'm based. After clearing out a whole trove of Darkspawn, we reach the top and encounter a very big boy. This is a Darkspawn ogre. I remember him being really hard my first 2 times through, but this time, yeah, rogues seem kinda good right now. We light the beacon, and of course Leliana betrays us and retreats despite having what seems like 50,000 men. Man, Duncan's a badass. I mean, he's dead now, but still. Then I get shot with 3 arrows and pass out. I guess the other 100 I took earlier finally caught up. I wake up in Morgan's hut in my underwear. Alright. Alistair at least survives, so I go talk to him. It's nice he's concerned for me. Morgan's mother tells us her name is Flemeth. Apparently she actually is the Witch of the Wilds. She helped us regardless, so I don't care. Everyone in the battle is dead, so we come up with a plan to use the treaties we have to appeal to the mages, elves, and dwarves so we can build an army and fight not only Leliana, but also the Darkspawn. Alistair also thinks we could appeal to Arl Eamon, the Lord of Redcliffe, so that gives us a boost. Finally, before we leave, Flemeth offers us her daughter to take with us. She reluctantly accepts. She seems to be built as a battle mage or battlefield control, so I'll keep up with the tradition, despite the idea of a healer being tempting at this stage. We make our way to Lothering to resupply, as it's the closest town. Along the way, we get a cutscene of Leliana addressing the people. Apparently he named himself the Regent to the Throne, acting as king. His betrayal makes more sense now, even if he could have damn near stopped the Blight if he hadn't. His daughter is also the queen, so he didn't really need to become the ruler. We find the dog I healed on the road, and the dog actually did imprint on me, so I guess I got a dog. Awesome. I named him Pupmeister, because why not? I don't have a better name. Once we arrive in Lothering, we find some toll collectors, bandits robbing people of their coin as they flee the Darkspawn. They're kinda assholes, so I killed them. Found the body of a dead Templar too. Lovely. We discuss where we expect to go first. My vote is Arl Eamon since he's the closest. Also, Alistair recommended that, so it's probably the easy. I trust Alistair. Also, Alistair and Morgan don't like each other much. I tell a family of elves the bandits are dead so they can reclaim their stuff. A merchant is preying on the villagers, trying to sell his stock at a markup price, so I threaten him into selling at a fair price, which Morrigan disapproves of. She doesn't seem to like helping people. There's a man called a chanter outside the Chantry Temple. Apparently he can only speak in Bible verses. Awful. He does, however, give me a little Chantry quest board, gold to kill some bandits and other dangers. Why not? These are going to act more or less like the minor quests for the game. Quests that they wanted to include, but didn't have enough content to make a story, so they're just contracts.
And so Rajmael in the heathen temple recanted. Speak only the word, sing only the chant. Then the golden city is thine, spoke Andraste. What?
Oh, you got him to speak! Ha!
What hath man's sin wrought?
Oh, he cheated.
There's a man just screaming outside the Chantry. I just told him he's cringe and he ran off crying. Anyway, as we enter the Chantry, the head of this Templar unit told me the Grey Wardens were declared traitors by Loghain. Loghain is a hero in the eyes of the Ferelden people. He was a major player in freeing Ferelden from 100 years of occupation by the neighboring country of Orlais. He drove them out with King Kaelin's father, Merrick. This means most people will believe him, so I should be careful. But I won't. I care not for the opinions of others. Also, I immediately just went up to the Chantry priest and told her I was a Grey Warden. She didn't help. Before we left the Chantry, we found one of Arl Eamon's knights. He told us Arl Eamon is sick and they can't heal him, so they've begun the search for a holy relic, the Urn of Andraste's Ashes. Andraste was the only person in history to have spoken to the Maker, or so she claimed. Her husband burned her at the stake, and by that point, so many people already saw her as a prophet, and then a martyr after her death, more or less beginning the Andrastian religion that the Chantry follows. Now she is known as the wife of the Maker, and her ashes are said to have a healing ability unlike anything else. The fact that the knights are looking for such a bygone relic means they're desperate, so Eamon is in some serious trouble. The idea of religion in this context is an interesting one. Taking Christianity as an example, in the real world, whether or not a miracle happened is purely a matter of faith. Nobody on earth can turn water into wine, but Jesus could. So whether you believe it's real is entirely up to you. But in a world like Dragon Age, magic just exists. Any story of a miracle happening could easily be chalked up to magic, as Andraste simply could have been a powerful mage. The question is no longer did these events happen, as they likely did. Rather, was it actually the Maker, or just magic? Anyways, as we leave, we get a bunch of tutorial side quests, like building traps, making poisons, and crafting potions for those who need them. I enter the tavern, and a few of Loghain's soldiers confront me. A Chantry sister tries to stop them, but they insist on killing me. Unluckily for them, I crave combat, so I killed them instead. The sister fights with me. Never really thought I'd see the day. The leader surrenders, so I make him send a message to Loghain. The Chantry sister introduces herself as Leliana and tells us she had a dream where the Maker told her to go with us. Sure, okay. She seems to be an archer, so I outfit her with a few pieces of leather armor and a bow. This is the last of me using Puppmeister. We meet another contractor, the Blackstone Irregulars, a mercenary company. As we set off to kill the bandits from the Chantry board, we come across a prisoner, not of a race we've encountered yet. A tall, greenish, ashen giant named Stend of the Qunari people. They almost look like standard orcs, if not for the white hair and lack of, those lower jaw fang things. He says he killed 8 people at a farm, including children, but he offers to help me fight the Blight as a form of atonement. Why not? Killing children isn't so bad. I figure I'll go kill the bandits before I free him, but before I can even get to them, a group of about a dozen villagers decide to attack me so they can claim my bounty. God damn it, I just want to kill some bandits, man. Anyways, we kill them, then the bandits. I got to level 7, meaning normally I'd be able to take a specialization, a form of subclass, if you will, but I won't have access to them yet, so Yeah, so normally you're supposed to unlock these. You do it by convincing a companion who already has it to do so, doing certain tasks, or finding a book to teach you. But I already completed this game before and unlocked all the specializations during that playthrough. BioWare made a really odd design decision and made it so that when you unlock a specialization, you get it forever, meaning on subsequent playthroughs, you can use them as well. I really don't like this. I'd rather they'd have made it so you have to earn them each playthrough, not only for balance, but also for story continuity. Regardless, the specializations I have access to as a rogue are Assassin, a character that deals a lot of damage in the shadows with backstabs, a Bard, someone who sings songs during battle to inspire allies and debilitate enemies, Ranger, an animal summoner, and a Duelist. I may as well take one since the first one I wanted is really easy to get anyways, so I take Duelist. I love the idea of this class, basically making me a dexterity frontline fighter with more defense but still the damage output and style of a rogue. By level 14 I'll get another and I'll be taking Bard. I know Duelist Assassin is the meta, but Bard just fits my character more than an Assassin. Along with this, companions start with one specialization, then take another at level 14 along with you. Alistair, as I mentioned, is a Templar, so a Mage Slayer. Morrigan is a Shapeshifter, and Leliana is a Bard. Pupmeister doesn't get one. Back to the story, I kill a bunch of spiders and then run back to the priest. I convince her to let Sten free by saying it'll help stop the blight. He's a two-handed fighter, and I'd rather have that than another rogue for the early game, so I take him with me. Unfortunately, Sten for some reason doesn't get a first specialization, so he only gets one by endgame. This is where the combat becomes far more enjoyable. You have a choice before you even head into combat of who to take with you. Are you going to need another warrior for tanking? Maybe take Leliana with you so she can focus bosses while you help take out the minions with the tank? Or should you take along another mage so you have more healing and debilitating spells? Not only that, but those times when you find a truly tough battle that's not unfair but also not easy, you can switch to party members on the fly to choose what they do manually. It adds a fun layer of depth, and there's a real sense of satisfaction when you make your companions synchronize their skill sets to help out with other party members. This is a more traditional RPG system, however, so you really have to keep in mind the whole RNG of the combat itself, kind of like dice rolls in a game like Dungeons & Dragons. I never personally minded this system. I don't really care if my character has only a 60% chance of hitting. Part of me kind of likes it, in a sense, because I get to see my character progress along with myself. But at the same time, I can see someone being turned off by a whole RNG system, so that is something to keep in mind if you ever want to play this game yourself. This is also the point, coincidentally, where you really start to see your character progressing. I'm not just sticking to the back line striking when I can anymore. I have enough dexterity to dodge most common bandit sword swings, and it's quite fun to spend the rest of the game seeing my character turn from a trained rogue and fighter to an absolute badass. That being said, I do wish the beginning parts of the game were more difficult. I mean, as a level 1 rogue, I shouldn't be able to take that many hits in combat before dropping. That's why we have tanks, after all, but oh well. As we approach the highway to leave, we find a merchant and his son under attack by Darkspawn. After defeating them, I offer to take the merchant and his son to safety, but he decided he won't be coming with us. We head down the road, and I immediately get another vision of the Archdemon, specifically leading an army inside a cave. I wake up in camp to Alistair telling me these nightmares are something that just happened to Grey Wardens. Are there any cool things about being a Grey Warden? This brings me to the camp system. It basically acts like your home base, much like the Normandy in Mass Effect. You can talk to your companions, buy things, plan out where you want to go from here. I can interact with Pupmeister, but
You are a true warrior and worthy of respect.
yeah. Companions in this game have a lot to say about where they come from, except Dog. Talking to them reveals more about the different cultures of Thedas, and gives you more insight into their personalities and why they are the way they are. First, I talk to Leliana. She tells me more of the vision she had. Apparently she dreamt of a black void swallowing her up, and then went to the Chantry Garden and found a rose blooming on a dead bush. I guess that means the Maker wanted her to come with me? I don't know. She also tells me that before becoming a sister, she was a traveling minstrel, and that she picked up her combat skills along the way. Guess that explains her being a bard. At the end, however, she nervously pushes the conversation to the wayside, so she's clearly hiding something. What that is, I can't say, but I'll probably be able to talk with her about it later. I don't really care about her at this point. Her entire personality right now just is a goody two-shoes religious type. All the other characters have some interesting quirks that make them more enjoyable to listen to, but Leliana is just bland by comparison. However, I will say there is some intrigue with her secrecy over her past, so hopefully she becomes more interesting later on down the line. Alistair tells me about his relationship with Duncan, how he was the first real father figure he looked up to, and how he regrets his death. He feels like he should have been there with Duncan on the battlefield, possibly even saving his life, but he probably would have just died with Duncan, something he even says wouldn't have made anything better. I offer to accompany him to Highever after all this is done so he can make something in his honor. He asks if I've lost someone. I mean, my cousin played Monopoly with the Lord, so I guess that's close. Oh, and also my fiancé I knew for 5 minutes, and that one random girl that got her throat slit. He tells me he's a bastard, raised by Arl Eamon. He knows who his father is, but doesn't say. The Arlessa of Redcliffe thought he was Arl Eamon's bastard son, so Eamon and the Arlessa decided to send him to the Chantry to be raised instead. The Chantry raised him to be a Templar, training him on how to wield these near-magical abilities. It's kinda ironic, actually. The Chantry hates mages, teaching people that they're ticking time bombs and have to damn near be chained to the Circle for years, if not decades, before they're even allowed to leave the Circle, and generally only under Templar supervision. I mean, they could turn into a demon and have the power of lightning at their fingertips, so I guess it's not completely unwarranted, but then they use Templars who clearly use some form of magic very openly and give them more power than most soldiers or even knights. Even if it's magic that can only really be used to negate other magic, it's still magic. Anyways, he tells me that other than the magic, Templars are pretty much just highly trained and outfitted soldiers, so they can use them effectively as an army. In order to gain these powers quickly, the Chantry gives the Templars something called lyrium. A very oversimplified summary of what lyrium is it's a big magic rock that restores someone's mana. It acts like a simple mana potion in this game, but apparently lyrium is addicting to the point where trying to quit the stuff can actually kill you. The Chantry itself controls the trade of lyrium on the surface, so you can only legally obtain it from them. More or less, once you become a Templar, you stay a Templar, since your potentially fatal addiction can only be satiated by the Chantry. Alistair, on the other hand, never got addicted to it. Lyrium isn't required to become a Templar, it just quickens the process and enhances the magic, so he can still use the abilities, he's just not addicted to the stuff. I ask if he could train me to become a Templar. He says he's rather not, because he swore to a priest that he would never tell anyone outside the Order. I mean, it's a warrior-only specialization, and I already have all those, so whatever. But you can eventually learn to become a Templar once your approval rating is high enough. I also don't really know why a rogue couldn't become a Templar. I get why I can't become some specializations, but I feel like a Templar could work for anyone other than a mage. But whatever. He gets me caught up on some Grey Warden stuff. He says there are many Grey Wardens in Orlais, but it's weeks away. I don't know why I can't just send a letter since I'm gonna be all around Ferelden recruiting an army for like a year. Guess the post office is closed. If you can't tell, I really like Alistair. He's always cracking jokes and is super awkward, but in a sort of charming way. I usually tend to gravitate towards this type of character, the awkward or otherwise naive sorts. He's also pretty handsome, so I'll probably end up romancing him in this playthrough. Oh, right. I gotta explain that now, too. So basically, BioWare RPGs are well known for their romances with companions. It started off in Baldur's Gate 2 and continued on in Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Jade Empire, Mass Effect, and now Dragon Age. They're almost always considered high quality, and this game is definitely no exception. Once your approval rating is high enough, you can start a romance with a character, and will start with a simple flirting or sex, but eventually evolve into them saying I love you. There are 4 romance options in this game. Alistair for female characters, Morrigan for male characters. Leliana is bisexual, so anyone can romance her, and 1 companion we haven't come across yet. Later games also take race into account for certain characters, but it's not a factor here. Anyways, on to Sten. Sten doesn't really like to talk. The Qunari are a very no-nonsense people. They follow a religion, or a philosophy, really, called the Qun. The Qun is like communism taken to its logical extreme and extended to every aspect of your life. Once you're born, you have no choices. You're assigned a role, and that's what you'll be for the rest of your life. Sten was assigned to be a soldier, so all he cares about is following orders and being told where to point his sword. He doesn't understand normal human aspiration, claiming the farmers all want to be merchants, the merchants want to be nobles, and the nobles want to be warriors. That people would just be much happier if they accepted their place in life, because a merchant could never become a noble, only a merchant turned noble, because they will have to carry the experience of being a merchant around with them for the rest of their lives. While definitely true, I have to disagree with the whole philosophy. There's a certain freedom involved with aspiration, giving you the choice on who you want to be, and the experience one has in one field can always apply to another or become useful at some point in time. A jack who knows some of all trades has a better chance at survival than someone who masters one trade and knows nothing of another. Finally, for the time being, there's Morrigan. While Alistair is really my favorite character in the game, and the franchise really, Morrigan is easily the most interesting character of this game. She's a witch of the wilds who values pragmatism and survival above all else, yet she's very naive in some of her decision-making and views on the world, not fully comprehending how modern society acts and communicates. She does, however, know how to manipulate people, especially men. She knows she's attractive and uses it to her advantage, claiming it was easy to manipulate men by simply standing there looking pretty. I mean, yeah, Her and Flemeth would be followed by the Templars and would dispatch of them easily. Morrigan as a child would just run around screaming, attracting the Templars to save her as she ran deeper into the wilds, while Flemeth picked them off one by one. As I mentioned before, Morrigan is a shapeshifter, a form of magic that's forbidden under Chantry rule. She tells me more about it in camp, saying that she has the ability to study another creature and eventually become it, mimicking its behavior and harnessing its abilities, something like a wolf's sense of smell, a cat's ears, or an owl's eyes. Other animals simply perceive her as another of their species. I ask if she can change into another person. She says it's theoretically possible, but she has no interest in becoming someone else since she's already a person, so she has nothing to actually gain from studying them. Morrigan tells me the story of her mother, Flemeth, or at least the story she was told, as Flemeth is kind of an urban legend. Basically, the story people tell now of her talks of a young and beautiful woman who lived centuries ago, married to a high lord, yet eventually falling in love with a bard. Flemeth claims that this is not true, that instead the bard was her husband and the lord her admirer, offering the bard gold in exchange for Flemeth. The bard agreed as he was poor and had fallen out of love. I would think of this as awful and inhumane, but apparently it was Flemeth's idea. Anyway, the Lord deceived them. Instead of paying the bard as was agreed, he instead killed him. Flemeth then made contact with the spirits of the Fade who killed the Lord. Flemeth was then driven into the wilds, where she found a demon who made her strong. The tale sung now says that a hero united the people and defeated her army of barbarians centuries later, but Flemeth claims that's not true, that she didn't invade. Instead, she claims that hero simply led a civil war against the nobility of the time, and later on said they had all been corrupted by Flemeth's evil. It's an interesting tale about the origins of the Witch of the Wilds, but which version is true isn't exactly known. I personally think Flemeth sounds more like the truth than the bard's song, especially since hers comes from one person who has lived for centuries, and another comes from a story being passed down from person to person for centuries. Morgan claims the demon Flemeth found is what's allowed her to live for that long, possibly making her an abomination, a mage possessed by a demon. Despite my interest in Morgan, our characters don't exactly mesh well. I tend to play a character valuing freedom, happiness, and the well-being of others overall. While she does value freedom, she also thinks that happiness and care for others are a weakness and a burden that if others aren't able to protect themselves, they don't deserve her interference. You remember that merchant I met on the road a little bit ago? You know, the one that said he wouldn't join us because it was so dangerous? Well, he introduces himself as Bodon, and he's decided to stay with us because he figures he can make a profit on the stuff I find, and also be safe because he has a bunch of warriors and mages protecting him. He changed his mind real quick, didn't he? His son Sandal is not quite right, however. Bodon claims to have found him in the deep roads while he was scavenging for dead people's stuff, but he doesn't really have the ability to say anything other than...
Enchantment? Enchantment!
He says other things, but almost airheaded, like a robot programmed to say them. Anyways, Bodon tells me Sandal is incredible at enchanting equipment. There are these runes you can find and put on your weapons to augment their abilities, like elemental damage, spell resistance, and the like. I pretty much just stuck with these runes that give you a chance at paralyzing an enemy for like 5 seconds, since it gave me a much longer time to backstab someone. It was honestly kind of broken. You can implant and remove these runes at any time, so there's no point in not using them. He also has a few gifts for sale. Alright, so I really don't like the gift system. You can find certain items in the wild that can give your companions a boost in approval. The system itself isn't awful. Certain companions like one type of gift over another. And some are even special gifts that a companion will tell you about and then give you a massive boost of approval since it shows you were listening to them. If the companion doesn't much like the gift you give them, it won't give you a lot of approval. That's all cool. It's a neat system that really makes you think and understand the characters better. The problem comes with the gifts Bodon sells. They're all completely free, so you can get them at any time, and they give you a massive boost of 50 out of 100 approval, or disapproval depending on which one you get. By this point in the game, you could have access to a bunch of mid to late game conversations with them, which will give you even more approval to the point that you could completely exhaust their dialogue before doing any story missions outside of Lothering, even getting to the point where your romantic option has fully fallen in love with you after just a few days. It completely breaks the immersion, and for that reason, I just ignored the gifts in his shop, but a new player likely won't. Anyways, looking at the map, I have many locations available to me now. All the main quest hubs, a few DLC quests, and the city of Denerim. I decide I may as well try to check out Denerim since I have no main story quests there, so I could get some side quests under my belt. As we get to the city, Sten questions why Morgan fights since she's a woman. Awesome. Apparently in the Qunari culture, women can't be assigned to be warriors, so seeing a woman fight is probably a bit of a culture shock to him. Denerim is huge, with several merchants in the center with shops all around, and this is only the market district. Outside the church, we find an older chantry sister saying verses from the Chants of Light, but switching out words to be food. Ah, these people are weird. There's also an old Templar suffering from dementia due to his excessive lyrium use, and another chantry board with more quests, along with another Blackstone Irregulars mercenary, and a new side quest vendor for the Mages Collective, a group of mages living outside the Circle, apostates, who give me quests from a sack full of letters. Along with those, there's a guard asking for help to clear out some mercenaries from a tavern, and a bartender who offers to give me some illegal quests. I decline. I have so many goddamn side quests. There's a blacksmith named Wade who's, kinda quirky.
Horan, the bloody customers are bothering me again. What do I pay you for, anyhow?
Sorry. Wade is a genius. Truly, you will be astonished by his work. But he doesn't deal with customers. If you need anything, please ask me.
And tell him I don't want anyone looking over my shoulders either. I'm thinking, blast it all.
Truly sorry, sire.
My alienage was purged and the gates are closed, so I can't say hi to my family. Bastards. Moving on to the other areas of the city, we first visit a place called the Pearl, a brothel. Along the way, I get ambushed by bandits who set up a flame trap in the middle of the road.
How the fuck did they even set that up?
I feel like I'm gonna end up killing half the population of Ferelden. Anyways, after murdering a dozen men, we arrive at the brothel. Here we find a woman who gets into a fight with 3 men. She wins and the men run away. This is Isabella. She's the captain of a ship and also a duelist. She's how you eventually learn how to become a duelist your first time through. She offers to teach me her fighting style, but first wants to play a game. The first time through, I play like a normal game, and she beats me. We play again, but this time I go to catch her hand, and a set of hidden cards falls out. This was a test to see what my reflexes and cunning were like, so she teaches me how to become a duelist. The woman at the bar offers me a room and, yeah, nah. We find a room full of Grey Warden sympathizers, who are actually just Loghain's men, and ambush me. Men in full plate are no match for my plot armor. Leaving the Pearl, we go to a bunch of alleys to fight some bandits, and in the end, find their headquarters. There's a bunch of blood mages down here who've been hiding out, and they're immediately hostile toward me. The blood mages practice the dark arts of blood magic, where they use the power of someone's life energy to make their spells more powerful, and gain access to spells that affect the mind and the like. This place is absolutely brutal. Traps everywhere, and fights usually involving more than one blood mage being protected by several archers and frontline warriors. Halfway through, we come across a fight we can't win, so I just leave. I'll just come back later after a few levels. I leave Denerim and make my way towards Redcliffe to appeal to Arl Eamon for help. Before making our way to the village, Alistair stops to talk to me. Remember how he didn't tell me who his father was? Yeah, that's because his father was actually King Merrick, father of King Kaelin. That makes Alistair Kaelin's half-brother, and therefore heir to the throne. A royal bastard who joined a group of warriors to fight an enemy that has threatened all life in the world for centuries. Probably should just call him Jon Snow from now on. Alistair didn't want to tell me because everyone who knows either resents him for it or treats him like royalty. He doesn't even want to become king, as he's not a leader, something he even says himself, and he just wanted me to see him as a normal person. Although, once we defeat Loghain, he may not have a choice. Once we're done with our conversation, a villager from Redcliffe stops me, saying that they've been defending themselves from monsters coming from the castle that appear every night. Good god, first Eamon's sick and now the village is under attack. Of course everything goes wrong right as the blight starts. He takes us to the Chantry where we meet Ban Tegan, brother of Arl Eamon. I should probably explain the hierarchy of Ferelden nobility. Basically at the top there's the king or queen, along with the princes and princesses who are next in line to the throne. Then there's the Tyrn. This is where Loghain is. They're more or less the general to the king's army and second in command to the king. Under them is Arls. They control large areas of land and are in charge of protecting them. Under them are bands, in charge of cities more or less. Kinda like a mayor. Under them are lords who are nobles that have no claim to land, and finally knights who are warriors that are specifically chosen to serve and protect another person in the nobility. Anyway, Ban Tegan recognizes Alistair from when he was a kid. He tells us about the situation in Redcliffe. Nobody's been seen inside the castle, just the monsters coming out at night. Zombies? Really? Well, this was the Dark Age of 2009 when everything was brown and zombies are all the rage, right alongside dragons. I offer to help them fight off the monsters. He tells me I need to help people get ready for tonight's attack, so I get off to work. First, I speak to the head of the militia, Murdoch. He tells me the local blacksmith, Owen, refuses to fix the militia's weapons or armor. Also that there's a combat veteran named Dwin who's been locked up in his house for days and refuses to help, as well as a group of Eamon's knights I should check on. I find a kid hiding in his house as I'm going to find Dwin and tell him to get back to the Chantry before I kick down Dwin's door like the Kool-Aid man. Dwin doesn't want to fight because he's an asshole. I could have offered to sleep with him for this help, but I'd rather not be a whore, so I just offer to put in a good word for him. I never actually do. I convince Owen to open the doors so I can speak to him. He's been drinking himself to death. He says he doesn't want to work because his daughter works in the castle and hasn't seen her since the attacks. I offer to look for her, but he won't accept it unless I promise to find her. I really don't like making promises in this case, since she could be dead, but I need to. Whether she's alive or dead, I'll find her. He agrees to repair their armor and weapons with that, and again, Morgan disapproves of it. Running up to the tavern, I find an elf who's acting kinda shifty, so I force him to tell me what's going on. Apparently he works for Loghain, supposed to report back to him on any updates that happens at the castle. I make him fight with us tonight in exchange for his life, and then I find the knights, and surprisingly they've been the most considerate of me being an elf out of everyone I've met so far. They say they want to get some holy protection from the chantry for the upcoming battle. Why not? I ask the priest for some holy amulets, and she says the legitimate protection from God isn't a thing, so I tell her to just tell them it protects them. She's reluctant, but agrees to do so because placebo effect. The knights accept them, and I'm ready to make my stand against the zombies. Murdoch is already in a full leather armor suit after about 20 minutes, and we begin waiting for nightfall.
They're coming! Get to your positions! Make ready!
Didn't know zombies smelled that bad. Anyway, the zombies come and we absolutely murder them. Then one of the militiamen says they've come from the lake. I didn't even know that was possible since the entrance to the castle is right here, but whatever. We repel the zombies in a 4-minute long combat and save the village. They have a little ceremony and Bantegan hatches a plan to infiltrate the castle. There's a secret entrance in the windmill that leads to the cellars, so I'll run in and kill everything hostile. Just before we go, the Arlessa Isolde comes running to us from the castle. God, she's sketchy. She tells us Eamon is alive, and that Bantegan needs to come with her to the castle alone because the evil that possesses the castle called for him, and that it all started with a mage. Apparently her son Connor has gone mad due to it. Tegan agrees to go with her alone, but wants me to take the secret entrance in case something goes wrong. My first mission is stopping the zombies, and whatever else is in there. Getting everyone out alive will be a bonus. Infiltrating the castle through this super secret spy kid trapdoor, I find myself in the dungeon. There are more zombies here, so this is going to be a real long fight. As we stroll through, we find the mage that Isolde spoke of, Jowen. Apparently he was hired by Isolde to tutor Connor, meaning he's a mage. Now there's some she didn't tell us. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's the bad guy by this stage. I accuse Jowen of starting the zombie attacks, and he denies it, then outright says he's the one who poisoned Arl Eamon. Damn, I believe him. On both accounts. Why would he even admit to that if he wasn't also being truthful about the zombies? I mean, I didn't even suspect him of hurting Eamon. Apparently Jowen is a Maleficar, a blood mage. Loghain hired him to poison Arl Eamon in exchange for security from the Circle. I mean, he's being honest, I'll give him that, but he's really not giving himself a good case over why I shouldn't just kill him. He says it's possible Connor could have accidentally summoned a demon since he's so young and inexperienced, and wants to redeem himself by helping us get rid of it. I'm a bit weary of it, but I accept and let him out. Then I have the immediate and sudden urge to piss myself. Anyway, we continue to kill the zombies and demons that inhabit the castle and find Owain's daughter. I tell her to leave the way we came and continue on my mission. Eventually we make it to the throne room and... What the fuck?
These are our visitors. The ones you told me about, Mother.
Yes, Connor.
And this is the one who defeated my soldiers. The ones I sent to reclaim my village.
Yes.
And now it's staring at me.
Yeah, Connor's possessed. He commands the guards under his control to attack me, along with Bantegan, and runs off. We kill the guards, and I stab Tegan a few times. After some major hemorrhaging, he snaps out and is himself again. Jowen rejoins us as Isolde tells me she didn't want to lose Connor to the Circle, so she hired Jowen out of desperation. I'm actually surprised she isn't the bad guy. I mean, she didn't tell us the whole truth, and her acting outside the castle was so bad it just felt like she was. Regardless, I tell her we need to kill Connor to kill the demon, and she begs me not to find a different solution. Jowen makes his appearance and pipes in, saying that there's another way to kill the demon. He proposes we send another mage into the Fade to confront and kill the demon using blood magic. We could use a ton of lyrium to do the job, but we need a lot of it, and more mages to help us. I mean, I have like 20 lyrium potions, but I guess that doesn't count. Jowen could use blood magic to substitute for the lyrium, but it will require a full sacrifice. It's dark, but Isolde volunteers to sacrifice herself for her son, and it's better than killing an innocent child. Alistair recommends going to the Circle Tower to find more mages and lyrium, but the tower is more than a day's travel away. Who knows what else this demon could do in that time, so we do the ritual. It looks like Morgan's going in. With that, we take control of Morgan and get our first look into the Fade. While the atmosphere with all the ghosts running around is amazing, and all the floating islands with bits and pieces of the real world floating around is a nice touch, I can't help but feel like this place is just boring. I mean, they had all this opportunity to do whatever they wanted and make this place look wild, but it's just more brown with a yellowy, greenish tint over the entire screen. So it's so much potential, but it just fell a bit flat. Anyways, there are these ghosts of Arl Eamon and Connor running around, like I said, and they're calling out for help. I do my best to try, but I can't get through to them. The demon takes the form of Connor here to try and trick us, then attacks. After a while, we do manage to find the demon and confront it. She tries to convince Morgan to make a deal with her, but she refuses and fights the demon. I have no idea how to play a mage, but I manage because it's relatively easy and kill the demon. Once it's dead, we get a scene of the townsfolk having a Viking-esque funeral for the dead, then return to the castle. Connor is back to his normal self, but Eamon is still sick. Ben Tegan asks me what to do with Jowen, and I say release him. Let him live his life since he redeemed himself, and Tegan just calls me an idiot. Alright, I don't know why you asked. He tells me to search for a brother Genitivi and try to help him find the Urn of Sacred Ashes. I have an army to raise, so I'll leave that one for the end. I mean, if he does die, then someone else can help me as well. As we take our leave, I find Alistair's locket from his mother in the Arl's study. Apparently he smashed it against the wall when he got taken to the Chantry, but the Arl repaired it. After giving him the locket, Alistair tells me I'm special to him, so I guess I got this whole romance thing locked in now. With that, I head back to the village to finish up some business. We get another cutscene of Loghain. He's teamed up with a man named Arl Howe, who tells him people want Loghain to step down as regent, and about us. Arl Howe recruited an assassin from a group called the Antivan Crows. Loghain reluctantly allows him to come after me, but before turning away and looking almost regretful. It cuts back to us, so I turn in some contracts, give a bartender who's being groped by the owner a few gold to get away and start a new life, and do the same for the child that I found in the dresser and his orphan sister. With that, it's time to get back to the camp and talk to my companions. Alistair immediately talks to me and begins chewing me out for using blood magic to save Connor. I mean, would you rather I just kill a child? I convince him I did the best I could and he calms down. It seems like he was just stressed out and took it out on me by accident. He apologizes and we move on. I talk to him again and he tells me about his half-sister Goldana. She lives in Denerim and wants to look for her since they've never met. I, of course, agree. He also tells me about the fact that after about 30 years or so, I'm just gonna die due to the taint in my blood. Amazing. He says that Grey Wardens can feel when this time is about to come, so they go to the deep roads to die, killing as many Darkspawn as possible, a feeling they get called the Calling. As I said before, Alistair grew up in the Chantry, so I asked him if he ever, did the do before. He said he hasn't, but has thought about it. Kinda beta, but he calls me beautiful after, so that makes up for it. I'm not gonna lie, the romance between Callian and Alistair is just adorable. Every time they talk about it, I can't help but grin like an idiot. And also, if you can't tell, this game has an absolute abundance of dialogue between companions. It's always been a big focus in BioWare games, but it's just above and beyond in this game. Anyways, Leliana has some colors to her. Apparently bards in Orlais are spies that watch nobles and get information for a benefactor, often using violence or manipulation to get what they need. More often than not, bards do some despicable things to achieve their goals. At least Leliana says she's only emotionally manipulated people rather than torture them. Well, at least Leliana just got a lot more interesting. Sten informs me about the fact that Qunari children don't play. Instead, they study under the watch of priests, not parents. That actually explains a lot about Qunari. They're quite literally indoctrinated from birth to follow the Qun. He views the fact that I didn't simply grow up in the Wardens as cruel, saying I don't truly know myself or my job. It's so odd. I very much disagree with Sten on a lot of things and view the Qun as a whole as inhumane. Yet, I can see the humanity in him and his logic. His calm demeanor lets me have an actual conversation where we discuss the differences in our culture. Most people in his shoes would be outraged at this conversation, but we're both calmly learning about another culture, despite the fact that we both heavily disagree with the other's view on life. Sten tells me the reason he was in that cage is because he put himself there. He was fighting Darkspawn by Lake Calenhad and fell in battle. He woke up in the farmhold without his fellow soldiers and without his weapon. He desperately searched and panicked when he didn't find it and killed them. According to Sten, if he was to return home without his weapon, he would be killed, seen as soulless since that's the only reason to live. Damn, the Qun is just brutal. With that, I have quite a few side quests on the map for a change, so I decided to do those before continuing on with the story. I get stopped on my way to the first one. A woman says her wagon was attacked, so I rush to help her. Well, turns out to be a trap. It's the assassin Loghain hired to kill me. She turned out to even be a mage, so yeah, shit. I dispatched them easily enough, so I tie up the assassin so I can speak with him. He tells me his name is Zevran. Apparently he's not exactly loyal to Loghain or the Crows. Since he failed his contract, he's either gonna die by me or by the Crows upon his return. He also never really wanted to join them. He was bought as a child, so he offers to join me. Yeah, why not? His reasoning is sound, and if he tries that again, we just kill him. Just have to, double the guard at night for a while. Now, on with the mission. We come across a caravan recently killed by Darkspawn, find a few more Darkspawn, and believe it or not, we encounter more Darkspawn. We arrive in Denerim, where I turn in some side quests and go to see Alistair's sister, Goldana.
My sister? That sounds very strange. Sister. Oh, now I'm babbling. Maybe we should go. Let's go. Let's just go.
Right. So Goldana turns out to be an absolute bitch. She just starts yelling at us, pissed that Alistair is royal blood and she's stuck as some peasant. Alistair desperately tries to help her and show he cares, but she's just interested in his money. Also, she called me a servant, so she deserves a solid punch on the jaw, but Alistair starts to beat himself up over all this, so we just leave. At this point in the game, you get the choice of whether to harden Alistair or not by saying, quote, "Everyone is out for themselves. You should learn that." This will give him a bit of a tougher skin and close himself off from others, but that's not a thing any of my characters would say to a guy like Alistair, so I tell him it's okay because I care about him. With that, I return to camp to talk to him about all this. Before I can talk to my man, Leliana rudely interrupts me with some stupid story about how she came to Ferelden because she's being hunted. Her old mentor, Marjolaine, that she fell in love with, betrayed her. She found documents that showed Marjolaine was committing treason. Leliana tried to help her, but later found out she changed the documents to frame Leliana for the crime. Then she captured Leliana and tortured her. She escaped and almost went to confront her, but decided to try and leave that life behind and become a Chantry sister. Damn, I kinda wanna go kill Marjolaine, but I guess I'll have to wait. I go to talk to Zevran. He tells me he was bought for 3 gold as a child. He had to compete against other kids or die trying to become a crow. Now he's on the run from them. He says he enjoys killing, the art of crafting the perfect scenario that ends with him sinking his blade into someone. I mean, at least he enjoys his work. He tells me becoming an assassin is remarkably simple. You just have to want to kill for a living. Just like most of the companions, he doesn't want to teach me how to become an assassin just yet, because he promised the crows he wouldn't. I mean, they're gonna kill him anyway, so I don't know why he wouldn't, but whatever. Yeah, there's not much else to say about him right now. He misses Antiva, and I may have accidentally started a romance with him too, since he flirted with me and I didn't tell him to just kick rocks. My character flirts with other people too, so I'm not sure why there wasn't an option to say I don't mind it, but I'm with Alistair. Gonna have to break his heart later. Zevran is another bisexual character, so both male and female characters can romance him. Speaking of Alistair, he thanks me for helping him seek out his sister and for being supportive. Alistair is a big softie. He gets emotional about a lot of things, but he's clearly a good person at heart, almost like a paladin, but a snarky and sometimes sarcastic one. Then he gives me a flower he picked in Lothering, a rose. He says he didn't want the Darkspawn to come and corrupt such a beautiful creation, then says he thinks the same thing about me. Very smooth. I thought about this later, but I think this is also the same flower Leliana was speaking about in the garden that made her think she needed to come and join us. It's a neat detail if true, especially since you could interpret that as the Maker bringing the main character and Alistair together. Anyways, onto the Circle Tower. On the way we get ambushed by about 24 wolves, encounter a cheeky Superman reference with a meteor and a child inside, as well as some star metal that apparently could be crafted into something later, and finally an encounter with a bunch of Loghain's soldiers fighting another squad from one of the local bands. So, of course, I have to kill Loghain's soldiers. Oh, and then I get ambushed by about a dozen more wolves. I think they're extinct now. We make it to the Lake Calenhad docks just outside the tower and find a man stealing from the dead. He's an ass to me for being an elf, so I use Sten to intimidate him into telling us where Sten's sword went. Apparently another guy sold him some information on where this spot is and left for Orzammar, so it looks like we gotta go there next for Sten's sword, but first we got a mage army to recruit. The Templar stops me at the docks and says he's not supposed to take anyone to the tower. Apparently it's in trouble, because of course it is. Yeah, the circle's in the middle of Lake Calenhad, so I need a boat to cross. I tell him I'm a Grey Warden and need to speak to someone about getting help. Then the Templar says, "If you're a Grey Warden, name every Darkspawn." I tell him he's stupid, and then he takes me to the tower. Alright. Upon entering, the Templars are clearly in distress. I tell them about the treaties, and he says he can't help. The tower has been taken over by demons, so they lock the doors with the mages and some other Templars inside. And they're getting ready to use what's called the Right of Annulment. Basically, if shit hits the fan in the tower to a dire enough state, the Chantry can declare the Right of Annulment, basically giving them the leave to kill everything in the tower, including mages, whether innocent or not. It more or less allows them to just cleanse the whole area of possible Maleficar. I can't let that happen. Mages are a huge danger, but I won't just have innocent people killed for something they can't choose because a couple bad people decided to use it for evil. Knight Commander Gregor talks a big game of these abominations. It sounds almost like I'm not ready to be here yet, but I guess we'll just have to find out. He says once we go in, we can't come back out unless we get First Enchanter Irving, the Circle leader, to tell him so, if he's still alive. The Templars let me through, and I'm locked in. The Templar at the door believing I'm as good as dead. We go further into the tower and come across a group of mage survivors fighting a demon made of fire. One of the mages is actually Wynne. I never really mentioned Wynne before, but we actually met her in Ostagar as she helped try to defeat the Darkspawn with the king. I never mentioned her because she just spouted off the Chantry's theory of the Darkspawn, how they're at least loosely connected to the Fade. She asked me to help her save the Circle, which I already planned on doing. Morgan then preaches on about how we shouldn't help them because they chose to be imprisoned by the Templars, then scoffs at the idea that she could have been here if things were different. Morgan is just needlessly cruel here. Her character is genuinely interesting, but this is over the top. I feel like this is just a badly written piece of dialogue rather than a reflection of her actual character. I could see her disapproving of the choice, maybe, but actively trying to get the mages killed is ridiculous considering she herself is a mage. She may not be a typically empathetic character, but she can't be completely devoid of empathy, right? I decided to take Wynne with me since 2 mages and a Templar seem like the perfect team to fight demons. Also, she's a healer type mage, which is exactly what I was looking for, with a bunch of healing abilities and the specialization Spirit Healer, so hopefully I don't die from all the demons. Shortly after this, we encounter our first group of abominations. We kill all of them without anyone losing half health. Yeah, they're ridiculously easy for how much Gregor talked them up. We continue fighting dozens of abominations and a few demons and head upstairs. In the next room, we find Owain, another one of the Tranquil. He's attending to the stockroom. Weird, but okay. He says he knows the demons are here and he'd be absolutely obliterated by one if it found him, but couldn't leave, so he just went back to work. I kind of wonder how the demons didn't find him. Maybe their severed connection to the Fade causes the demons to not be able to see them? I don't know. Regardless, I feel horrible for the Tranquil. I mean, he knows his life is in danger, but I'm not even sure he can be afraid for his life. Anyway, he tells us about a mage named Njal. Apparently he's working to save the tower and took a relic called the Litany of Adrala, which protects against blood magic. This explains how so many demons got here, at least. Immediately after this, we encounter a group of blood mages. Before one of them dies, they try to plead for their life, saying she just wanted to be free from the Templars. She just got a dozen mages killed, if not hundreds, and only made the possibility of mage freedom that much harder to achieve. So I kill her. With that, we continue our rampage on demon kind and find a guy hiding in a closet. We tell him it's safe to head downstairs since there's other mages and all the other demons are dead, but he apparently just wants to go back inside. Later on, we somehow find the grimoire of Morgan's mother Flemeth, so I gave it to her, and she says she'll be studying it as soon as we get back to camp to find out more about Flemeth. Also, Lothering is just a skull on the map now. I don't know how I didn't notice that before, but yeah, they're dead. We enter a big old circular room and kill a bunch of demons. There's a Tranquil just standing there. She says I saved her from an uncomfortable experience, so I wonder if the demons were leeching off her life force. But I have another theory. Maybe when you kill the Tranquil inside the Fade, it doesn't just kill their emotions, but their soul. Demons only take interest in people with a soul, since they can use it for power and a way into the real world, so maybe that's why they have no interest in the Tranquil. This would make the act of tranquility so much darker, as there are quite literally just empty husks of a human only there to take orders from others, possibly even killing their chance at returning to the Maker's side, or whatever god is truly real in this world. Something to ponder, at least. Anyway, we go deeper into the tower, and, this desire demon has trapped this man's soul, making him see a world with a happy family so she can leech off his life force, claiming a family is what he truly wants. I tell her that this is enslavement, and she tells the Templar we're a bunch of bandits, so we're forced to slay the demon, and unfortunately the Templar. Then we come across a sloth demon. He casts a spell that puts us to sleep and traps our souls in the Fade. I wake up in Weishaupt Fortress, the headquarters of the Grey Wardens, where we find Duncan. He tells me that the Blight is over. Obviously, the Blight is still going on, and this is an illusion. I tell the demon to kick rocks and kill the fake Duncan. That whole scene there is just ridiculous. I mean, my character only knew Duncan for like a week or two, and yet the spirits of the Fade use him to try and trick me. It would have been so much better if they used Shiani or like my father, or even showed me my mother for the first time since she was clearly important to me when I was a child. It could have expanded my history as well as given the game a huge dose of replay value, as each origin would be different. Another thing I've been thinking about recently is how they could have expanded the replay value even more by having one companion in the party be someone from your origin story, as someone you meet along the way. For example, Jowen, the mage that poisoned Darl Eamon. He's said to be a good friend of the Warden if you choose to play as a mage. Imagine if you could recruit him into your party if you chose the mage origin, but only if you chose the mage origin, making it so if you wanted to experience all the companions, you had to play all the origins, adding immense replay value for something that I don't think would have taken a colossal amount of effort on the developer's part. I don't know, maybe the idea of a unique companion just sounds cool. Imagine if I got to run around with Shiani or Saurus and really got to know them as characters, not only attaching me to them, but even more to myself and my background, since they're someone from my past. Anyway, there's a portal here that opens up to a map with almost a dozen islands to teleport to. God damn, this is gonna be long. The first one we're allowed to go to takes us to an island with a mage on it. This is Niall, the mage that Owain mentioned that was looking for the Litany of Adralla. He tells me that the sloth demon exists at the center of the 5 islands, surrounding it acting as a barrier to the center with a powerful demon on each of them. He hasn't found a way to kill them or escape, so I guess it's up to me, like always. I go through a nearby portal and find someone screaming for help as he's being attacked by a demon. I kill it and it turns out to be a mouse. He's almost dead, so he tells me I need to kill the demon to destroy the barrier, but to do so, I need to go through doors only demons can see. Just before he dies, he transfers his power over to me, allowing me to shapeshift into a mouse. Hell yeah, fuck you Morgan, I can shapeshift as a non-mage. In combat, the mouse form allows me to sneak around unnoticed, which I never use, and it allows me to go into these holes that only it can crawl through, which I use a lot. I continue on, killing even more demons, and I update Njal on my progress. Then I go to a new island. This one almost looks like a palace of sorts, overrun by the Darkspawn. I cleave my way through them, navigating this alien realm, and eventually coming across the spirit of a Templar. I save him, and he gives me a new form to turn into. My new form allows me to turn into a demon. I pretty much never use this spirit in any form of combat, but it allows me to go through these doors the mouse spoke of, as well as let me interact with these weird glowing figures. They give me an extra attribute point that stays with me permanently, with the attribute it gives depending on the structure. There are a total of 21 of them scattered and hidden around throughout the Fade. This is the same as 7 levels worth of attribute points, making it vital that I explore this place as much as I can. I'm not sure if I got them all, but I got most, giving me a massive boost to my stats. Anyways, there's not much more I can do here since there's a bunch of fire blocking my path forward, so I go to a new island. This one is a chunk of the Circle Tower, with portals that lead me to random places, and demons littering the area. Eventually I do navigate my way through, but there's more fire and a large door that I can't open, so it seems like I need to go somewhere else. The next one I find myself on is also of the tower, but this time with a bunch of mages that attack me on sight. Oddly enough, they also attack each other after some dialogue plays, so I usually just stay outside the room until, one was left. I work my way through and again find myself blocked by fire, so I guess I gotta go to the last location. If you can't tell, this is extremely repetitive to play through. Your first time through, it's kind of fun, but on repeat playthroughs, it's just irritating. The last island is also of the tower, and it has me fighting a ton of Templars. Once again, working my way through, I find another Templar spirit. Just as the last one did, he gives me another form. This one is of a burning man. It allows me to pass over all the walls of fire throughout the level. I rarely used him in combat, but I did use him when fighting an enemy that exclusively dealt fire damage since I was immune to it. I find myself once again in need of another form, as the way to progress is blocked by another one of those really large doors, so I retrace my steps so I can utilize my Fireboy. Heading back to Mage Island, I can now get through the fire, where I immediately encounter a bunch of fire demons. I just use my Burning Man form and they can't hurt me. I work my way through, killing a bunch of mages, when I encounter the last trapped soul. This time it's a mage being attacked by golems, so I help him kill the golems, and he grants me my last form, ironically, a golem. This allows me to smash through those big doors. I used it almost exclusively in combat. It had a lot of health and resistance, and several really useful attacks. Working my way through Mage Island one last time has me finding the demon that guards it. I kill him, and it degrades the sloth barrier. Just have to do that 3 more times, I guess. I go back to Templar Island and kill the demon there. Afterwards, a new island is opened up to me, a nightmare. This is where Wynn is. She's trapped in the same way I was, but her vision is of a bunch of dead mages surrounding her, with her blaming herself for it. Then me. I snap her out of it and she starts to understand what's going on. Just as this happens, one of the dead bodies shoots up and begs her to stay. She then recognizes it's a demon, so we fight it off. After defeating them, Wynn just disappears. Alright. I go to kill the demon on Demon Island and have access to my next companion nightmare. This one is Morrigan's. She just immediately isn't having any of this demon's shit.
With you, I shall have no more of your pestering.
I am your mother. Do you not love me?
You are as much my mother as my little finger right here is the Queen of Ferelden. I know you, Fade Spirit. You cannot fool me.
Are you more clever than your own dear mother? Surely such pride must be punished. There! That is for not showing respect.
That is far more like it, but it is too little too late, Spirit. 'Tis you at last. Come and rid me of this vexatious spirit. I weary of being prodded.
Anyway, we kill the demon and Morrigan also just disappears, so I go back to the Darkspawn Island and kill the last demon guarding Sloth. Before heading to kill Sloth, I go to Alistair's nightmare. His is of Guldana, although this version of her isn't a raging bitch. He's happy with this fake family, but I can't have him stay in this fake world, so I snap him out of it, and again, the demons attack.
Yes, well, try not to tell everyone how easily fooled I was. Are we going now? Wait, where are you going? What's happening to me? Hey!
Finally, we go to confront Sloth. Sloth says to bug off, then all my companions just poof into existence. Sloth tries to guilt-trip me into staying, but he's a demon, so I kill him. This boss fight was actually pretty cool. He takes the shape of all the demons we just killed, but at a higher level, with no breaks between phases. It's honestly quite fun and has me switching between my various forms to defeat him. With Sloth dead, we can now escape the Fade, but before we do, Njal talks to us. He tells us his body is probably completely decayed, as his body was still in the real world being fed on by Sloth to increase its power while he was in the Fade. He tells me to take the Litany of Adralla off his dead body like 4 times, and then with that, we're out of the Fade. Good god, that was an ordeal. I remember the first time I played Dragon Age Origins that the Fade sequence was actually quite fun. There were some unique puzzles, shape-shifting, discovering secrets, learning about the lore of the Fade and demons, and overall just made the Mage Tower a really unique section of the game to play. On repeat playthroughs, however, it's just a chore. You're almost forced to explore sections of a game that you already have for the sake of those attribute point shrines. It's an absolute slog to get back to the demons that guard Sloth, and overall, the Fade sequence took me about an hour and a half to beat, despite the fact that I knew what I was doing for the most part from prior experience. It's easily the weakest part of the base game, and if it wasn't for those attribute point shrines, I would probably just download a mod that skips the whole thing on subsequent playthroughs. Anyway, with Sloth dead, we pick up the Litany of Adralla and continue on up the tower. Also, my shapeshifting ability is gone now. I was looking forward to being a golem for the rest of my playthrough, but whatever, I guess. For some reason, we fight a bunch of dragonlings on our way to the first enchanter. I'm not really sure why they're here or how they got here, but whatever. We come across a Templar trapped in a magic barrier. This is Cullen. When we first talk to him, he seems to think we're some sort of hallucination sent to trick him. He snaps out of it and he tells me the rest of the Templars are dead, all turned into abominations. He says at one point he was actually sympathetic to the mages, but after all this trauma and death, he wants me to kill them. All of them. Saying compassion isn't worth the risk of corruption. We tell Cullen we'll save as many innocent mages as possible as we make our way to the mage who started it all, Uldred. But first, I outfit Alistair in some Fallout power armor. Seriously, the massive armor in this game is ridiculously big.
Do you accept the gift that I offer?
Good God, man. That's not horrifying. I tell Aldred he's gonna die and he transforms into a giant pride demon. I just stab him in the back a bunch, using the litany to keep him from turning other mages into abominations. Once he's dead, I talk to First Enchanter Irving, who somehow survived. We take him to Knight Commander Gregor, where Cullen tries to convince Gregor to purge the mages, but he doesn't listen to him since Irving assures him everything's fine. With that, we have the support of the mages to fight the Darkspawn. Also, Wynne asks to come with me to help me on my journey, which Irving accepts, so I guess she's coming now too. I could use a healer, so yeah. I head back to camp and Morgan pulls me aside. She tells me she read Flemeth's grimoire and found out that she survived for so long by raising a daughter, then taking her body once she becomes too old. She let Morgan come with us because it's far easier when the body she takes is already proficient in magic. Morgan says we need to kill her mom so she can be safe, but I can't take her with me since Flemeth might just take her body when we go. It's kind of weird to have a person tell me to kill their mother without even a hint of sadness, but given who Morgan is, how she was raised, and the extremely dark circumstances, it makes sense. She also asks me to recover Flemeth's real grimoire so she can defend herself from Flemeth's power in the future. I'm just gonna wait to do this quest. If Flemeth is as powerful as they say she is, I'm probably gonna need to level up a bit more. Also, there's a new person in the camp, an ambassador for the mages. All they really do is ask for runes to increase the mages' power. I think this does actually make them more powerful in the final battle, but I've never tested it. It does, however, let me convert my unused runes into XP instead of gold, so I may as well since I can get gold everywhere. Each faction you help will send an ambassador and ask for their own supplies. Wynne tells me she's old. Unbelievable, I know. All this business with the abominations has caused her to wonder if the person that becomes one can be saved. I think a lot of them can't, at least once their physical bodies change, but we did save Connor and Redcliffe, so to some degree there has to be a point where an abomination becomes irreversible. She talks to me about being a Grey Warden, what it means to me. I tell her it's about killing Darkspawn, and she says it's about selflessness. She tells me my being a Warden is to protect and serve others, not for others to serve me, and that to do the opposite is to be a tyrant. I mean, I already do everything I can to help others, as Morgan often points out, so kinda already knew that. Wynne began her time at the Circle hating the system. There were so many rules, and the act of casting spells took near perfection to cast correctly, but she eventually began to find happiness in it. The companionship of other mages and the perfection of her craft gave her an experience she grew to enjoy. Before she got to the Circle, she discovered her powers by setting a boy's hair on fire when he was bullying her. He lived, but the family locked her in the barn for days while the other children threw rocks at her. Damn, everyone in my party was just abused as a child. Yeah, Wynne is extremely preachy. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate her character. She's taking up that sort of mentor role, despite the fact that we're a third of the way through the game. But she always has this self-righteous tone to her when she speaks to you, like she's the wisest one in the room and we should always take her advice. Other than that, her character is pretty unremarkable. Old woman, dedicated circle mage, nothing all that unique. Anyways, Sten tells us a little more about the Qunari in the sense that they abuse the hell out of their mages. They apparently just cut out their tongues. As he says it, they compare mages to bees, that a bee sting is a surprise, but you're just as surprised when a bee minds its own business. It's a very interesting analogy, and kind of true in a sense. I imagine if you weren't as powerful as the Warden, you'd have a completely different perspective on a person who could just turn you to ash by doing a TikTok dance. As I leave camp, I get another cutscene of Loghain. Queen Anora, Kaelin's wife, questions Loghain of his plans to fight the Darkspawn. Loghain brushes them off until Anora mentions Kaelin asking the Orlesians for help, at which point he yells about how they don't need them. Anora asks if Loghain killed Kaelin. He says Kaelin got himself killed. Knowing the truth, Anora leaves the room, furious. Loghain's hatred of the Orlesians clearly has him blind to rational thinking. He's spending too many resources fighting me and the other nobles who don't support him, and in the end, he won't have enough manpower to defeat the Darkspawn. Once that's over, I'm ambushed by more assassins. These ones are quite hard to take down, but we manage. We take the leader down and question him. Apparently they were hired by Marjolaine to kill Leliana. Leliana lets the assassin go, and we hatch a plan to pay her old friend a visit. Good. I was looking forward to killing her after torturing Leliana. With that, we're off to Denerim. Walking into Marjolaine's house, we're immediately attacked by two Qunari in full plate. Didn't think she'd just have two armed guards outside her room, but whatever. Marjolaine tries to tell us that Leliana wasn't meant to be killed by the assassins, saying Leliana could easily kill them. Instead, they were meant to lead her to Marjolaine. Apparently Marjolaine's been watching Leliana for years now. She suspected the Chantry life was just a cover so Leliana could strike at Marjolaine when she least expected. Leliana is baffled that Marjolaine was so paranoid over her. Then Marjolaine tries to get me to turn on Leliana by saying she's just using me. Yeah, I'm not buying it. I trust Leliana, and Marjolaine is clearly a bad person, so I kill her. Said Marjolaine like 5 times in the last 30 seconds. With Marjolaine dead, I head to the local tavern as I got a letter saying to meet someone here. Turns out it was the Crows. They're looking to hire me. Saying I'd just be a tool for them though, I decline. I probably should have just killed him to protect Zevran, but whatever. I don't know why they didn't just try to kill me again. Probably because Loghain already paid for an assassin and they don't want to waste more resources than they have to. After that, I returned to that Blood Mage house from like an hour ago in the video. They're way easier to kill this time. Sten starts to get antsy and questions me on my plan to kill the Archdemon. Then he says he's not impressed by me. Somehow I got approval for that conversation. Leliana questions her past choices and her current self. She's worried she's starting to turn into Marjolaine since she enjoyed killing her. This is the point where you can harden Leliana, turning her from the chantry life she's come to appreciate and reverting her back into her bardic, almost assassin ways. Of course, I reassure her, telling her that evil doesn't worry about not being good. A man named Levi Dryden approaches me at camp. Apparently Duncan promised to help him retake a stronghold called Soldier's Peak. This would help the Wardens with a new base, but it would also help Levi. One of his ancestors, Sophia Dryden, was the Warden commander a long time ago, and the Dryden family is still proud of her to this day. Her reputation was soiled long ago, however, and Levi wants to reveal the truth and clear her name. Hell yeah, my own castle? Let's do it. We get there and the castle is huge. I'm actually pretty excited to get my own fortress. Approaching the gates, we get a vision of the king's soldiers besieging the stronghold. The veil is thin around the peak, allowing us to see into the past, so something is clearly wrong here. Then the game confirms my suspicions 3 seconds later by spawning a bunch of skeletons. Once they're eliminated, we enter Soldier's Peak and get a vision of Sophia Dryden giving a speech to the Wardens as the king's men try to break down the door. Levi is astonished at her courage to have hope with the odds so stacked against her. We fight our way through the castle, killing the normal demons and skeletons. Another vision comes informing us about a rebellion against the king. I'm not sure what it's about yet, but the Grey Wardens are supposed to stay neutral when it comes to politics. Another vision shows Sophia and the rest of the Grey Wardens fighting hard to repel the king's men. She yells back to a mage, Avernus, to fight harder, at which point he summons a demon. They make quick work of the soldiers, but then they turn on the Wardens. Apparently he summoned so many he ripped a hole in the veil. While the Chantry don't like it, the Wardens use any advantage they can get their hands on, so blood magic and summoning demons, while desperate, isn't terribly surprising. It does, however, really make Levi wonder if his grandmother was the person he thought she was. We actually find Sophia Dryden, or her body at least, being possessed by a demon. It tries to make a deal with me. The demon tells me there's no part of the real Sophia Dryden left in there, so I kill it. With that, we continue up the castle. Finding Avernus's journal, we find out he was performing experiments on the rest of the Wardens, specifically with their blood. This guy was just despicable. I also found some concoction he made. I'm just gonna leave the demon juice alone for now until I learn a bit more about it and Avernus. We walk in the next room and actually find Avernus alive. His robes look pretty cool at least. He says he's spent the last 100 years fighting the demons and keeping the veil from tearing open even wider than it has, doing these experiments to get any advantage he can against the demons. He's lived for so long through the use of blood magic, probably using other people's life force to give to himself. Avernus also tells me that his experiments were to unlock a power within the taint of the Grey Warden's blood, to make it so he can give all Wardens an edge against the Darkspawn. I kinda have to team up with this guy to kill the demons, so yeah. I want to give the potion he made more thought before I commit to drinking it as well. We go back to the summoning circle to close the tear in the veil, and yeah, this isn't supposed to happen. So I reload and try again, but the same thing happens. Avernus is supposed to do some sort of ritual, and you need to defend him in order for him to close all the summoning circles. You remember that big fix pack I mentioned? Yeah, that's only for the base game. It doesn't affect any DLC specific bugs like this one. I tried restarting the game, freezing Avernus, different dialogue choices, and nothing was working, so I looked it up. The solution is really weird but surprisingly simple. All you have to do is start running to the other side of the room once he finishes his dialogue. I have no idea why this works, but at least I don't need to restart or download more mods. We kill a bunch of demons while Avernus does his thing, and afterwards I give him his punishment. Honestly, his goals are good. Trying to make the Wardens more powerful to make them more effective against the Darkspawn is a worthy goal. I tell him to continue his research, but using ethical practices. If he doesn't find anything, at least he tries, and if he does, the Wardens become more powerful. Plus, if he goes back on his word, I can just come back and kill him. With that, Levi is torn up about the fact that his grandmother did some pretty despicable acts, so I tell him to be the one to redeem his family. Then he says he'll stay here to trade. I think that sounds like a pretty great idea. A personal merchant force inside my base of operations? Yeah, why not? Plus I get a discount. Oh, right. This is where I get to say the bad news about the Warden's Keep DLC. That's more or less the end of it. You don't get a customizable base or anything like that, it's just where you can trade with Levi and his family. It's a really disappointing end to the quest. You could have allowed people to set up different decorations, maybe customize the color of the keep itself, something to give it some flavor and make it feel like your base, but there's nothing. Oh well. I go back to the lab and drink the concoction. I may as well give myself more power. I can't untorture the people who died for it, so. Apparently it was super painful to drink, probably because the vial itself is like the entire size of my torso. The power it grants is different for every class. As a rogue, I get access to an ability that lets me move quicker while in stealth and gives me a better chance to dodge attacks. I don't use stealth, so I don't really care about that one, but more dodge is exactly what I'm building my character around, so that's cool. It also gives me an ability that allows me to coat my blades in some of my own blood to poison people with the Darkspawn taint at the cost of continuous health loss. I can see how someone like an assassin would value this, but I'm pretty much trying to make an evasion tank, so it doesn't do much for me. Also, I looked at a statue, a book, some strawberry jam, and a dead body in Avernus's lab, and somehow it led me to a hidden chest that just fell out of the wall. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to explain any of that, but yeah. Oh, also, you remember that star metal I mentioned? Yeah, that's from this DLC. It allows me to craft a new weapon, but only a longsword or greatsword. I could use longswords as a rogue, but it's a very heavy strength requirement, meaning I'd have to sacrifice a lot of damage or defense for the sake of having a longsword, and it slows my attack speed by a lot. So I just stick to my daggers and give the longsword to Alistair. I don't know why the developers didn't give you the option to make the star metal into a dagger or two, but whatever. With that, we start our journey into the Brazilian forest to recruit the Dalish elves. We've heard a little about the Dalish so far. They're basically wandering nomads, clinging to the history and traditions of the ancient elves. They roam in clans, separated from human societies after a millennia of slavery. We immediately get stopped by one of them while we're walking down a path. I tell them I'm a Grey Warden, and they let us go speak to their keeper. A Dalish keeper acts as both their leader and historian, being the ones to remember and pass down stories of the past. As far as I know, they're traditionally mages, as I don't think I've ever found a hunter turned keeper in Dragon Age, nor a keeper's first. Yeah, these are definitely like the standard elves in most stories. They love nature, randomly speak elven words in an otherwise common tongue sentence, and practice a lot of archery, although at least these elves have some cool face tattoos like me. I guess Alistair didn't get the whole camouflage memo. Anyways, the keeper introduces himself as Zathrian. He tells me he wishes the clan could have moved on by now, or that he could help us against the Blight, but they're unable to because werewolves. I didn't think they'd pull out another standard fantasy trope after demons, zombies, and dragons. I mean, at least the demons aren't from hell, but there's still a whole lot of cliché enemies at this point. I swear, if they bring vampires into this, somebody's gonna have to get a creative writing class from me. And I've never even written a story. Anyways, he tells us that once someone gets bitten by the werewolves, they become cursed and eventually turn into one, meaning they have to put them out of their misery before they cause anyone else harm. He says they're supposed to be beasts, no smarter than a wolf with rabies, yet they manage to ambush the clan. The curse started with a wolf he calls Witherfang. We have to find and kill the wolf, then bring back the heart to Zathrian. Apparently I need to help with this because he already sent a team into the woods a week ago and they haven't returned. Great. But before that, it's side quest time. There's a man whose wife is a hunter and he wants me to look for her. The shopkeeper asks for a material called iron bark that is harder and lighter than steel, and there's a sick Hala. Hala are these white, deer-like mounts the Dalish use, although they consider them more companions rather than servants. One Hala is acting strange, but I don't have enough survival skill to comfort it. Guess I'll have to come back after a couple levels. Oh yeah, then there's these two. So there's this guy, Kamen, right? He's in love with a girl named Gaina, but she won't get with him. Basically, he hasn't killed anything yet, but you need to in order to become a true Dalish hunter, and he's not allowed outside the camp because of the werewolves. Kamen wants me to convince Gaina to date him despite that. This quest is just awful. I don't know how old these characters are, but they're acting like teenagers in high school. Gaina's like, I won't go to the prom with you because you hang out with the nerds, while Kamen's like, my life is over because she won't love me. The whole quest is just shallow. Just because Kamen's not a hunter yet doesn't mean he won't become one, and just because the werewolves are a problem now doesn't mean they will be for the rest of your life, so you'll probably get the opportunity to kill a beast again at some point. The worst part is, Gaina actually does like him back. She just refuses to bond with him because he's been an apprentice hunter for a while. It's all just shallow, like the whole plotline makes no sense, but I play along because why not? I tell Gaina to stop stressing the guy out and he'll probably finally get a kill.
Kamen, I have been a fool.
Gaina? What do you mean? Have you changed your mind?
I have. The outsider has helped me to see that I was wrong. I have made you miserable, and I should not have.
But what about my hunt?
I don't care about that. I know you will pass your hunt in time, and we will be happy. Us and our children.
Thank you, Gaina. You've made me a happy man. I feel blessed by the gods today. We are both very grateful for the part you've played in bringing us together.
How marvelous you are. I am so happy.
It's like watching Totally Studios. Yeah, now this is armor. It's literally the same thing I had on before, but a crop top. With that done, we go to speak to the bard of the clan so we can hear some stories. The first minute of conversation goes exactly like this.
Do you really think we need an outsider for help? What? The elves can't solve their own problems because we're so weak.
Bro, I'm an elf. Why are you being such an ass?
Oh damn, my bad.
Anyways, he tells us how elves were once slaves to the Tevinter Imperium, where their history and culture were destroyed, until Andraste raised an army and attacked the Imperium. Andraste won and gave the elves a homeland that they refer to as the Dales. There, they worshipped their own gods and developed a new culture. The Chantry didn't like the fact that they didn't worship Andraste, despite the fact that Andraste gave the elves that land to be free people, so many humans began to grow resentful of the elves. Well, eventually the Chantry led what's called an Exalted March, and killed anyone that didn't want to worship Andraste and the Maker, and outlawed the worship of elven gods. From that point on, elves either had to live as the Dalish or in the alienages that we have now. He then tells us that the Brazilian forest is now a dangerous land. Many battles happened here. So much death in one concentrated area has caused the veil to be worn thin. Now spirits possess anything they can get their hands on, as well as contorting the forest itself. I don't plan on angering the spirits of the forest, so hopefully I'll be okay. As we enter the forest, we're attacked by werewolves. They aren't that dangerous, but that's to be expected at this point when a character tells me they are. Another werewolf runs up to me, but doesn't attack this time. This one is special because he's tan and has paint on him. He does talk to me, however. They seem to hate the Dalish specifically for some reason. When I try to talk things out, he says he doesn't want to fight me, but they can't trust me. I continue deeper into the forest and find an injured hunter. He passed out, so I take him back to the clan as fast as I can. I'd rather he gets back alive than interrogate him. I find it funny that you have the option to just straight up kill him while he's unconscious. There's literally no reason to do so at this stage except for roleplay reasons. Just a neat option, BioWare included. Anyway, we fight some Darkspawn that just happen to be here. Then we fight some hostile trees called Sylvans, basically treants. They're unique to fight and look at. Easy, but neat. We find one that looks particularly ancient called the Grand Oak that actually speaks.
Allow me a moment to welcome thee. I am called the Grand Oak, sometimes the Elder Tree.
Yeah, this guy only communicates in Dr. Seuss. He wants us to go find an acorn that was stolen off him while he slept. I mean, alright. We all gotta have our priorities, right? We find a tent and campfire just sitting there in the woods. Upon further investigation, we start to feel this overwhelming pull toward the camp, like it's trying to force us to stay. I immediately try to book it out of there, but it draws us all back and we pass out. Luckily, Morgan is a badass and wakes up just in time to fight a demon. It set up the camp as an illusion to lure people in and kill them, evident by the whole pile of skeletons on the ground and a lack of a camp all of a sudden. Morgan kills the demon and we all wake up. Somehow, I'm coughing up blood. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that one either. Also, the Grand Oak is literally 50 feet away.
Thanks for the warning, you dick.
Deeper into the forest, I find a werewolf kneeling on the ground. It's the wife of that guy in the camp that asked for me to look for her. She's just recently turned.
Oh, the pain! The curse is fire in my blood. Please, hand it for me. Hand it quickly.
God damn. Good job on that voice acting. I mean, I know I keep commenting on people's voice acting, but I can't help it. I fucking love this shit. She asked me to deliver her scarf to her husband and tell him she's dead, then asked me to kill her. I'm not just gonna let her suffer like that, so I put her out of her misery. There's a random hermit living in the woods. I don't talk to him, I just immediately look in his stump he calls his home. Zevran sticks his hand in there, telling me it's trapped and grabbing the acorn stolen from the Grand Oak. Then the hermit attacks me. I mean, he did steal from a tree, so I feel justified in what I did. There's this giant cloud of smoke in the middle of the path. When I try to enter it, it just spits us back out. Guess I gotta go do something else first, because that's the only way left to go. Either Morgan grew when I wasn't looking, or she's an Amazonian. I return the Grand Oak his acorn, and he gives me a stick that he says will let me through the forest. I don't really know why he wanted his acorn back if he was just gonna tear off his arm for me to keep, but whatever. Pushing through the smoke has me encountering the Tan Wolf again. He says we're breaking into his home and that he'll defend Witherfang to the end. I guess they treat Witherfang like a sort of leader. Then I get attacked by a white wolf with tree armor. I genuinely don't know what's happening anymore. I think it's Witherfang, but I don't know. Regardless, I don't listen to their warnings. Somehow the werewolves don't expect that move because they're just standing outside and sound the howl when I approach. Also, this is where I found out that attack speed buffs in this game are broken. Literally. I finally managed to give my mage the spell Haste. It's a sustained spell, meaning I just turn it on and forget it in exchange for a chunk of her mana being taken. The spell just increases all party members' attack speed and movement speed. Seems great, right? Especially when I combine it with Momentum, which should have me going at flash level speeds, but you'd be wrong. For some reason, the developers clocked the attack speed buff to max out at 50%. Both of these abilities should have me at over the maximum, meaning I should just be attacking at 50%, but this doesn't happen. Instead, there's a bug that makes it so when you have over 50%, it just resets, meaning when I turn on haste while I have momentum on, it actually just makes me attack slower. I have no idea how nobody caught this before release, but it's not fixed with my bug fixing mod, and the only other ones I could find modify the game too much for me to want to use them. It's a shame because now I can't use one of the best spells in the game because the AI doesn't know how to ration mana, and if they run out, the ability turns off, meaning I'd have to juggle my momentum ability in combat. This leads to a question for you guys. In the future, when I make another one of these videos, what is your opinion on modding these games for the sake of a look back as a series, with graphical mods to make the game prettier, quality of life mods, and other small tweaks to make the game a bit more bearable to revisit? On one hand, it could harm the idea of taking a look back at a game, but on the other hand, it could make for a more pleasant experience for both you and me. Anyways, the werewolves live in a large underground temple along with giant spiders and a dragon. Not really sure what it's doing down here, but it has some mighty fine treasure, so don't mind if I do. On the way, we encounter more skeletons, because this is clearly an old Nordic rune. Then we find a ghost in the form of a little boy crying for his mother. He's speaking ancient Elven, so I don't understand him, but I can only assume what mame means. Going after the boy, we find a room with a well and an altar in it. It requires us to do some ritual, so we do it and the door opens. At the center of the room stands a female ghost, also speaking pointy ear. I tell her I don't understand, and she punishes my ignorance by committing self-die. Deeper into the rune, we find a vial of blood with a gem inside. The gem holds the spirit of an ancient elven mage, the last of what were called arcane warriors, mages that use their skill and magic to wield heavy weapons and armor. It's been stuck inside this gem for who knows how long and wishes nothing but death, telling me if I kill it, it'll teach me the ways of the arcane warrior. Of course, I agree. I find it hilarious that once it teaches you, it asks if you will keep your promise, and you can literally just say nah and throw it to the side. We fight a demon, I become a bard, and we finally find ourselves in the den of the wolves. They attack me, of course, until they don't. One of them actually speaks to me, saying they want to talk now. You really want to talk now? After I've killed half of your pack. Okay. He speaks of the lady. I don't know exactly what the lady is, but screw it. Let's talk. Also, the tan one's name is Swiftrunner. They only just now tell me this. I mean, the game shows me it on his character when I hover over him, but that doesn't count. They didn't tell me in dialogue. As I enter the den, the werewolves just stand there growling and clawing at me for a solid minute. Then this naked green woman with tree covering her coochie and hair tastefully censoring her boobs. She says her name is the Lady of the Forest, and actually speaks in a calm demeanor. She's clearly some form of spirit. The werewolves worship her like a god or a prophet. I'm told Zathrian, the Dalish keeper, is the one who started the curse. Basically, centuries ago, his son and daughter were captured by a group of humans. They tortured and killed the son and played Monopoly with the daughter, and then left her for dead. Once she found out she was pregnant, she killed herself. After that, Zathrian came to the ruin we're in now. He summoned a spirit and binded it to a wolf, which created Witherfang, who hunted down the humans, which either died or became werewolves, meaning these werewolves are mostly descendants of those humans who killed Zathrian's children. He more or less avoided and ignored the werewolves for as long as he could until the werewolves attacked the Dalish, forcing him to end the curse or kill his clan. I don't know why Zathrian would ever bring his clan even remotely near this area after that, but that's up to him, I don't know, whatever. The lady asks me to bring Zathrian here to end the curse. Yeah, I'm definitely not siding with Zathrian here. If I had to kill one or the other, that would be a difficult decision, as these werewolves don't deserve to die for trying to free themselves from something they didn't deserve, but the Dalish don't deserve to die for being in Zathrian's clan when they know none of this. Luckily, peace seems to be an option, so I'm going with that. I honestly kind of wish peace wasn't an option here. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like going for the more benevolent solution most of the time, the most diplomatic solution if possible. But I think it'd be a much more important question if they asked whether you wanted to save the elves or the werewolves. Because ultimately, I don't think either side should be the ones to die. But it would be an important question to ask. Zathrian himself is despicable, and I would 100% kill him. But which clan should be left standing is a much more difficult answer. Ultimately, having a peaceful solution here I think more weakens the experience, since 99% of players are going to invest in the coercion skill, meaning that they're going to be able to find this peaceful solution no matter what. It's kind of disappointing. Anyways, as I go to leave, the lady gives me one last note, saying she has the power to summon Witherfang, but also the power to keep him hidden, so if Zathrian wants to cure his people, he has to come and talk to her at least. I go back, ready to return to the Dalish, when I find Zathrian just standing in the middle of the temple. Didn't you say you were really busy today, trying to rush me into the forest and everything? Why are you here already? Anyways, he reveals that he knew about the ruin and the lady, and that she is Witherfang. Yeah, that makes sense. Zathrian holds a grudge against the wolves for what they did. I convince him to talk to them, but he's clearly already made up his mind to kill them. As expected, he's completely unwilling to help them. The lady tells me that his hate isn't the only reason he doesn't want to lift the curse, however. It's also because his life is attached to it. So long as the curse exists, so does he, and he's convinced his people he's just discovered the key to their ancient immortality. Zathrian demands I help him fight the wolves or let him do it. His reasons for keeping them in pain are entirely selfish. Maybe once those people deserved the curse, but none of them are alive anymore, so I'm gonna free them. I'll help the wolves by attacking Zathrian, but if they take it any further, I will defend the Dalish. Turns out that White Wolf was indeed Witherfang as she transforms back into it. Zathrian paralyzes all the wolves and summons a bunch of enemies. I just kinda stand behind him and stab him a bunch. He doesn't even try to attack me. After a dozen holes are put in his back, he relents. Me and the lady convince him to end the curse and he finally accepts. This just proves that to convince someone you're right, you just gotta stab him.
You shame me, Spirit. I am an old man. Alive long past his time.
Then you will do it? You will end the curse?
Yes, I think it is time. Let us put an end to it.
That was a pretty heartfelt scene, to be honest. Returning to the Dalish clan has me talking to Zathrian's first. She's now become the keeper of the clan, more or less. Somehow she felt Zathrian die. I'm not really sure how, but she promised to help me fight the Blight, so I guess it doesn't matter. I return to the Hala and calm it. Apparently she's a simp who is afraid for her mate who got sick. I tell the man about his wife's fate and he understandably is upset. I give the trader the iron bark and he offers me a bow or some armor. The only archer I have is Leliana and her bow is probably better than anything he has, so I take the armor, which is made out of silverite and not iron bark.
Lying bastard.
Returning to my camp, I catch up with my companions. Wynne lectures me on the selflessness of being a Grey Warden again. I know it sounds like I'm being harsh on Wynne, but she really hasn't said anything interesting that shows her character besides this at this point. I'm not even trying to hate her, but I mean, she tells me a made-up story about the Grey Warden saving the land from the Darkspawn, allowing the kingdom to take no casualties. A story that represents no true battle, but all of them at the same time, as she says. And she won't even tell me about the goddamn griffins the Wardens used to ride. The audacity of this woman. She does, however, try to console me. I tell her that sometimes I wish I could just go back to my old life, before I had to fight the Darkspawn, and she tells me that you can find happiness through self-sacrifice. Being happy that other people are happy. I mean, Honestly, in this specific situation, I have to disagree with her. Don't get me wrong, it's important to take others' consideration into account, and you should be happy when you do something that makes others happy. But in this context, I've completely dedicated my life to other people's happiness. It's not healthy to never take yourself into account. A little bit of selfishness is good from time to time. It's one of the bigger reasons that I enjoy the romances in these games so much, because I spend so long trying to help everyone else out, but I want my character in the end to be happy as well. Anyways, I go over to Leliana. She says that the situation with the elves reminds her of a song, one she heard from an elf when her mom died. Then she just starts singing. Yeah, this goes on for a whole 2.5 minutes. We talk about what happened between her and Marjolaine, and she's come to appreciate where life has led her, how she's found people she cares about despite the hard times. Leliana's really come to grow on me over the course of this adventure. She's an eternal optimist, and I love it. You know, besides the whole crisis she had earlier. Then she tells me she wants to travel once all this is over. I wouldn't mind that, so I offer to go with her. Zevran asks what I plan on doing with him when all this is over. I just kinda figured he'd leave after the Blight, or would stay because we're friends. Zevran tells me about his second ever mission as well, where he was sent to assassinate a mage. Well, during that mission, he got to her and she begged for him not to kill her. They ended up banging, and she managed to convince Zevran to speak to the crows on her behalf, and was planning on disappearing. But she fell from the carriage and broke her neck. Also, apparently his mother was Dalish, and worked as a prostitute before dying while giving birth to Zevran. This guy is ridiculously cheery for having such a bad childhood. Back to Denerim, because I wanted to make enough health potions to resurrect someone. On the way, we get ambushed by Darkspawn. All is well until Wynne just dies. Alright, she doesn't die, but she does just pass out while we're walking. She says she thought everything was over, so I guess I'll have to go back to camp and talk to her about it, because I really don't know what that means. Anyways, it's time for another DLC adventure. We make our way over to Salter's Pass, where a merchant just gives me a golem control rod. No, seriously, he just hands it over to me. The catch is that the golem is surrounded by Darkspawn in a village to the south called Honleith. We travel south and, yep, low-level Darkspawn. Clearing them out is easy enough. We find the golem, who stands about 4 feet too short to be a normal golem, and use the activation phrase. It doesn't work. Great. Exploring the village has us coming across a house with a bunch of villagers and a mage who's probably an apostate protecting themselves with a force field. This is the son of the mage who owned the golem before. The golem's name is Shale, and at one point the guy's mother found the mage dead on the ground with his bones turned to dust while the golem stood over him. Since then, it just hasn't moved. The mage's wife then sold the control rod with the wrong passphrase, so nobody could ever reactivate it. Can't wait for this one to be mine. This guy says he'll give me the real passphrase if I go save his daughter from his father's lab, which has some traps hidden inside. Not really sure how his daughter got past them then, but whatever. Inside, the traps he mentioned are demons, because of course it is. We get to the child and she says, "We're playing a guessing game," but it's just her and a cat, and apparently the cat finds me distracting. Right. Yeah, I always knew cats were demons. The demon has control of a little girl and says it'll kill her unless I release it. I agree because I'm not killing the child and have to complete one of these, moving tile puzzles.
Who designs a security system like this?
With the puzzle complete and the demon free to go, I tell it to get bent so the girl can run away and I can kill it. Once it's dead, I return to the father and he gives me the real activation phrase. I reactivate Shale and,
I knew that the day would come when someone would find the control rod.
Shale's been stuck here for a couple decades and holds a lot of contempt for the villagers since they got so used to Shale they just started to treat it like a decoration, and also birds. Yeah, I feel like being paralyzed for decades would make you start to hate creatures that treat you like a bathroom, especially since the villagers would just spread seeds around so they could perch on Shale. Also, apparently the control rod doesn't work anymore, so it's not compelled to follow my command. It's nice that Shale has free will now, but on the other hand, there's a golem running around with free will. Luckily for me, Shale doesn't really know what to do with its free will, so I get to guide it in the way of freedom by having it as my personal golem. Along the way, I've been finding these strange crystals. They take the form of some kind of element, like fire, ice, and lightning, with differing levels of value depending on the state of the crystal. The weird part is that there are small and large crystals that are in the weapons and armor category of my inventory. Turns out these are for Shale. I can attach them to it to augment its attacks and defenses with differing bonuses depending on how good the crystal is and what type of element it is. I already have some good ones, so I equip Shale and now it's a lovely beacon of light. With that, I go back to camp to talk to it, but first I need to figure out why Wynne just died. She says back at the tower she saved another mage from a demon, but ended up dying in the process. As she felt her heart stop and senses fail, a spirit from the Fade approached her and gave her life again. Apparently this spirit is one that's watched Wynne for a long time, and it's always made itself known whenever Wynne visited the Fade. She thinks it's a spirit of faith, which to this point has never been seen before. This is the first I'm even hearing of a benevolent spirit of the Fade because they don't really much care for mortals. Demons want mortals because their soul and suffering gives them power and probably pleasure to a degree. But the good spirits gain nothing from interacting with mortals, so they tend to leave them alone. The spirit inside Wynne is also what's keeping her alive now, so once it decides it's done with her, Wynne will just flop over dead. This is why Wynne thought she had died back on the trail, because quite literally any moment could be her last. This makes Wynne way more interesting as a character, and I understand her behavior way more. When life within even the next hour becomes a guessing game, you're going to want to do the most with your time, such as stopping the blight, but it also kind of explains her being so preachy. Despite the shit I give her, Wynne is quite wise, so I think she feels like she needs to spread this wisdom and keep people from making the same mistakes she did when she was younger, while she still can. Hence, why she's always giving me a lecture. Something I also never really gave her credit for is her almost grandmotherly demeanor. It's very calming. Her preachy nature, while irritating in its quantity, at the very least comes from a place of care. She then tells me of her biggest regret. One of her first students, named Denerim, was a brand new mage of the tower that came from a city alienage who grew up very distrustful of humans, especially those in authority. In this case, that means Wynne. One night, Denerim ran from the circle to find the Dalish because Wynne pushed him too hard. He was then considered a Maleficar, so the Templars hunted him down and supposedly killed him. I tell her we can go looking for him since I've already allied with the Dalish, so it's worth a try in case the Templars lied and he got away. First thing Shale asked me about is its crystals. Not about their effectiveness, but if they look pretty. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like Shale. It views the crystals as a sort of decoration since it can't wear clothing or anything similar. The crystals around Shale, as explained to me, is that they alter the flow of certain magics around it, with the mage that used to own it hoping it could turn Shale into a sort of endless and mobile source of mana that he could tap into to cast more spells. Shale can remember a time before the mage had found it, but remembers it as only darkness. Golems were originally created by the Dwarves over a millennia ago. Not much is known about that time, but given how long ago it was, and given Dwarves haven't been able to make new golems for centuries, we can presume Shale is at least a few centuries old. It spent roughly 30 years in Honlith, and could only have spent upwards of 60 or so with the mage. It could have easily been sitting in the Deep Roads for over a century in nothing but darkness. Oh, right, the Deep Roads. I have no idea how I haven't explained this yet. So, basically the Dwarven Empire used to be extremely large, to the point where they had underground cities and roads that stretched just as far, if not further, than human and elven lands. After the first Blight, the Darkspawn retreated underground into these sprawling cities the Dwarves inhabited. This caused the Dwarves to nearly go extinct and lose almost all of their cities and roads, and is now known as the Deep Roads, which is still overrun by Darkspawn to this day. Shale says it was found by the mage in one of the Tighes, or cities, if you will, and all it remembers is a battle and then darkness. So Shale spent probably just under a millennia in pure darkness, unable to move or sleep. That just sounds like pure torture to me. Maybe since Shale doesn't have a brain, it can't have the same mental illness that would probably come with this kind of experience. Shale then says I'm impressive, and so therefore must be built different. Literally, she says that I must be built different than other people. Yeah. On the road, we get ambushed by Darkspawn, and before I can even complain about the 20th ambush this session, we get blasted by a fireball. All of us are down, and Wynne casts a new spell that rejuvenates us. Free spell, I guess. The spell itself gives her bonuses to all of her stats, but once deactivated, she gets stunned and gets negatives to her effects, almost like she's pushing the connection she has with her spirit to its limits for a time. Well, we kill the Darkspawn, and Wynne tells me that she summoned the spirit to help us, and that weakened it. I don't think using that spell in combat actually harms her beyond the immediate, but I'll probably not use that spell in the future just in case. I'd rather have a consistent healer for now. In Denerim I found some, very high quality leather armor. It costs nearly all of my money, but yeah, I'm taking that. And I'm glad I did it too, because I used it for the rest of the game and even the DLC expansion. Anyways, to Ozarmar to recruit the dwarves. First thing I do is ask the man about Sten's sword. Apparently he already sold the sword to that dwarf Dwyn from Redcliffe, so the goose chase continues. There's also a few of Logain's soldiers demanding the allegiance of the dwarves, but the guard at the front gate just tells them to piss off, as they've been having a conflict over who should become the new king of Orzammar after King Idukin's death a couple weeks ago. I tell the guard at the front I'm a warden and he lets me pass. Logain's soldiers object, so I tell them to cry about it and they run back to Logain. As we enter Orzammar, we find the two candidates for the throne arguing in the streets. The first is Lord Harrowmont. He claims that the King Idukin told him on his deathbed that he wants Harrowmont to rule, and that the next successor is chosen by the Assembly as a sort of oligarchy in Orzammar. The other is Prince Balin, the son of King Idukin. He protests Harrowmont's claims as he's the only one who supposedly heard it right before the king died. I'm almost tempted to favor Balin from this conversation alone, as Harrowmont could easily be lying, but then one of his soldiers just kills one of the city guards who tries to break up the conflict. Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with these guys, since it seems like there needs to be a new king before I can get the dwarf support, and knowing this game, I'll probably have some sort of hand in it. Yeah, Orzammar is giant, and really cool looking. It's an underground city where all the buildings are made out of this sand-like rock, with rivers of lava lighting up the whole cavern. There's several places to go, including a whole second level. Orzammar is going to be long, isn't it? We find a woman praying to a paragon for her son Ruck, a smith who left for the deep roads to fix the warrior's equipment, and he hasn't returned, so I offer to help find him. Oh, right, the paragons. So, dwarves in this world, just like the elves, have their own religion. They call it the Stone. They view the actual environment around them as some sort of godlike place that they can go to after death, saying it, along with the ancestors they've lost, guide them to where they need to be. Paragons are ancestors of the dwarves that have performed some sort of legendary deed, whether it be in combat, in invention, or the like. These are the ancestors they pray to for guidance, almost like if I started praying to George Washington or Chester Bennington. And yes, those men are on the same level. Inside the bar, we meet a man named Lord Helmy. He has a hot take amongst the nobility, that the caste system in Orzammar should be abolished. So, basically when dwarves are born, they become part of a certain caste based on their same-sex parent. This decides what job you'll have as well as how highly you're regarded in society. First, there's the king and the nobles in the assembly. Then there's the other nobles below them. Below them are the warriors and craftsmen, with people at the bottom being servants. Below the bottom are the criminals and people without a caste, known as casteless. The casteless have pretty much no rights among the dwarves. Helmy looks at the way our system works and says he admires us for our lack of castes, and says that's how it should be, but I don't think he fully understands how the service works. I fully agree with this guy. Being born into privilege or poverty because you were born into the right family is kind of dumb, but the Surface Kingdoms still have a similar system to that. In fact, it's practically identical in everything but name, to the point where my character Callian would probably more or less be the equivalent of casteless in human societies. I speak to one of the dwarven warriors in the tavern, and he tells me Balin is sending soldiers into the deep roads to look for a woman named Branka, the only paragon alive who left for the deep roads 2 years ago along with her entire house. A dwarf down here who just returned from Redcliffe is a follower of the Andrastian faith and wishes to open a chantry down in Orzammar, but the dwarves view it as an insult to the stone. The characters I make in video games are never religious if I have the option to make them so, even if they do believe in a god, but I believe people should have the right to believe whatever they want as long as they aren't hurting people or interfering with another's beliefs, so I offer to help him. I head into a place called Dust Town. It's a ghetto of sorts where all the casteless live, where I'm immediately attacked by thugs. Wonderful. Some guy approaches me and asks if I want to help smuggle some lyrium into the Circle Tower for a ton of gold. I decided against it because drugs are bad. Yeah, I don't have enough money to buy it off him. I just bought a coat made of both Gucci and Supreme. There's a beggar down here named Nadezda who fills me in on exactly how poorly the rest of Orzammar treats the casteless. Basically, she was a member of the dwarven mafia called the Carta. While on a job, her partner offered a guard a bribe and she objected. The guard broke both her kneecaps and made her kneel in a pile of shit until she got an infection, with her knees never healing right. The guard never got punished because she's casteless. Another beggar is down here saying she needs money for her son. Her son's father was casteless, and he wanted a daughter so he could sneak into the mining caste. When it turned out the child was a boy, the father abandoned them both because that means the baby was casteless. After the baby was born, her family wanted her to abandon it in the deep roads, so they didn't have a casteless walking among them. When she refused, they stripped her of her caste, and now she's stuck in Dusttown. I have very little respect for the dwarves in Orzammar. I recommend she goes to the surface, and she agrees since I told her it's me and the elves they hate up there, not the dwarves. With that, I head back to the market district. The first person I meet is a dwarf named Dagna. She wants me to ask the first enchanter of the Circle Tower if she can join the circle. As I've stated earlier, dwarves can't use magic, but Dagna doesn't care about that, she just wants to study it. I mean, why not? I'm sure the circle would love to have not only such a passionate researcher, but also a dwarf, since everyone in the circle is either an elf or a human. I'll head back there once I'm done with Orzammar. Heading up to the Diamond District with all the nobles, I try to speak to Harrimont, but his second stops me because apparently Balin's spies have tried to assassinate him, so I have to earn his trust. He wants me to fight in approving on behalf of Harrimont to prove I'm trustworthy, because this would humiliate Balin. Sounds easy enough, and fun, but I'm not exactly sure who I want to support by this stage, so I'll go see if I can find out more information on just who these candidates are. In the assembly, I find them currently in a meeting, so I just sit back and watch. Yeah, see, this is why I don't play nobles anymore. Politicians are just annoying. Yeah, so I need to help someone become king before I can gain the dwarf support. All the assembly members are too concerned with that to worry about the impending apocalypse. Luckily, Balin's second is here, so I can learn about the other candidate. Just like Harrimont, Balin doesn't trust me until I do a task for him. The task at hand is showing two noble houses that they've both been promised the same land for their votes. Sounds like Harrimont is being shady, but Balin's second won't tell me where he got the documents, and says to tell them that I just happened to have found them in the Shaperet. Yeah, good idea. I'll go ask the Shaperet where they came from. The Shaperet is like a library or a museum, keeping track of everything that's considered official history to the dwarves, run by the Shaper. In the Shaperet, I find a girl named Orda, named after the lost Tig called Ortan. She thinks she's a descendant of the noble house the Tig is named after, so I tell her I'll look for it if I go into the deep roads, because XP. The Shaper tells me the documents from Balin's second are fake. He altered the real documents to look like the originals, but just changed the locations on both to be the same. Surprising, I know. The shady guy is a liar. I also ask him about opening a chantry for that Andrastian dwarf, and he agrees to let him do so as long as he builds it with his own coin. The Shaper then tells me more about the dwarven history. Golems were made by a past paragon named Caridin, who used them to help defeat the Darkspawn, saying one golem is worth a whole squad of dwarven soldiers. Caridin's Tig fell to the Darkspawn, and since then, dwarves haven't been able to make golems since his research and inventions were lost with it. Then I point out my golem, and am surprised this is the first time anyone's noticed Shale. Guess BioWare didn't add anything new in for Shale being in Orzammar. The history of the caste system is actually a bit interesting. It's based on the 7 brothers who originally founded Orzammar and the Dwarven Empire. The youngest brother was the wisest, so they made him king, creating the noble caste. The oldest was a great warrior, creating the warrior caste. Another became a craftsman, another a smith, and another a miner, and the last 2 became merchants. Casteless came from the criminals that eventually came with the Empire. They're said to have no true ancestors and aren't recorded in the Shaperet, meaning they don't officially exist. This is why all the other castes can treat the casteless this way, since they can't be held in court for abusing a person that doesn't officially exist. Going to finish up my side quest has me running across the Carta in the process of extorting a merchant for protection money. I interrupt them, and they try to extort me as well. Unfortunately for them, I've killed quite literally thousands of people and have a golem behind me, so I kill them instead. The merchant tells me that the Carta have a base below Dusttown. I never found it while I was there, so I guess I'll have to go kill them later. I tell the Chantry Dwarf he can hold a prayer meeting, and he invites me to his first service. Yeah, I never go. Now is the point where I need to choose a side. There is very little information on both of these candidates by this point in the game, and I can't help but feel like this is a moment in particular as another case where BioWare dropped the ball. Basically, all I can manage is Harrowmont is the traditional pick, wishing to keep many of the Dwarven traditions, but Orzammar as a whole is dying due to those traditions of the past slowly killing it. Balin, on the other hand, wants a more progressive system, specifically more trade at the surface. This could allow Orzammar to prosper because, as it stands, in order for a dwarf to directly trade with surfacers, they have to go to the surface itself, which causes them to lose their caste. Balin wants to rectify this, which I agree with, but Balin is also a tyrant. You've seen how he tries to get the upper hand on Harrowmont through deception, and he wants to abolish the Assembly as a whole to become the sole ruler of Orzammar. I hate the Assembly and politics, but it first and foremost keeps the king in check, and I can't support a ruler who leads this way. I don't really like either candidate, but I think Harrowmont is the lesser evil, so I head to the Proving Grounds. The Proving is a sort of arena or tournament the dwarves use to settle disputes, saying the ancestors choose whoever wins. This was at a time when just about every RPG had an arena you could fight in, and god damn do I love these. Apparently Balin's Proving fighters are blackmailing one of Harrowmont's fighters with letters he sent to a woman he loves. The woman is married, but she only got married for politics' sake, and she does love him back. So I figure I'll help him, because if you can't tell, a good romance is my weakness. I tell the blackmailers to stop being cockblocks and they refuse, so I just steal the letters and return it to Harrowmont's guy. He's grateful and says he'll fight with me in the Proving. Another one of Harrowmont's fighters was told Harrowmont is going to surrender the throne to Balin. This is obviously a lie, so I convince him and now he'll fight with me. Yeah, I really don't like Balin's tactics. With all that done, I tell the guy running these Provings I'm ready to fight. He asks for my name and just puts down Grey Warden, since apparently my 7-letter elven name is too hard to pronounce. The first fight starts, and the vibe is hype. Yeah, by this point in the game, the combat, while easy in most cases, is a lot more enjoyable. I have more abilities that make combat more than just stand behind the guy and auto-attack, like an area of effect attack, abilities that lower an enemy's stats, and some that break through armor easier. It makes the easy fights trivial so I can continue with the story, and the tough fights make me actually think about my next move. With that out of the way, I can now speak to Harrowmont. Apparently King Iduken died over his grief for his 2 older sons. The oldest died on an expedition to the Deep Roads, with the middle son standing over his body. Balin just happened to find the scene and the middle son was exiled for it. Both Harrowmont and King Iduken were suspicious of the act, since Balin went directly to the crime scene in a maze of corridors. This type of political scandal isn't uncommon in Orzammar, however unethical it may be, since the oldest child was in line for the throne with the middle child after him. Harrowmont claims to have never wanted the throne before Balin's treachery, acting as King Iduken's advisor. I'm still not sure who to believe, given the lack of evidence, but if Harrowmont is telling the truth, I think I picked the right candidate. Since the Darkspawn are a constant threat down in Orzammar, nobody really cares about them being on the surface. If anything, it's a relief for them, since very few will be down in the Deep Roads. However, Harrowmont has promised me men for the Blight if I help him become king. Harrowmont wants me to go kill the Carta. Just kill the Mafia with 3 other people. Alright. Along the way, I get attacked by some Balin supporters, so clearly he's not happy with me right now. I ask that cripple where the Carta is, and she tells me I need a fingerbone key to open the hideout. The entrance is apparently hidden in one of these walls, completely imperceivable without the bone token. Guess these are magic or something? I don't know. I don't have one, so I just explore around a bit and find some Carta members in a house. He attacked me first, and he's a member of the Mafia, so I kill him. I go to look for this hidden wall, and it's just a door. Like, a normal-looking door. Yeah, that seems about right. The first Carta member to see me asks for the password, so I repay his curiosity with a knife to the gut, because who doesn't know the password? There's a good 100 people down here, including some elven mages and Qunari mercenaries. I'm not even really sure why they're down here, but they attacked me first. Anyway, in the jail I find some random guy, and I think the person you'd be playing as if you picked the Dwarf Commoner origin, just dead on the floor. Yeah, this is an interesting thing to bring up, actually. So, basically all the origins play out no matter which one you picked. The characters you would have played as, if you picked differently, still exist in the game world. The only difference between which origin you chose is which place Duncan decided to go for a recruit. Most are dead, but as far as I'm aware, some don't have a known fate. It's a neat little thing the developers decided to include, because it really does make you feel like you weren't just a prophet, just the right place at the right time. I love how many traps there are in this place. Imagine forgetting that they're there one day and just stepping on it. Eventually, we find the leader of the Carta named Jarvia. She goes down and we leave the back way. By that, I mean we blow a hole into a man's shop. At least I got a flashy entrance. Also, he was just fine trading with me after. I return to Haremont, and he wants me to do another small task. Find the Paragon Bronca in the Deep Roads. You know, the one that went missing 2 years ago. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be the last main recruitment quest you go to. I mean, the other 3 were a bit more grounded. Help! The village or clan or mage tower is under attack. We need your help. Then there's the Dwarves, who just tell you to beat several of their best warriors in arena, kill the whole ass mafia, and now find someone who's been missing for 2 years in easily the most dangerous place in Ferelden. I mean, I guess the stakes are just meant to rise, but it feels more like I'm a superhero now, rather than a seasoned warrior. I guess the whole game has kind of felt that way, since I've been able to take down squads of enemy combatants single-handedly from the beginning, but the task presented in this quest feels so much more over the top than anything I've played by this point. I'm quite literally looking for a needle in a haystack that's surrounded by Darkspawn. Anyways, we make our way to the entrance of the Deep Roads. Before we leave, we get stopped by a dwarf. This is Oghren, Bronca's husband. This is our last companion, a two-handed warrior with a berserker specialization, meaning he's just like Sten in combat, but with an extra specialization, so I probably just won't use Sten anymore. Yeah, you have no idea how irritating it was to play as a two-handed warrior and have a fourth of your party pretty much just being a watered-down version of you. We'll talk more about him at camp, but for now, Oghren tells me the relic Bronca was looking for is called the Anvil of the Void. It's the invention the Paragon Caridin built that allowed the construction of golems, so it only makes sense to bring Shale and Oghren. Yeah, this whole Deep Road section of the game is long. It alone took me a good 3 hours to do because it was just one big-ass dungeon, and by one, I mean a good 5 or so world spaces with its own map. Stack this with the already large area that is Orzammar, and you got the longest part of the game by far. It's interesting learning about the Dwarves and the Darkspawn throughout this quest, but god damn there is so much combat down here. I'll be skipping over most of the fights, as for the most part it's just a bunch of Darkspawn. We do come across a new enemy type called the Deepstalker. They sound intimidating, but they're stupid easy to kill. They look like mini raptors with a leech for a face. They have a low chance to hit, low health, and do little damage. The only thing about them that could possibly be overwhelming is their numbers, and even then, you're never fighting more than like 20 to 30 at most, which may sound like a lot, but trust me, it's not. Luckily, there's a whole heap of treasure down here, so I'll be rich in no time. More of Balin's supporters were just waiting for me a few miles into the Deep Roads. Not really sure why, but I killed them. There is literally no story content or lore besides codex entries in the first 2 maps. Regardless, we find ourselves in Orton Tig. We fight much more of a variety of enemies here, giant spiders, golems, and even these ghostly dwarven spirits that are a lot harder for me to kill because I can't stun them, or the golems. Hell, I can't even backstab the golems, which I guess makes sense, since it's made of rock. I managed to find that guy Ruck, the woman in Orzammar was looking for, and, yeah, he's gone crazy. He got lost out here when everyone on his expedition died. To survive, he had to eat the dead Darkspawn. This has caused his mind and body to deteriorate. Not entirely though, he remembers who he once was, especially his mother. Ruck doesn't want to go back home because he doesn't want his mom to see him this way, so when I return to Orzammar, I'll tell her Ruck died bravely. I found the papers to make Orda a noble woman, and then proceeded to summon a demon just to kill him. Alright, this is when I need to talk about a problem I have with the game and its enemy design. Certain enemies have the ability to overwhelm you. Basically, they mount you so you can't attack, move away, or heal. It acts like a type of stun ability, like a mage's paralyze spell, a spiderweb's attack, or like my stun ability as a rogue. The main difference is that it deals a constant source of damage to you that you can't dodge. Enemies like the dogs and spiders have the ability to do it, and it's been happening this whole game, but this was the first encounter that really made me realize it was a problem. More often than not, if an enemy overwhelmed you, it was the tank, meaning it wasn't a big deal so long as you have a rogue to pull him off, or a mage to heal you as you got your salad tossed. But this encounter has a mage who can paralyze you, cast a spell to where you can't heal, and there are half a dozen spiders who can shoot a web at you or overwhelm you. It was to the point where in combat I could have up to 3 members of my party unable to act at any given time. When you only have 4 party members, it's a really big deal. It just makes encounters really annoying to get through, especially since some of these abilities have no real counter. Taking control away from the player with no real reason is never a good idea in my opinion. When enemies stun me with the same ability I have, it doesn't annoy me. I have access to the same ability, or one mage or a dog with a grab attack isn't a big deal and can actually add some sort of novelty to an encounter. But when I have my entire team down beside my healer who can't really do anything to keep everyone else alive and doesn't have the ability to deal enough damage to help the team, it just makes encounters like this annoying and more about blind perseverance than strategy. With that rant over, we kill the Spider Queen and find Bronca's journal. She says she's going to a location called the Dead Trenches. Darkspawn litter the place there, so more combat for me. She also said she wanted to tell Oghren something, but it was for his ears only. Maybe we'll find out what that is later. Once we arrive there, we actually see the vision of the Archdemon from the beginning of the game play out in front of us, leading an army of Darkspawn in a cave marching somewhere. Then I guess my character walked 100 meters back or something, because I am far back from wherever that cutscene just took place. A huge wave of Darkspawn begins assaulting us from across the bridge. A small squad of Dwarves stand with us. This is the Legion of the Dead. They're an elite unit of Darkspawn fighters who've dedicated their lives to defending Orzammar from the Darkspawn. Anyone can join the Legion, but it's generally criminals and casteless, because when you join, they have a funeral for you. You're recorded as dead officially, and any negative deeds of the past are wiped clean, restoring your name and house. With that, we make a push through the bridge, taking out probably 100 Darkspawn as we do so. Most are your basic Hurlock or Genlock, but we do encounter an Ogre and a few Shrieks. Shrieks are the stealth unit of the Darkspawn. They have a hideous, high-pitched howl when they attack and stalk you, giving them their name. Inside, we fight a stupid amount of Darkspawn. At least we were warned. We also find a ton of Legion of the Dead relics. We found so much, we actually have enough to prove that the Legion of the Dead is an official noble house, high enough to get a seat on the assembly, but when I go back, I can't turn in the quest. I think it had something to do with Oghren wearing the helmet at one point, but whatever. Guess that was a waste. I don't even know how that bug makes sense, because I put it back in my inventory and they still wouldn't let me turn it in. This whole next 20-minute sequence is an absolutely fantastic way to reveal something.
First day they come and catch everyone. Second day, they beat us and eat some for meat. Third day, the men are all gnawed on again. Fourth day, we wait and fear for our fate. Fifth day they return and it's another girl's turn. Sixth day, her screams we hear in our dreams. Seventh day, she grew as in her mouth they spew. Eighth day we hated as she is violated. Ninth day she grins and devours her kin. Now she does feast as she's become the beast. She became obsessed. That is the word, but it is not strong enough. Blessed stone, there was nothing left in her but the anvil. We tried to escape, but they found us. They took us all. Turned us. They kill. They're merciful. But the women, they want to touch, to mold, to change until you are filled with them. They took Laren. They made her eat the others, our friends. She tore off her husband's face and drank his blood. And while she ate, she grew. She swelled and turned gray, and she smelled like them. They remade her in their image. Then she made more of them. Brood mother.
This is the Broodmother, and what you just heard is the reproductive process of the Darkspawn. Depending on what race you belong to originally dictates what kind of Darkspawn will be created. Humans make Hurlocks, Dwarves make Genlocks, Elves make Shrieks, and Qunari make Ogres. I don't know if this means that there's not any other races in the world of Dragon Age, or if they're just not on the continent. I'm not really sure, but regardless, there are no other type of Darkspawn that I'm aware of. I absolutely love this scene. Not only did BioWare create such a grotesque way for the main antagonist of the game to reproduce, but explained it through the mind of an insane first-hand viewer of the process, who also happened to be Branka's former lover. It's an absolutely terrifying thing to think about, especially with my character being a woman, and it's told in the most atmospheric way possible. You didn't get to experience it firsthand since you didn't play the game, unless you did, but you're watching this video, so you didn't get to experience it in the video at the very least. But while you're actually going through the game, you see this over the course of probably about 5 to 10 minutes, where she slowly reads out each part, and you usually have an encounter every 2 or 3 parts she explained, with at least a short walk between each of them. So you just slowly get to uncover this process while putting the pieces together in your mind. All the annoying bits of the deep roads were easily worth it for this scene alone.
That's where they come from. That's why they hate us. That's why they need us. That's why they take us. That's why they feed us. But the true abomination is not that it occurred, but that it was allowed. Branka, my love. The stone has punished me, dream friend. I am dying of something worse than death. Betrayal.
With that done, we need to find Branka. After pushing a bit more into the deep roads, we find her. She's gone insane. She's obsessed with finding the anvil to the point where she's sacrificed every single person in her house to achieve it. Branka views her goal as more important than everything. That's made clear when she reminds us that she's a paragon. Her ego's risen so high that she's quite literally become the most important thing in Aasimar to her. Branka intentionally sacrificed the women in her house to the Darkspawn. She allowed them to become a broodmother so she would have an infinite source of test subjects to disarm the traps inside guarding the anvil. Branka is simply evil and irredeemable. Inside, we find a room filled with poison gas and golems, as well as a fun little boss fight with a stone-faced pillar where you had to kill these ghost-like dwarves and click the anvil to harm one of the faces. You had to do it twice for each of the 4 heads. It was easy, but neat, at least. At last, we come across the anvil, as well as Caridin himself. He surprisingly recognizes Shale by voice alone, saying before she was a golem, she was a dwarven warrior, and the only woman to volunteer to be a golem. Yeah, that also kind of makes sense. In order to make the golems we had today, Caridin had to sacrifice a person and put them in the body of a golem. Caridin only used volunteers for a time, but the king decided to start using anyone he could to start making golems. After Caridin rejected the process, he was forced into the body of a steel golem. When they made him, however, they didn't make a control rod for him, so just like Shale, he has free will. Caridin wants the anvil to be destroyed, so nobody else has to pay the price. I mean, you could just make people into golems without a control rod attached, since it's clearly possible, but then I guess there'd be a ton of people just running around as golems. Probably a bad idea. Then Branka runs in, demanding we kill Caridin and save the anvil. Now I have to choose between Caridin and destroying the anvil, or Branka and saving it. I'm kinda against slavery, even if it makes me more powerful, and Branka won't listen to reason, so I guess I'm going with Caridin. Ogren doesn't like this, obviously, but I have no choice if I want to fight for what's right. Somehow, Shale isn't affected by the control rod Branka uses to control the other golems. Guess she's just immune now? Caridin offers to make something with the Anvil of the Void, and I ask Ogren if he wants anything since he just lost his wife. Touchingly, he asks if he can make Branka into a golem, but of course Caridin declines. Caridin uses the Anvil of the Void to make a crown, despite telling me moments ago that golems can't touch it, and then I destroy the anvil by smashing it with a hammer. Either I am very strong, or smiths who use it have to be very careful not to touch the anvil with the hammer, because the thing just shatters in one blow. Maybe I just don't know how anvils work. Then Caridin just yeets himself into the lava. With all that done, we find a large stone tablet with the names of those who sacrificed their lives to become golems. I make a copy on a piece of paper to give to the Shaper, and one for Shale. Now, we finally go back to Orzammar and crown our next king. I tell everyone Caridin gave me the crown, and Balin objects, of course. Interestingly, the game allows me to just switch here and choose either candidate if I want. But if anything, since my original choice, I just respect Balin less, so of course I give it to Harrimont. With that, Harrimont is crowned, and his crown looks fucking stupid. Balin objects again, and even attacks with a small cohort of supporters. Obviously, we take him down because he chose to attack a woman who just killed half the Darkspawn in the Deep Roads. I even beheaded him. Harrimont says he wishes to be known as a compassionate king, but will punish the treason that has just occurred, and any that comes in the future, so I think I made the right choice. Oghren joins us since he has no purpose in Orzammar anymore. I give the list of people who became golems to the Shaper, and he freaks. Wynn is an arcane warrior now, so she'll be rocking a nice set of chainmail for the rest of the game. Once we reach the surface, Oghren feels like he's going to fall into the sky. The first enchanter fully accepts Dagna for study, then I get ambushed in my camp. Alistair says it feels like the archdemon can see us before a bunch of shrieks attack. It's kinda cool that we get to see everyone in the party attacking at once. With Sten, we go to collect the sword from Dwyn. Finally, we set up camp again and start talking to our companions. Sten is, obviously, incredibly thankful for the sword. Despite having the opportunity to leave now that he has his sword back, he offers to stay with us until we slay the archdemon. Morrigan tells me a story about how she stole a mirror from a woman when she was a child. She took it back home and Flemeth smashed the mirror. I sympathize with her and she surprisingly approves of that despite disagreeing with the decision now. Morrigan views admiration of love and beauty to be useless, saying it has no purpose, but that survival and power do. Yeah, this goes against a lot of what my character stands for. Luckily I don't get away to say anything back to her because otherwise I'd be in the negatives with Morrigan again. Then I give her a mirror that looks just like the one she had as a child, and she's very grateful. Alright, I feel bad that I can't really show all the complexities of her character because not only am I always on her low approval rating since she doesn't really agree with a lot of my decisions, but also because I'm a woman. Her character becomes much more interesting when you do her romance arc. We're nearing the end of the game now and I barely have 25 approval with her, so I guess you'll just have to take my word for her being an interesting character with a grain of salt because I can't really show all of it if I want to stay true to my character. Shale's having trouble accepting she used to be the dwarf Shale Kadash, so she wants to go to Kadash Taig in order to investigate who she once was, and if it's even true. She then questions me about siding with Caridin, how Branka was my original purpose for being there and my decision could have ruined my chances at gaining dwarven support, given I had no evidence Caridin would help me, yet I still chose to help Caridin. It's simple, really. Slavery bad. Sten tells me I'm worth following and that he doesn't look forward to fighting me in the future. Wait, what? Apparently the Qunari are gonna attack Ferelden at some point, so that's nice. He doesn't really tell me when, but alright. I ask Zevran about his history with women, since I accidentally locked us into a romance. He says it's quite the long list, not only women as well. He asks if I care that he's bisexual, or that he's had sex with many people. Frankly, I don't really care all that much. I mean, it's better if your partner isn't a whore, but it's not a deal breaker for me, I guess. Unfortunately, I have to say otherwise, because I made a sex joke that turned out to be flirting, and now I got a big old chunk of disapproval from Zen. Fantastic. Oghren had an affair on Branka, just as she did to him. Apparently that woman lives on the surface now, and he wants to go after her. So I guess we'll find her after we finish our camp talks. Somehow, Oghren isn't broken up about Branka, or at least refuses to admit it. Oghren doesn't have a whole lot of interesting things to say when it comes to his background, but it's his character himself that's actually interesting. As I said, BioWare uses a lot of tropes and generic races from the other popular fantasy worlds around, but Oghren kind of subverts that expectation, in the sense that he is literally your stereotypical dwarf archetype. He's a drunk who loves fighting, has a very dirty sense of humor, and flirts with everything that moves and is female, and other dwarves hate him for it. He's a funny character, and it's very fun to listen to him despite not having much of anything important to say. We visit Kadash Taig with Shale. She recognizes it, so that must be a good sign. There's really not much of interest here until Shale finds a stone statue with her name on it. She says she wants to speak about it with me back at camp, but she never does, even though I have 73% approval by the time the quest is over. So, guess that was a waste of 20 minutes. Anyway, we go to help Oghren and find Felsi, the dwarven girl he was looking for.
Are you sure you're not a baker? 'Cause you got a sodding nice set of buns.
What are you doing here?
Just trying to kick back with a pint. Fighting Darkspawn's a lot of sodding work, you know?
You're fighting Darkspawn?
It was a bit of pain, but it was a personal favor for the King of Orzammar, you understand?
The whole surface to choose from, and you just happened to come to my tavern?
Well...
Yeah, she doesn't like Oghren. Apparently he got drunk and challenged a roast nug to a fight at her father's funeral. And he lost, too. Yeah, that was just sad to watch and listen to. We take Wynn to the Brazilian forest to find that apprentice that ran from the circle, and we actually managed to find him, too. Apparently they just stabbed him and left. Man, the Templars aren't very good at their job. You'd think they'd, like, behead him, or at least stab him more than once. She pretty much just said he could return to the Circle, and he said he'd consider it. Man, companion quests aren't very good in this game. I didn't realize it at the time of playing, but now that I'm trying to write about it, it's obvious they didn't give a whole lot of attention to the side quests in this game. That's something they at least improved upon in the sequels. Last DLC quest in the base game world. We find one of the king's men being harassed by some band's soldiers. I try to defend him, but the soldiers just kind of stab him and then turn to me. I kill them for kinda treason, and then wake the man up. He deserted the battle at Ostagar because he needed to deliver a key to the Wardens under Kaelin's orders, but then just kinda left the key at Ostagar. He tells me there are some important documents inside the chest the key belongs to, so I guess we're returning to Ostagar. First, we need to kill Morrigan's mom. Flemeth gives me the option of just letting her live. I could take the grimoire and just leave. Yeah, no. You want to take the body of my friend, so I kill her. Oh, shit. Yeah, she just turns into a dragon. Alright. She goes down because apparently a dragon's weakness is its Achilles. Yeah, I'm kind of a badass now. With Flemeth dead, I grab the grimoire and give it to Morrigan. She says she didn't even think it was possible to kill Flemeth. Thanks for the belief in me, asshole. To Ostagar, I guess. Yeah, there's just Darkspawn here, as expected. We find the documents the man spoke of, and it turns out they're documents that show Kaelin was just waiting for the Orlesians to arrive, and that they've already agreed to fight with him. The fact that he was worried about this so much as to give the key to someone in case he lost the battle kinda ruined his character for me. I mean, he was portrayed as this guy who was too excited for a battle of legend to really proceed wisely and cautiously, but now we learn that he was scared and just makes the whole beginning of the game feel pointless when it comes to interacting with this character. It was way more interesting to see a man so caught up in fantasy to truly see the danger ahead, and got a lot of people killed for it. Anyways, we find his body strung up on a cross naked, and see all 3 scenes of him that were in the game. One of which my character never even saw, but whatever. Then a Darkspawn Necromancer comes out, so I guess we gotta kill him now. We chase him into the Tower of Ishal. That's the tower we went to at the beginning, and we kill a whole trove of Darkspawn along the way. I actually like this part. I think all the Darkspawn here are back to being at the level they were when the battle happened, so it shows you how much you've progressed since you left. Of course, I can one-shot them, but given how fast I attack now, it's cool to just see my character going from one Darkspawn to another and just killing them in one hit. You know, just decimating a group of 5 enemies in a few seconds. We chase the Darkspawn outside, and he revives the ogre that Duncan killed, and therefore killed Kaelin. It's not a difficult fight, but it's cool. Not sure why this is the only Darkspawn that didn't decay, but it's cool. With that done, we give Kaelin a proper send-off. Morrigan says she's going to use the grimoire to protect herself from Flemeth in the future, because apparently she'll be back. I mean, I stabbed her in the head, so I'm not sure how. Guess I bought her some time at least. I tell Morrigan she can rely on me as a friend, and she very clearly wants to tell me something that pains her, so she's probably gonna betray me. Wynn randomly thanks me. Must be because I'm, just so damn awesome. Oh, wait, it's because of Denerim. Yeah, no problem. Then she tells me I shouldn't be with Alistair because we have a duty to the world and it might get in the way.
Very cool win.
Leliana then gossips to me about Alistair and myself, asking how he is in the bedroom despite us not doing the deed yet. I tell her he's fantastic in the bed because why not? Immediately after, Alistair asks me if I have feelings for him. I think this is like the 3rd time he has. I can see his character getting a bit repetitive to some people with the, half a dozen times he talks about Duncan and how often he feels the need to reaffirm our relationship, but I kind of find it endearing, to be honest. It's a sort of awkward charm, like Callian is too good for him in his eyes and just has to keep checking. I can't help but grin a bit every time it happens. Although, I have the option to just break it off now after all this time. I think this is the moment you officially hardlock yourself into a relationship because he kisses me and makes a big deal about it even though I've been doing that for hours by this point. Alright, it's time to find a dead girl. In Denerim, I meet a man named Waylon in his home. He says he's friends with Brother Genetivi, the man looking for the Urn of Andraste's Ashes. He claims that everyone that goes looking for it simply disappears. I try to explore his home a little bit more, and as I walk towards Genetivi's office, Waylon starts to freak out. He's trying to keep me from going in, but I need to find as much information on Genetivi in his search as possible, so I insist. He then attacks me. Big mistake. I'm the protagonist, you see. I enter the office and find Genetivi's research notes. Oh yeah, and also a dead body. Yeah, apparently this guy killed the real Waylon. Fake Wayland said to investigate the docks for Brother Genetivi and the Knights, but the research says to go to the town of Haven since that's where he ended up. I may as well check the docks since it's on the way, and also I did this quest a long time ago thinking it was just another, checkmark side quest, so, Anyway, at the docks is a tavern called the Spoiled Princess. I ask for Brother Genetivi, and the bartender acts kind of shifty. I ask about Arl Eamon's Knights, and he does the same. Then he very urgently asks me to leave. I tell him I can help him, but he needs to trust me, and then says some people are watching him. They're threatening him with his family into silence. He's genuinely terrified, so I might have to be careful here. Well, that goes out the window as soon as I leave the tavern, since a bunch of cultists attack me. They're pretty easy to kill. Haven is just creepy, man. The guard at the front insists I leave. He mentions something about a revered father, which Leliana points out is odd since only women in Dragon Age can take that role in the Chantry because, Andraste herself is a woman.
So, you're female, Leliana, right?
I am? That's news. When did that happen?
I just wanted some advice. What should I do if I think a woman is special and...
You want to woo her? Here's a good tip. You shouldn't question her about her femaleness.
All right, yes, good point.
Why do you ask? Are you afraid things will not proceed naturally?
Why would they? Especially when I do things like ask women if they're female.
It adds to your charm, Alistair. You're a little awkward. It is endearing.
So I should be awkward? Didn't you just say not to do things like that?
Just be yourself. You do know how to do that, don't you?
All right, forget I asked.
I try to go in the back room of a shop and the shopkeeper attacks me. This game is just trying to teach you that trespassing is okay, because both times I've done it, there's been a dead body in the back. This time, though, it's one of Arl Eamon's Knights. Then everyone in the village is just aggroed towards me. I guess they tripped the alarm or something. At the church, they're having a sermon. I confront the father about the bodies, and he says we're simply ignorant of their culture. Then they try to kill me for asking about Brother Genetivi. Speaking of him, though, we find him in the back room, injured. He still wants to pursue the urn despite barely being able to walk, so I convince him to tell me how to do it myself and send him back to Denerim. Inside is a large frozen temple with easily 100 cultists that are all hostile on sight. Most of the dungeon is just these cultists and a few demons attacking me while I look out for traps and solve a few puzzles. Kinda like a good D&D dungeon. This only changes when we find a bunch of dragonlings and drakes in the cave section of the temple. I'd like to know why I could loot the dragon egg. Also why there are silver gauntlets inside. Anyway, after a little more fighting, we come across a man named Father Colgrim. He says that Andraste was reincarnated as a dragon, and he leads the cult that worships her. He wants me to pour dragon blood into the ashes so the reincarnated Andraste can fully escape the urn. This just sounds insane. I had trouble reading that because I forgot how weird this quest was. So I kill him. As we start heading towards the real temple that houses the urn, the dragon they worship comes out and sleeps on the mountain. I've always wanted to kill a dragon, no, she doesn't count, so I summon it and fight. This fight got real annoying because the dragon kept aggroing Leliana since Alistair and Wynne went down, so I had to move her the whole fight while the dragon just flew around getting to a new spot where I can attack her. Inside, we meet a Guardian of the Ashes who's been waiting a good few centuries for someone worthy to claim them. He made an oath to protect Andraste for as long as he lived, and now he's lived for centuries. The oath is tied to his life, so until he breaks the oath, he lives. Kinda like a paladin who gained immortality. Apparently the cultists descended from a group that vowed to protect Andraste for generations. They did so for a long time, happily, and one day the dragon came and they just dipped. I'm allowed to go to the urn if I pass a gauntlet that determines if I'm worthy. The Guardian talks to us about our deepest regrets. Apparently my character's is being too late to save Shiani. Alistair's is how he wasn't there to save Duncan. Wynne worries if her lectures aren't useful. Fitting. Finally, he says Leliana is arrogant because the Maker left and only Andraste could speak to him, meaning she must feel an equal to Andraste, or is an attention whore. The first test is a bunch of riddles that slowly explains the story of Andraste, summoning a demon if you fail. It's fun, but I already explained Andraste's story, the cliff notes anyway. After this, I meet a ghost that portrays Shiani, asking if I still even remember home after all this. This just reinforces the idea that having Shiani and other origin-centric companions would be cool. In the next room, shadow versions of my team spawn, so I kill everyone who's important first and we win easily. I think they just used basic equipment and tactics, so it wasn't very hard. It would have been cool if the game sort of studied how you played and based the team on that. As it stands, I think they just use the tactics you have set up currently, and my character has no points in tactics, so she's almost useless. And since she's the biggest deeps in the game, yeah, it's kind of bad. Next is a bridge puzzle, where sections of the bridge appear and disappear when your companions step on the associated plates. Finally, we have to take off all our materialistic possessions and walk through the fire. I guess my underwear doesn't really count. Kinda wish it did. So I could see my man's Alistair looks like, and anyway. With that done, we beat the gauntlet and can go to the urn. All my companions are Andrastian, and they just gawk at how much of an honor it is to see the urn, as I take Andraste's left foot and leave. We make our way to the temple, and Alistair talks to me at the camp, sweating. Of course, he declares his love for me. Or maybe asks to marry me. It's kinda hard to tell with him. Although I don't know why me asking Alistair where our relationship is going gives me negative approval. Apparently he agrees with Wynne and is afraid our duty will get between us. God damn it. Also, he doesn't care I'm an elf, so that's about 3 people in the world now. I give Zevran a pair of Antivan leather boots for his leather fetish, and he goes crazy. Leliana keeps squealing about Andraste's ashes, and Wynne changed her mind about me and Alistair. I'm not sure if it was the few hours we spent on a quest, or if it was the Guardian, but she admits she was wrong. I finish up my side quests, including giving that quirky smith in Denerim some dragon scales to make me some armor. It's no better than my current armor, but at least Wynne gets a new set. With everything done, we go back to Redcliffe and give the ashes to Eamon. He wakes up in about 3 seconds, so yeah, ashes are a hell of a drug. Eamon is caught up on everything that's happened, including Jowan's betrayal. He decides to send him to the Circle for punishment. Eamon thanks me for what I did regarding the possession situation, even if it cost him his wife, and declares me and my entire party champions of Redcliffe. Guess I'm knighted as a rogue, and also Morrigan, who's an apostate. Eamon says we can't just go to war with Loghain, since that would leave us with nobody to fight the Darkspawn, so instead we're going to call a landsmeet. A landsmeet, for those who are unaware, is when people from around the land meet. We're going to have to find someone with a stronger claim of the Ferelden throne than Queen Enora and Loghain, so we can push Loghain out of power. Arl Eamon could make a claim because he's the previous queen's brother, but that would make him seem like a hypocrite with our argument. So, of course, this leaves Alistair. We make our way to Eamon's estate in Denerim, where Loghain decided to pay us a visit. He also comes with his bodyguard, or second in command or something. Yeah, I'm not really sure who she's supposed to be, but he also brings Arl Howe. Of course, Loghain calls the Wardens traitors and Eamon weak after his illness. I pretty much just spend the whole time insulting and threatening them. I question Howe on his purge of the elven alienage, and he says that when the animals misbehave, you have to put them down. Yeah, Howe's gonna die. I'll make sure of this. Loghain, despite being evil, has a sort of demanding charisma about him. Although that might be because I read both the Stolen Throne and the Calling novels. Catriel is my favorite character, come at me. It's really weird seeing Loghain be this guy who's admittedly good with a sword, but specializes in a bow, pretty much being a rogue in leather armor in the novels, all of a sudden dressed up in a full suit of plate armor with a sword and a shield. Loghain also says we shouldn't rely on the Wardens because it's all fairy tales, but I've literally spent the entire game ruining his plans, killing his people, recruiting an army, and accomplishing several tasks most people couldn't, much less all the things I've done over the course of about 10 months in-game. I don't know how he could possibly believe he's about to defeat me in this. Anyway, I now have free roam of the estate. Servants walk the halls, even though Eamon doesn't come here often, and all my companions have something to say about the estate, even if it's just something small.
This is a nice change from having to sleep in the woods, isn't it?
I haven't been here in a while. They've changed the dining room.
If one more servant asks if I would like a change of clothes, I will set the house on fire.
Once I find Eamon, an elven servant tells me that Queen Enora is in danger. This is one of Enora's people. Apparently Loghain didn't take much stock in Enora's word and doesn't really tell her much. She went to Howe and demanded he tell her everything, and for that he took her prisoner. If Enora dies, Howe will set it up to make it look like we did something and we'd lose everything. So, we have to infiltrate Howe's house, say that 10 times fast, as his guards and break the queen free. Eamon doesn't necessarily like or trust Enora, and neither do I, but her support could easily win us the landsmeet. Setting out for Howe's estate, we get ambushed by an Antivan crow. He says he's looking for Zevran. He's not in my party, so he can't find him. Oh, wait, never mind, he just kinda appears. This guy is trying to bring Zevran back to the crows by having him betray me and making up a story. Zevran doesn't do this because we're homies, and we have to fight like a dozen crows. These guys aren't all they're talked up to be, since I can take on a whole squad of them with my team of 4. With them dead, Zevran tells me he should be going now that he's free, but it's up to me since I still hold his oath. I tell him we could find some treasure, so he should stay, and he agrees. I'm surprised he even gave me the option to force him to stay, honoring his oath, but if he really wanted to leave, I would let him. At Howe's estate, we run around the back and kill 4 guards on the way. Guess this doesn't sabotage our mission or something? We put on our uniform of chainmail suits, and somehow this random group with an elf and 3 women doesn't make anyone suspicious. The elf helping us says I should keep my distance so nobody realizes we don't belong, but I can walk up to literally anyone and they don't care, even when I loot everything in the estate I can. We find Anora locked in a bedroom in the estate, the doors being held closed through magic, so we need to find Howe and the mage and dispose of them. I go looking for them and stumble across a guard getting head from a woman. He recognizes us, or doesn't recognize us, I guess, and we get into a combat as our armor just falls off and we Iron Man ourselves into our normal gear. There's a treasure room with a small fortune of gold and a mushroom. In Howe's bedroom, we find some Grey Warden documents and head into the dungeon, which has an entrance leading to the royal bedroom, I guess. Once we enter, one of the guards gets his neck broken by a prisoner. Turns out this is one of the Orlesian Grey Wardens, Riordan. He came because the Orlesians had assembled an army outside Ferelden to assist in the Blight, and hadn't heard anything from King Kaelin. They had a whole 200 wardens and 24 divisions of soldiers to send. If they had come at the Battle of Ostagar alongside Logain's forces, there's no chance I would even be doing all this right now. Riordan says he needs to go and heal up, but will be helping us with the Blight when he returns. This dungeon is awful. There's countless ways to torture a person down here. Howe has many guards, as well as several people whose specific job it is to torture others. I don't know how much money you need to pay someone to be willing to torture another, but they're here. We find a couple prisoners of note down here. One is a nobleman's son, a nobleman who gets a say in the Landsmeet. Needless to say, I've got a vote from that. Another is a Templar, one of the men who found Jowan before Logain took him in. The Chantry would certainly like to be informed about this. You can actually find 2 more people down here if you made certain choices in the City Elf origin story, or if you chose a different origin altogether. One is Saurus if you didn't take sole responsibility for your crime, and the other is the Arl's son if you didn't kill him in the beginning. It's not huge in the grand scheme of things, but it does show how many choices BioWare gave consequences to in this game, and it really shows why so many people revere this game after all these years, as many AAA studios don't put as much attention into this aspect of RPGs. But I think it's easily one of the most important things about RPGs, since your actions having direct consequences really lets you see how your character affects the world. Anyways, we find Howe, and he just threatens me, so I kill him. I leave the dungeon to free Anora and kill every guard Howe has in the process. When we open the door, Anora comes out wearing a guard uniform. I have the option of saying she looks short for a guard despite only being as tall as her collarbone. She tells me she's dressed as a guard because everyone will recognize her and then kill her. Then we round the corner to the door and find 20 goddamn guards just set up an ambush silently during that 30-second encounter. Logain's bodyguard leads them, saying we're under arrest for going on a blind rampage. I kinda want to tell her that we came here to save Anora, but given what Anora just said, I don't want to expose her, so I fight, of course. Yeah, you're not meant to win this fight. You can if you try hard enough, but why bother? Anora runs back to Eamon with my other 2 companions, because apparently they weren't high-priority targets or something, and they tell Eamon they need to break me out. Very helpfully, Anora excluded Alistair from the statement. I wake up in the dungeon next to Alistair, where we hear the screams of those being tortured. Why does everyone always strip me naked? At least I can still glow purple. I have the option of letting my companions break me out, but that's not something Callian would do, so I seduce the guard into unlocking the door and taking off all his armor. Well, except his helmet, because it'll act as a condom, I think. I was hoping the sequence would consist of me having to find weapons and armor to make do with, but I find all my stuff after that one fist fight against the guard. I fight my way out until coming across a bunch of guard uniforms, and I think it would be more fun to escape this way. Another guard is on detail polishing weapons and asks if I'm here to relieve him, so of course I say I am, because why not? The guard captain says we need to have a uniform inspection before heading out on our first patrol, so I find the other guards. They say we need our issued weapons for the inspection, but the quartermaster won't give them their weapons since they got him in trouble. Not sure why he'd do that, since he'd probably just get in more trouble by restricting their weapons if these guys ratted him out, but luckily I already took care of him, so we grab our standard issue greatsword. Callian must be dying in this. I'm used to leather, not silverite chainmail and a greatsword. We head to the captain, and he compliments me on my hooah attitude before yelling at one of the other soldiers for slouching and the other for moving at attention. I don't know how either of them passed training. The captain asks Alistair what the one thing is that a soldier can't do without, so of course I tell Alistair to say discipline. It works and we're good to go. Seriously, nobody bothers me after this. I can just loot everything and go. Even after I leave, the 2 guys who went on patrol with me just vanish. Apparently imprisonment is just a mild inconvenience to Callian. Back at the estate, we talk about the plan with Honora. She agrees Loghain has gone too far. She even wants me to investigate the alienage since something is going wrong. Too easy. Say nothing more. Honora also says we should put her on the throne over Alistair. She did much of the leading over Kaelin, who was more of a face rather than a mastermind. Plus, Alistair isn't trained to be a king, unlike Honora, who was chosen for Kaelin at birth, meaning she's been learning for decades now. She says it will also look like we're trying to put a Warden on the throne, which I don't necessarily care about. Eamon uses the whole blood argument against Honora, saying Alistair is of direct lineage to King Merrick, while Honora has no real royal blood. I don't really care about this either. Honora is Loghain's daughter, so I have little trust in her at the moment, but it is an option to consider. I go to Honora's room to speak to her in private. She asks for my direct support to make an official alliance. I'm not really a big fan of lying, but I have the option to just say I'll support her, then betray her at the Landsmeet. Surprisingly, Honora is alright with us killing Loghain, understanding he needs to pay for his crimes, but of course would prefer a non-lethal option. Interestingly, I have the option to try and marry Honora and Alistair to make a true power couple. Obviously I won't do it, since I'm in a romance with him, and he's her dead husband's half-brother, but it's a cool option. Honora has a theory for why Loghain ended up killing Kaelin at the Battle of Ostagar. Basically, Loghain and Merrick, Kaelin's father, spent years and countless lives fighting the Orlesians because they had more or less taken over Ferelden by force. Loghain himself went all the way from commoner to general of the army during this time. He developed a deep hatred for the Orlesians and really any other nation that wants to challenge Ferelden. When the Blight started to creep up, Kaelin had a dream of uniting all the nations of Thedas against the common enemy, with him being the hero. Loghain despised the idea, believing Ferelden could hold its own against the Blight and shouldn't rely on anyone else for help, and certainly didn't need the oppressors he spent so long fighting coming back to his beloved Ferelden with an army. It killed Loghain to have to do what he thought necessary by killing his best friend's son, but he had to. With that, we return to my alienage. First thing we find outside my old home is a human being accosted by 3 elves. When I try to speak to him, he just runs away, shaking and crying. Entering my home, I find Saurus, but not my father. Apparently some men from Tevinter came because of some plague going around, and are here to cure it. I've heard nothing good from Tevinter, so I don't believe this. Also, it's one of the northernmost countries of the continent, while Ferelden is one of the southern countries, so yeah, very believable. Both my father and Saurus's betrothed went with them, along with the alienage elder Valendrian. Shiani is out trying to persuade people that they shouldn't trust the Tevinters. Again, Shiani would have been a cool companion. Shiani even tells me they held a funeral for me, believing I died at Ostagar. Also, Alistair learned I was betrothed at one point. Kinda left that part out, but he understood when I mentioned people playing Monopoly. She's worried these men aren't what they claim to be, and of course I agree with her, so I'll go check this out. But first, it's side quest time. There's a Templar who went blind fighting a Maleficar who burned his face. There was word of more of them in the alienage, so he came to check it out, and while there was none here, he used his powers to sense the aura of this place, and discovered something here doesn't align with his star sign. He asks me to look for anything odd in the alienage, besides the Tevinters, of course. There's a beggar outside who was an orphan, saying she saw a bunch of bad men come and kill everyone, probably the soldiers during the purge. There's also some fresh blood, a dead dog, and a rabid dog outside the orphanage. I get the sense there's a problem in the orphanage, of all places, and the Templar agrees. We go to investigate, and he says the place just feels wrong, so we investigate further. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit floating in here and demons running around, along with ghosts of dead children. It's not super creepy by today's standards, but there was clearly an effort put in. Also, we find a rage demon. He sees in thermal vision, of course. We kill the demon, and the Templar says something is still wrong, so we keep going. Then we find another demon. Or the same one, and kill him again. But then he kills the Templar with a pitchfork through the full steel plate, and we kill him a 3rd time. It's a fun little quest. Also, I got the Templar killed the first time I did it, and I didn't even realize that was a thing, because I kept him alive the first 2 playthroughs I did, so I reloaded. We give that beggar her grandma's necklace, and we go to investigate the Deventers. There's an elf guard by the back who I kill for betraying his people for coin. I could have given him 6 gold, but he doesn't deserve that. The guards inside attack me on sight, and I find some elves locked up in a cage in the back. Yeah, this is gonna end badly for the Deventers. I even went out the front this time just to kill the ones outside. We found out they're taking elves through this apartment complex, so I head back there. An elf tells me where they took them from here, and I kill all the Deventers that I come across. There's a few slow guards out back, so I kill them too. In the next building, there's another elf who tells us this is all for a Deventer slave trade. I have to get in there to save my father. The elf tells me she doesn't care that they're elves, so I attack. Also, the game crashes. Fun. Surprisingly, this is the only time the game crashed during my 60-hour or so playthrough. Without the mods I added, I usually crashed every couple hours, so if you plan on playing this game again or for the first time, I highly recommend you download these mods when you do. Needless to say, I killed everyone I could. Slavers are a big no-no in my book. The head of this trade group tries to talk himself out of all of this. That's not happening. Not to mention he's a blood mage. He goes down and begs for his life. He offers to use the blood from the elves he has left to give me a boost to my stats. Hell no, he dies for even trying that. Also, it only gives you like a +1 in Constitution, which is almost useless. When he dies, I find my father in a cage. Or outside it. He's supposed to be inside it, at least. With my father and a few other elves saved, along with the documents that prove Loghain is behind all this, because of course he is, I run back to the alienage. Shiani tries to get me to stay, but of course I have to be getting back. My father gave me easily one of the best daggers in the game that belonged to my mother. Also, he won't stop calling me skinny. Spending days in the deep roads will do that to a girl. I inform Eamon on what's been going on in the alienage, and we make our way to the royal palace for the landsmeet. Loghain's lapdog tries to stop me, saying I'm screwing over my country and threatens to kill me. I was so close to just killing her. She imprisoned me and my partner, and righteously supports a man who's done horrible acts. But I chose to just intimidate her into standing down instead. I absolutely love this point in the game. To be fair, I'm a bit of a completionist when it comes to questing, so I usually get the better outcome in events like this, but it is a great show of your actions or inactions having consequences. Loghain, still obsessed with the idea that Orlais will take over our lands, accuses me and Alistair of being their puppets. Of course, I have to point out Loghain left Kaelin and Ostagar, the citizens of his beloved Ferelden he gave to the slave trade to fund a war, and the fact that he used an apostate to poison Arl Eamon. If given the chance, I would have mentioned Arl Howe's whole noble torture dungeon, but not only could that have been blamed solely on Howe, it would be better to get the Chantry angry at Loghain than anything. He questions me about Anora, and I of course say I protected her when she comes out and declares her support for me. Loghain makes his last argument for me before the voting begins, where 3 of the 5 nobles vote for me. Guess I missed a side quest or 2. Probably that crime spree I could have done. Then one of the guys on the ground votes for me as well. Not sure if his vote counts, but whatever. With 5 of the 7 votes for me, if you include the Queen, I win.
Traitors! Which of you stood against the Orlesian Emperor when his troops flattened your fields and raped your wives? You fought with us once, Eamon. You cared about this land once. Before you got too old and fat and content to even see what you risk. None of you deserve a say in what happens here. None of you have spilled blood for this land the way I have. How dare you judge me?
But of course, that's not it. We have to do one final combat. A duel. I have the choice to choose a champion, someone in my party specifically. I need to take this one though. He sold my people into slavery. Besides, I am a duelist after all. Alright, yeah, we're not doing that joke again. So, how was your day? You know, chill. I will never get tired of how overpowered and hilarious one-on-one fights are with a rogue duelist. With that, Loghain yields. I declare he must die before Riordan steps in and says there's another way. This option's always been interesting to me, and on my first playthrough, I actually wanted to do it. Riordan suggests we put Loghain through the joining and make him into a Grey Warden. Either Loghain dies from the joining, or he becomes a Grey Warden, and we gain a general and warrior of great skill. It seems like a fair trade to me, but Alistair objects. He'll even leave the party and the Wardens if you do this. It's a fantastic show of pragmatism if you do so. I love Alistair's character, but Loghain would be a much stronger ally against the Blight were he under my command, leading the troops, but of course, I won't do that. Maybe if I was another character, I could look over his poisoning of Arleman, his torture of Ferelden nobles, his deception to everyone in Ferelden for the sake of stopping the Blight without Orlais, and his betrayal of not only the Wardens, but also his best friend Merrick and his son Cailan. But I'm not another character. Loghain has to pay for his crimes, and it has to be me. I'm sorry, Alistair. I know you wanted to do this for Duncan, but it has to be me. The moment he sold the people of my alienage to slavery was the moment he signed his name into the Death Note. This is honestly a very difficult moment in the game for me. As you may already be aware from the rest of the video, I love the games, but I'm not only a fan of the game series. I plan on getting to the other novels at some point, but by the time this video is published, I have only read through the first 2 novels, and they show a lot of who Loghain is on a more personal level. Sure, he's a pragmatist, he's an idealist, and kind of an asshole at times, but if nothing else, the books show the only reason he's done so much of what he's done in this game is truly for the love he has for Ferelden. Even the story Anora told us about him in the Rosebush shows he may at times be cold, but he is a good person at heart. Killing Loghain is a difficult choice for me because of my experience with the rest of the franchise, but it is necessary. With Loghain dead, there's one more thing we need to do before addressing the Blight. Who will take the Ferelden throne? In the footage, I picked my choice quickly because I'd already decided who it would be before I entered. Anora. I don't necessarily trust Anora, but she is a trained leader. I believe the ones who don't want the power are the ones who make the best use of it, but Alistair is my character's romantic partner, and he doesn't want the throne. I think he would be what's best for Ferelden. I even picked him on both my other playthroughs of Origins, but I won't make that decision on his part if he truly doesn't want to. Besides, Anora doesn't seem as bad as Loghain, for what it's worth. Luckily, once I name her, the only thing she demands is that Alistair officially gives up any claim to the throne, which, of course, he does so happily. I make one last trip back to camp to outfit my party and make sure my companions have nothing else to say to me before the final battle. Only Alistair does, thanking me for not making him king and killing Loghain over making him a warden. I head to Redcliffe to rally our forces, but before I make it to the castle, a man says the village is overrun by Darkspawn. So of course, I run down and kill them all before running into the castle and doing the same inside the walls. Once they're dealt with, we run inside the castle, and apparently the Archdemon and the Horde are marching to Denerim. Don't know why we even left it, if we could have just bolstered the city, but whatever. Arleman says the armies will be ready to set off by dawn, so we spend one last night in the castle. The Dwarves already gathered here, saying some of the houses aren't sending troops because politics is the worst thing to grace the world. Riordan says he has something important to tell me. This is a twist I'm sure most people saw coming, but I have the perception of a goldfish when it comes to those, so I didn't realize it my first time through. Basically, when an archdemon is killed, its soul just passes to another darkspawn and the blight continues, but if a Grey Warden kills it, it goes into the Warden. Once this happens though, the Warden and the archdemon are both destroyed in the process, meaning Riordan, Alistair, or myself have to make the final blow and sacrifice ourselves. Riordan volunteers as he's the most senior, but chances are it'll be me or Alistair who has to do it. God damn it! Wynn was right! I go to rest and Morrigan stops me in my room. Time for another twist. Morrigan tells me of a ritual she knows that can allow us to kill the archdemon without a sacrifice. She says if a Grey Warden impregnates her, the archdemon's soul will go to her unborn child instead of the Warden who slays her. The child won't become a Darkspawn, instead taking the untainted soul of the old god the Darkspawn corrupted, and putting it into a child. There are a few catches, however, one being that Morrigan is going to smash and pass once the battle is over, and she doesn't want me to follow. The other being, I don't have a penis. I ask if Riordan can do it, but she says it has to be someone who recently turned into a Warden, meaning Alistair. I want both me and Alistair to live, so I guess I'm cucking myself. Also, this whole thing just feels like a backstab from Morrigan. I mean, we became friends from this whole journey, but she claims this is the whole reason Flemeth sent her with us. Even after everything we've been through, she's still listening to Flemeth. Anyways, I convince Alistair to do it, despite the fact that he doesn't want to cheat and he hates Morrigan. I absolutely despise this decision, but I think a little bit of awkwardness between me and Alistair for a few months is better than one of us dying. Also, I don't exactly want Morgan to have an old god running around, but I'm selfish and want Alistair to be happy, so I deal with it later. The only thing Alistair wants to know is if the baby is intended to be an heir to Ferelden's throne. She gives her word that's not what it's for. They do the do, and the battle is to begin.
Before us stands the might of the Darkspawn Horde. Gaze upon them now, but fear them not. The woman you see beside me is an elf, raised to the ranks of the Grey Wardens, and never a more glorious Grey Warden has there been. She has survived despite the odds, and without her, none of us would be here. Today, we save Denerim! Today, we avenge the death of my husband, your King Kaelan! But most of all, today, we show the Grey Wardens that we remember and honor their sacrifice! For Ferelden! For the Grey Wardens!
I love this scene too. Gotta say though, the speech is better when Alistair does it. I think all those dwarves just lost their caste now, too. We then get a pretty cool encounter where myself, all my companions, and a handful of soldiers just cleave through 100 or so level 1 Darkspawn. I love it when the game just makes you feel like a badass for a few moments. Anyway, once that's done, Riordan tells me I need to take a small group into the city, with Alistair specifically to kill the Archdemon and its generals, because this is a video game and it was only designed to be played with a 4-person party. He also says he can't come with us, because apparently the Archdemon's Grey Warden radar only starts working with 3 Wardens. I decide to take Alistair and Morgan, for obvious reasons, and Wynne, because she was there at the beginning, and yeah, I just want to heal her. Everyone else will defend the gates. I name Oghren as my leader since he's the only one who's ever really led to my knowledge. Sten probably would have been a better choice, but I feel like nobody's going to follow that guy. My companions all give me their final statements, and we head into the city. With that, we go to fight the first general in the Market District, then we make our way to the other one in the Alienage. During the whole battle for Denerim, a new mechanic is introduced. At any time, I'm allowed to call in allied forces from one faction at a time to bolster our numbers. You can call some knights from Redcliffe, who act as basic infantry, the dwarves, who act as tanks, the Dalish, who use bows or mages. Shiani stops me and asks me to defend the Alienage and let her help. I won't stop her if she insists, so I tell her to make sure they don't make it to the houses. Of course, I call in the Dalish to help us with this, and we succeed. Apparently, we had a group of identical Dalish octuplets helping us. We make our way to the Royal Palace when we get interrupted and have to fight as my backup crew defending the gates. I know I picked Oghren to lead everyone, but Zevran is really similar to Callian when fighting, so I just play him. When it's done, it cuts back to us, and we get a scene of Riordan just jumping on top the Archdemon and crippling it before he dies. I guess he made it so we could kill it easier? I don't know. It's up to me and Alistair at this point, I guess. We fight our way through the Palace District streets and finally to Fort Draken. If you're wondering why I'm skipping over so much, it's because it's just Darkspawn fight after Darkspawn fight here. We eventually come across a room just full of Darkspawn corpses.
Enchantment? Enchantment!
Why is Sandal here, and how the fuck did he do this?
After a few more Darkspawn encounters, we come across the Archdemon on the roof of the fort. I call upon the mages, since they probably do the most damage to this thing. For the first half of the fight, it's just a normal dragon encounter, but then Darkspawn flood the area. Also, at one point I found Arl Eamon and First Enchanter Irving up here. Not really sure who else showed up, but it was cool to see them at least. After the waves of Darkspawn, we corner the dragon and attack him until he's mortally wounded. I only just realized this, but why is the sky red? Also, I like how they gave me a greatsword, despite the fact that my daggers could have easily gotten the job done. Guess they did it in case I had a bow, or was a mage. Anyways, with that done, we get a nice little ceremony of Anora being crowned queen being narrated by Duncan. During the ceremony, Anora gives me and my companions official accommodations for our actions against the Blight, as well as naming me the hero of Ferelden. Anora gives me the choice of boon from her. One is to just continue serving her, which is an absolute no. Another is a title and riches, which has already happened. Another is for the Wardens to not be forgotten, but I'm not that patriotic. I could ask for nothing, but I'd rather ask for fair treatment of the elves in Ferelden. She offers to make me ban of the alienage, more or less meaning I'd get a voice in future lands meetings. Lands meets? Lands might. Dirt conversations. I instead opt to let Shiani be the ban, not only because she has a strong voice, but because she never got to be my companion, so I think she deserves this much at least. She also gave the Arl of Amaranthine's estate to the Warden since Arl Howe is dead, as it should be. Anora asks what I'm going to do now, and I'll probably travel for a while. I probably should have just stayed and helped, but I'd rather just spend some time away from this place. I get the opportunity to leave whenever I want to now, but I'd rather talk to everyone I can before I do so. Anora and Eamon just say I'm based. My father just says I'm based and swag, if you will. Alistair is in some nice golden armor and says the Wardens are asking how nobody died killing the Archdemon. I would just tell them the truth. May help save a life or two in future blights. He then says he's going to stay and help, but wishes I would stay with him. Damn. Now I wish I chose to stay and help. You know what? Screw you. My canon now is that I stayed with Alistair. Shale is going to Tevinter in the hopes of finding a way to make her a dwarf again. Wynn is going with her. Leliana actually tells me she's going to guard the Urn of Sacred Ashes. Apparently the Chantry asked her specifically to do it. That's actually pretty cool. Zevran plans on traveling to elude the crows. I said I'll go with him, but of course my canon is I stayed with Alistair. Ogren is talking about the ale, of course. Never change, Ogren. Apparently he got offered a job in the army. He's gonna be court-martialed for something, I guarantee it. Putmeister is excited. Sten is leaving back to his people, of course. Finally, there's this dog in the corner. I'm not sure if it is, but I like to think it's Morgan who's just shapeshifted. With all that said, we get our final cutscene telling us what happened to everybody we affected, kind of like Fallout. Under the rule of Anora, there was a significant boost to the economy. The army was restored, and even a university being built. A statue was built of Loghain above the Orlesian embassy. Nice one, Anora. She also never remarried. Everyone heard of how Eamon was cured by Andraste's ashes, but apparently they disappeared, so I have no idea what Leliana is doing now. The Circle Tower was declared officially safe and back to normal by First Enchanter Irving. With Shiani as the ban of the Denerim alienage, elves got more trade rights and could even have their own militia, but she was assassinated a few years later, so it's not good over there. Can't believe they did my girl Shiani so dirty. Saurus got married to a human woman after his wife became a slave. Eamon started rebuilding Redcliffe, and Connor was sent to the Circle, where he eventually found himself in Tevinter studying the Fade. Also, that one woman I gave a bunch of money to in Redcliffe started her own brewery in Denerim. Tensions between the Dalish and humans got a lot better. The new keeper for the clan I helped was even welcomed in some Ferelden courts. The werewolves I helped turned normal, stayed together, and became animal trainers, taking the surname Wolf. They also got together yearly to honor the Lady of the Forest. Orzammar went to shit because of a bunch of Balin supporters rebelling, and the only thing Harrimont could get through in the assembly were things that separated Orzammar from the surface nations. Harrimont then died, with some claiming he was poisoned. Of course, the politicians didn't care. They just immediately started arguing over who should be the king next. The guy who opened the Chantry in Orzammar apparently got a lot of people to convert, but the conservatives didn't like it, and eventually the Andrastian dwarves in Orzammar got many of their rights revoked. Then the guy I helped was killed during a peaceful protest, and the Divine heard of it, debating whether they should do another exalted march like they did for the elves. Good God, I really fucked that one up. At least the dwarven girl that I sent to the Circle found some success. A few smiths found the location for the Anvil of the Void and convinced the Shaperate to recreate the research. They even successfully managed to make a new golem with a spirit from the Fade rather than a person. Yeah, it immediately went crazy and started killing people. I think Dagna was the only person I ended up helping in Orzammar. Someone reported seeing Morgan at one point and supposedly pregnant. Everyone else just kinda went their own ways. There wasn't a horde anymore, but there were some groups of Darkspawn led by alphas that fought each other in other settlements. Some of them even going to other countries. Not my country, not my problem no more. With that, we're finally through the base game of Dragon Age Origins, but it's not over yet. As you all saw with the extra DLC content from earlier, Dragon Age Origins came out at a time when companies were moving away from the traditional expansion packs that games like Fallout 3 and New Vegas, The Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Half-Life, and Baldur's Gate had that costed about half the price of the base game and was instead moving towards DLC content. A few items or a couple bonus quests for $5 to $10. This was during the before times when microtransactions weren't really a thing yet, so you could buy another 20 to 30 hours of content for $20 rather than a skin that turned you into a rainbow llama for the same price. Regardless, Dragon Age Origins came with a heap of DLC quests and one expansion called Awakening. We already went through Warden's Keep, the Stone Prisoner, and Return to Ostagar, as they're only completable in the base game, but there are several other campaigns you can play through that were released after launch. I'm going to be tackling the two campaigns where you play as someone other than the hero of Ferelden first, those being the Darkspawn Chronicles and Leliana's Song. After that, we'll finish up with the Warden campaigns in order of generally accepted continuity, that being the expansion Awakening, the Golems of Amgarrak, then finally Witch Hunt. On to the Darkspawn Chronicles. So the Darkspawn Chronicles is a kind of what-if scenario, where you play as a Darkspawn, specifically one of the Archdemon's Vanguard. The premise of the DLC is that the hero of Ferelden died during the joining, leaving only Alistair to gather a team and help stop the Blight. The Archdemon whispers commands to you, and this gives you your objectives. Already, I'm not loving this DLC. No matter what, the main character has to be a sword and shield warrior, which is easily the most boring class to me. Regardless, the first thing the Archdemon tells me to do is recruit an ally. Basically, I have the ability to take any Darkspawn and add them to my party, allowing me to control them in combat and equip them with gear I find along the way. I do so when we go to help an ogre, as well as recruit him. Then we need to kill a specific human lord, Arl Howe in this case, because apparently Alistair didn't do this? With that, we head to the Market District. They have a bunch of ballistas watching the entrance, so I need to recruit a Shriek in order to sneak by and ambush the men arming it. Afterwards, we kill Arl Eamon's knights along with Ban Tegan. I kinda had to cheese the game here because I found this DLC really hard for some reason. Afterwards, we need to commit a war crime by killing a bunch of civilians along with Oghren, who was, of course, hanging out by the tavern. Then we need to blow up a gate, destroy a weapons cache, where along the way we find the quirky blacksmith Wade get teleported away by a demon, and finally kill Wynne, who's accompanied by Templars. We make it to the alienage, where I have to burn the place to the ground. I also got a mage, who I controlled for the rest of the game. It was far more effective than me controlling the punching bag. Of course, we also find Zevran here, who we have to kill. We get the same cutscene of Riordan jumping on the Archdemon, but this time the Darkspawn I'm playing as looks up instead of Callian. Our next objective is to free an ogre that can destroy a gate, because I lost mine at the store, and we have to kill a bunch of golems and Legion of the Dead. Not sure how the golems got here, or Legion of the Dead for that matter, especially since Alistair the Paladin wouldn't side with Branka, but whatever. We need to kill Sten, who's surrounded by Qunari mercenaries and golems. Once they're dead, we make our way to the Archdemon fight. It's already in the last stage of the boss battle, so it has like a third of its health left. This was utterly painful. Inside, we have to kill the final remaining party members, that being Alistair, Morrigan, Leliana, and Dog, who Alistair named Barkspawn. God, that's a great name. Why couldn't I be that creative? Anyways, the entire fight, we have werewolves who spend the entire battle trying to target me because I'm squishy and love pain. Everyone hits like a truck. The only way I could defeat the party is by having all my characters aggro the same enemy to limit the amount of damage they could do long term. I genuinely don't know if I've had to micromanage my party this hard before, because every time I told them to hit a specific character, they'd just miss them a few times and attack a werewolf next to them. When I finally manage to kill them, the Blight rages on, and we kill all of Ferelden. Long live the Archdemon. Yeah, if you can't tell, I don't like this DLC. It's a neat little what-if scenario, but it's only about an hour long, and after the first playthrough, there's really no reason to revisit it. I honestly got more angry at this DLC than anything. It didn't show me anything new or cool, just more combat where you play as a Darkspawn for the sake of it. This is the kind of thing that I think should have just been included in the base game, kind of like something you'd unlock for free after beating the game, like how Zombies was in World at War. Anyways, Leliana's Song. In this campaign, you play as Leliana and play through her story with Marjolaine. Yes, they made a DLC where you play out the events they already told you. At least we'll get to see Orlais, because that's where she lived before Ferelden, right? Right? Nope, this takes place in Denerim. I'm not gonna like this DLC either, am I? It begins with a Borderlands-style cutscene showing our two companions, Sketch, the elven mage, and Tug, the dwarven sword and shield warrior. Marjolaine tells me we have a few jobs to do while non-stop flirting with me. Also, for the first time, I'm playing as a voiced character, because that makes sense when I'm playing as Leliana. Of course, our little dwarven friend Tug is going to be a tanky boy since he already has the shield. I'm gonna spec Sketch to be a healer because that usually pans out better. Along with this, I know I made Leliana an archer in the base game, but I like playing a melee, so that's what she's gonna do now. I steal a solid 5 silver from the chantry because screw those guys, then I beat a noble to a bloody pulp. I then spend the rest of this section just slaughtering guards, just because subtlety, it isn't that important in the spy business. Oh yeah, I also nailed the dude's underwear onto the chantry board. Next, I took a bunch of shop owners' stuff and put it in another merchant's supply box, because then they'd have to spend a whole 15 minutes trading their items back. Another solid prank gone wrong at 3 AM. Then I found a guy who betrayed our employer, killed him, and dumped his body in a well. Tainting the city's water supply with his blood was worth it. With that, we slaughter the captain of the guard and meet up with Marjolaine. After she tackles me and we almost bang in the streets while my companions leer at us, she tells me of our next mission while promising to reward me with something special later. This woman is already very manipulative. Or horny, not really sure which yet. Actually, I am sure, she tried to kill us in the base game. Marjolaine says our next mission is to sneak into the Arl's estate and plant some documents that would incriminate him. Of course, we need to slaughter some guards along the way, because this wouldn't be an interesting spy mission without murder. On the way to plant the evidence, we find Marjolaine going to, persuade a guard. For a standard night guard, there's a lot of mages for some reason. Leliana goes to plant the evidence and learns that the seals on the documents were Orlesian. Marjolaine says we'll discuss it at the safe house. Anyway, at the safe house, 3.5 seconds later, Leliana says that the documents Marjolaine brought were Orlesian military, meaning she'd be committing treason. Leliana convinces her to go back and take the documents away. We make our way back to the estate and there are no guards. We just kinda stumble in and take the papers. Literally, the moment I touch the documents, a bell is rung and we gotta get out. Then Marjolaine leaves us again. We kill a bunch more guards and escape the manor. Out back, Marjolaine is just standing alone. I go to talk to her and she stabs me in the back. Well, from the back, it was more in the gut. The officer she went to distract last time, named Harwin, takes me and my companions to the dungeons. While lying in a pile of blood, Leliana hears a voice coming from the grate above that weirdly sounds exactly like Marjolaine. She tosses down a small pack with a dagger and key. Of course, by dagger, I mean a snake shortsword. In the next room, I find Sketch and another man, a sword and shield warrior named Silas. Also, I find all my stuff in a box inches from where these guys were, so I guess they never tried to escape. Deeper into the dungeon, we find the body of Tug. My sweet, dear Tug. You'll be remembered for that time when I don't care. We fight our way out of the dungeon, and I see the light of the Maker. Literally, I pass out and wake up in the chantry. The chantry sister who saved me is the woman who also passed the equipment to me through the grate. Guess they ran out of French-accented voice actors? Kinda like Assassin's Creed Unity, I guess. The sister tells me that the Orlesian documents we put in the estate were hers. Somehow the mother knows exactly where Marjolaine and Harwin are, and somehow knew where I was being held. She never really explained that part. Both Silas and Sketch agree to come with me to take revenge, so I guess we're ready. We go to hunt down the dynamic duo, and Marjolaine still calls Leliana Pretty One. We kill a bunch of guards along with some reskinned deep stalkers they call sand stalkers. Real original, guys. They also at one point had Brontos. I thought that was a dwarven thing. Then we get to a part where we get ambushed, and this is the first time in years I can remember turning down the difficulty of a game. I tend to play games on the developer's intended difficulty, so unless told otherwise, that usually means normal or medium, and I very rarely differ up or down on the difficulty slider. By this point, there were so many encounters that didn't feel like they were designed around a 3-person team. This game itself and its mechanics were all designed with a 4-person team in mind, so when a mage paralyzes one person and a rogue stuns another, you're left with one person, usually the mage. I am fully aware this game is completable on harder difficulties, but frankly I'd rather turn down the difficulty than repeat the same section a dozen more times. If you can't tell, I've never played Dark Souls. Anyways, once they're dead, we assault the bridge leading to them, and they somehow have a dragon, because why not? Then we confront Harwin, where I just Leonidas him off the cliff, then we go to talk to Marjolaine. She tries that whole, "we're the same, you and I," shtick, and then it just cuts to black, and Leliana gives a short speech about how the game is ambiguous, and you decide what's true, but I did go to the Chantry afterwards. This DLC is awful. At least the Darkspawn Chronicles had some purpose, being that it was a fun little story of what could have happened, but Liliana's song is completely pointless. If you were paying attention to Liliana's story from the base game, then you'd know the entire first hour of the DLC already happened. The only thing it adds is some bare-bones companions who have no consequence in the story, and the only difference between this and Liliana's story from Origins is that she ends up pursuing Marjolaine after she's betrayed, whereas in Origins, she says the opposite, that she stayed in Lothering, leaving the past behind. And at the end, Leliana says she, quote, doesn't know which ending is better. But Marjolaine's alive by the time Origins rolls around, so she obviously let her go. Liliana's song is a complete waste of time, and I don't recommend anyone play it even if they got it for free. New DLC time and new microphone. Hell yeah. Alright, like I said, the rest of the DLC allows you to import your character from the base game, as Awakening takes place about 6 months after the Blight, so we'll be back playing as Callian for the rest of the video. Right off the bat, there's an interesting thing Awakening lets you do. In the event that the hero of Ferelden dies during the Blight, you can instead make a new character that is an Orlesian Warden, taking up the mantle as the Warden Commander in Ferelden. There is an issue with this, however. For some reason, you can't import a save and play as an Orlesian Warden. If you import a save, you have to play as the hero of Ferelden. Meaning, if they died, you're just back alive again for some reason, and if you try and play as an Orlesian, none of your actions will carry over because you can't import your save. Yeah, this DLC is buggy as hell, and my patch mod only applies to the base game, so I get to experience all of it. Oh yeah, I'm Warden Commander now, like Duncan was. The game starts with us heading to Vigil's Keep, the old estate of Arl Howe that was refurbished to be a base for the Wardens. For some reason, nobody's outside to greet us, and the game puts a goddamn helmet on my head. Get this goofy-looking cap off my head now. Anyways, Darkspawn come running out of the keep chasing a man, so we have to put up a fight. It's just a few genlocks, so we put him down easy enough. The man pretty much only says that there was a mage with him, and that he can't find him, and also that the Darkspawn attacked the keep, so I gotta play hero again. The woman with me's name is Myri, and she's a Warden recruit who hasn't taken her joining yet. She also seems to be my standard sword and shield tanky girl. She also asks how the Darkspawn are so coordinated since there is no Blight, which is a very fair question. This is probably where I should talk about the new content added in the expansion. So first things first, the level cap increased from 25 to 35, and we get another specialization to boot. Accompanying a third specialization is 2 more specialization options to choose from per class, with my favorite being the Spirit Warrior for, obviously, the Warrior class. I get access to Legionary Scout and Shadow as a rogue. Shadow gets access to skills that mislead an opponent, which I'm sure goes great for an assassin, but not so much for a duelist. Legionary Scout, on the other hand, more or less turns your rogue into a tank. This is what I chose, as it made me even harder to kill than I was before, while letting me have the damage output of a rogue still. Along with this, there are a ton of new talents to play with. Mages get the short end of the stick with no new spells, but they do get 2 more rows in the mage talent tree that gives them some good abilities. All weapon talent trees get another row, as well as both rogues and warriors getting access to another row on their class tree as well. My new rogue skills are insane. I get an ability that can one-shot anyone elite rank or lower as long as they're low enough on health, an ability that makes me dodge all attacks for 10 seconds or so, an ability that makes it so whenever I hit someone they take more damage from all sources, and finally an ability that lets me backstab every enemy in a pretty large area. There are also 3 new skills. 2 are called Vitality and Clarity. They each give you a boost to your health or your stamina/mana respectively, maxing out at 100 extra points when you put all 4 skill points into it. I don't much like these, as it not only makes constitution and willpower much less important to have in your character, but who's going to take trap crafting or detecting enemies from longer distances when you could just get more health? The last skill is really cool though. It's called rune crafting. Not only can you craft the normal runes from the base game, but there are 2 more tiers of runes, meaning you can make them even more powerful. Along with this, you can now put runes on your armor. They are, however, different from the weapon runes. I personally didn't engage with rune crafting, at all. Like I said before, I could just give myself more health, and I never really felt the need to increase my power beyond what the game gave me, just naturally. By level 30 or so, the game went from relatively easy to godlike powers. My chance to dodge attacks was so high, most enemies couldn't even hit me, and if they did, it was very rare. With my health and damage reduction so high, however, it never really mattered. Even if they got me low enough, I could just bump a potion and be fine for the next few minutes. Not to mention my 2 abilities that made me practically immune to damage for a ridiculously long time. This whole DLC's balance is so unbelievably broken to the point where I went from this fight to the final boss and never even felt the game put up a real challenge. Anyways, we run in and save as many soldiers as we can before entering the keep. Apparently we had about a dozen wardens here and not one detected the Darkspawn.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, this is Anders. He was being brought back to the tower by the Templars after running away, meaning he's an apostate. He also manages to hit on both me and Myri in about 30 seconds. I've hung around apostates before. Come on, man. Anders is already built as a healer since he has the spirit healer specialization like Wynn did, so I guess I'll just keep him that way. Deeper into the keep, we actually managed to find an old friend, too. Hell yeah, once again, my man Ogren is back. And just like Anders, he manages to hit on Myri within seconds. Ogren just decided to join the Wardens after the army. Not really sure why, but why not, I guess. It is Ogren. In the next room, we come across one of Myri's friends who joined the Wardens with her. He's on the ground bleeding out and very recently corrupted by the taint. He says there's a talking Darkspawn that headed for the roof. He dies, and we rush to find this talking Darkspawn because there's no way this can be good.
It has ended, just as he foretold. Be taking this one gently. We are wishing no more death than is necessary.
Necessary? As if your kind has ever done anything else.
You are thinking you know of our kind, human? It is understandable, but that will soon be changed.
Others will come, creature. They will stop you.
There it is.
It seems your words be true. More than you are guessing.
It is talking.
Well, let's shut it up already.
Commander.
Capture the Grey Warden. These others, they may be killed.
Yeah, it's definitely not good. We kill him, of course, and the man we saved says there's more people on the road. Turns out it's Honora. The Templar with Honora tries to take Anders back to the Circle because he's an apostate. I instead use the rite of conscription to make him into a Grey Warden, because screw the Chantry at this point, honestly. There's a specific thing about party-based RPGs that's always kind of annoyed me. Well, I guess not really annoyed, but you'll get what I mean. It's when you find a companion at a high level and the companion just scales with you when they find you. Don't get me wrong, I like that I don't have to level them from level 1, but why is Anders, a rebellious circle mage, nearly max level by the time I find him? This would make him damn near as powerful as the first enchanter, yet he's been in a tower all his life and doesn't seem to take it seriously. Ogren I can buy since he was with us before, but it's just kinda odd to see, you know? The man we saved on the roof is named Veril. He's the Seneschal of Vigil's Keep. He's more or less my right hand when it comes to the ruling of Amaranthine. Honora pretty much says, "Well, you got a big job ahead of you. See you later." Then she just dips. Why did she come all the way from Denerim just to say that? Anyways, we go through the joining for my 3 party members. Ogren drinks the whole thing and doesn't budge, because of course he doesn't. Anders passes out like I did, and Myri just dies. Damn, I didn't see that coming. Just as well though, I was getting really tired of spelling her name. 2 people walk into the keep at about 10 frames per second, and Veril says this is the captain of my soldiers and my treasurer. My treasurer wants me to go to Amaranthine to talk to someone about my trade routes, which are apparently being constantly attacked by Darkspawn. My guard captain wants me to go to Amaranthine and find a couple of hunters that found a Deep Roads entrance with Darkspawn lurking about. Oh, get this. Veril wants me to go to Amaranthine of all places and find a warden in the field named Kristoff.
I was just keeping my nose to the dust, watching out for the Schleets. One of the lads here told me about the Schleets. Said they're common in Ferelden. They lie on the ground, looking like ordinary pairs of pants, until you turn around. That's when they strike. After they're done with you, they just wander off on their unnatural pant legs.
Best part? Come on, what kind of moron you think I am? Sleets don't lay eggs. That's preposterous. Thought to fool me, did ya?
With that, I go to investigate the rest of Vigil's keep. There's a woman outside who gives me letters, and tells me there's a prisoner in the dungeons that they caught sneaking around. I'm gonna take care of that one first. The guard out front says it took 4 Grey Wardens to capture him. Intriguing. This, turns out, is Nathaniel Howe, Arl Howe's son. Apparently he came here to lay a trap for me and attempt to kill me, but in the end just wanted to collect some of his family's things. He even says if I let him go, he'll probably just come back again. He's got some balls, I'll give him that. He thinks it's unfair that his family lost everything due to the actions of Arl Howe, and I kinda have to agree. The sins of the father are not the sins of the son. He says he's an accomplished hunter, scouter, and is adept at making poisons. I decided to make him a Grey Warden. I've made friends with people who wanted me dead, so I'll just do it again. Besides, Nathaniel seems interesting, and certainly an ally I could use at the moment. Luckily, Nathaniel survived the joining, so now I have an assassin archer on my team. Fantastic.
Look at that! Was Andraste really that much of a looker?
Anders, while a bit of a goofball, is very passionate about mage freedom. I think in his perfect world, the Templars wouldn't even be an organization, just mages being free like normal people. I definitely disagree, to an extent. I think mages should be free, but the circles should still exist. Templars should certainly exist, but should only be used to hunt down known Maleficarum and be at the circles to be guardians in case something goes very, very wrong, with the mage circles acting more like a college, a resource rather than mandatory. That quirky blacksmith Wade is back. He's making armor and weapons for my soldiers. Yeah, why not? One of the best blacksmiths creating equipment for me? Yeah, say less. They do ask for me to get some better materials though, so I gotta keep my eye out for that. Also, I'm able to respec my companions here, so I do that. I don't really change anything about them, just allocate their stats better. Also, that massive boost to my attribute points from the Fade pretty much went exclusively to my Dex and Cunning, so I got a nice boost to my dodge and damage. Nathaniel finds his old groundskeeper, and he tells Nathaniel that his sister is in Amaranthine, so we'll go find her while we're there. I found a cat inside the keep. I know Anders wanted a cat, so I gave it to him. Inside the keep, there's also a dwarf rebuilding our walls. He says he needs more resources to build the walls up dwarven style. So I give him a whole ass 80 sovereigns. That was almost as much as the Gucci Supreme coat I'm wearing. Finally, there's a guard sergeant here who tells me that the Darkspawn managed to get the drop on us because they came from inside the building, so they didn't even have to approach the walls. She takes me to the cave-in that happened and tells me it won't be long before the Darkspawn find a way to clear it. So we do it first, and I investigate downstairs. I hate that I just get my soldiers to clear the rubble for me while I watch. Gives me flashbacks. Anyways, we go downstairs and find a dog dying. Don't know why Anders couldn't heal it, or any other injured person I meet along the way, since I've always had a mage with healing magic, but I just pet the dog to calm it down. The dog had a scroll duct taped to the side, so I read it and it says Nathaniel's, like a mother to him, Adria, was taken down to these tunnels. Of course, there's Darkspawn down here, because they're the only enemy in the game. And I also managed to solve a ridiculously easy puzzle and got a ring called the Tingler. I don't even want to know why it's called that or why it gives me Constitution. Deeper inside, we find a bunch of ghouls, humans corrupted too long by the taint. There's a pocket of prisoners who haven't been touched since they were behind bars. I just let them go. Half of them probably just hidden there for safety anyways. There's a giant Avar crypt in the basement of the Howe estate. Not exactly sure why. Even after 2 playthroughs of all 3 Dragon Age games, I still have no idea what the Avar really are. To the best of my knowledge, they're a barbarian-like tribe of humans who live in the mountains. Best comparison I have is the Dothraki from Game of Thrones, with more blue paint. Even that's not exactly a good comparison, but maybe it gives you a bit more of an understanding for how they act. Also, there was an origin that was intended to be in the game that made you an Avar warrior, along with another cut origin that made you a human commoner from Redcliffe. It's not super important, but it is a fun fact. Another fun fact while we're on the topic, the name of the continent we're on was actually just intended as a placeholder. It's an acronym for the Dragon Age setting, but they liked the name so much they just kept it. Anyways, this crypt just has a bunch of skeletons in it and sarcophagi you can loot, one of which has Nathaniel's grandfather's bow inside of it. Today is the day I learned that sarcophagus plural is sarcophagi. Guess I never really thought I'd be talking about more than just the one. I gave it to Nathaniel, but it turns out the bow I already had him using was just better, so, yeah, I just sold it. There's an extension to this room that requires 4 keys, but I only ever found the one in the basement area, so I guess I gotta come back later. In the next room, we find a Dryad turned into a ghoul, so we gotta kill her. With that done, we found another cave-in that looks like it could reach all the way to the deep roads, so we found out where they came from. I set some of my soldiers to clear it and head back upstairs. I also found a Viridium deposit downstairs, so I gave it to Wade, who asked for soldiers to defend the miners. I'm just giving out my soldiers like candy, aren't I? Nathaniel tells me he's not the only warden from his bloodline. Apparently his grandfather joined, but disappeared shortly after. Nathaniel believes he died during the joining. Arl Howe said he was a despicable man for joining the wardens and abandoning the family. I can't help but feel like I made the right decision killing him, even if it wasn't really a decision because I was forced to, but whatever. Anders tells me he escaped the circle a total of 7 times, always being caught and brought back. Not sure why the Templars never just killed him, or made him tranquil, since they have that power. It's also this point in the expansion that I started to notice something about my available responses. All of them feel like they're being said by a superior. In the base game, I usually had some option to be a smartass or joke around with my companions, but here it almost feels like I'm forced to speak like a politician. Part of me doesn't like it since I love the charismatic rogue archetype, but the other part of me looks at it as character progression. I mean, I did just stop the Blight, having a major hand in several political conversations, and I just spent the last 6 months doing work as the Warden Commander. You gotta think that would harden you or change you in some way, so maybe it was intended and now Callian has become used to being the one in charge and has to keep that level of professionalism around most people. I doubt it was intended, since a lot of the dialogue in this game seems to be of lower quality than the base game, but still. The last thing I do in the Keep is address the nobles I'm in charge of now that I'm the Arlessa of Amaranthine. They all swear fealty to me, and we have a celebration, where I'm free to speak to a few people. There are 2 nobles asking me to allocate troops to their location, one being the farmlands that supply our food and hold the majority of our population. The other is asking me to send troops to the city of Amaranthine itself, since it's a cultural beacon and can't be rebuilt as easily as farmlands can. I also have the option of defending my trade routes, but I'm generally more for the people, and food is more important than culture at this moment, so I'm going to give it to the farmlands. I also have the option to just give it to everyone, but I doubt I have enough troops to prioritize everything rather than one section, so I'll just choose one. I looked it up afterwards, and yeah, apparently choosing all of them just is the best option objectively, because I'm pretty sure everyone just appreciates that you tried to defend them. But yeah, I don't know why it's even an option in the game. Also, I'm not sure why I can't defend the trade routes and the countryside, given they're practically connected, but whatever. This whole option is a bit disappointing to me. I wish I did something similar to the War Table in Inquisition, where I have a certain amount of military power based on my choices during the expansion, and that allows me to do certain tasks like defending these important locations and giving soldiers to the miners. But the total power I have left is there to defend the keep itself, so I have to really debate whether sending troops to Amaranthine is as important as defending the keep with limited numbers. Or they could have a somewhat different system where you have a certain amount of troops and some activities take specific amounts of troops, but then the other ones are allowed to be allocated to any major region based on what you think is more important and how many troops you have left. They're both ideas that could have been implemented, but unfortunately they just kind of did this. Also, I don't think there's any consequence to just giving soldiers to the miners despite the game asking several times. Anyways, another noble tells me that she's received information saying there's a group of nobles planning to kill and overthrow me, but she's not sure who's behind it. My options to stop it is either to trap everyone in here now and hold them hostage until they reveal themselves, which is a no, wait it out and just let them attack. I actually considered this option since I could probably take them on really easily when they strike, but my last option is kind of better. I gotta find a man named the Dark Wolf. He's an urban legend that is an expert on gathering information. While illegal, it could bear fruit, and if it doesn't, we wait for them to strike and kill them then. I don't usually just try to break the law, but my characters are generally neutral good, so I'm not above breaking the law if it helps defend myself or others. Also, I never asked for this position, this was forced upon me, so that's my excuse. Also, is the Dark Wolf one of those werewolves I freed? They did take the last name Wolf, after all. With that, we clear out the nobles and head out to Amaranthine. Amaranthine is ridiculous. There are side quests absolutely littering the place. The first of which is a man offering me a business proposal. Then he just runs off. I never thought I'd see an exclamation point run away, but here we are. He's a smuggler and wants me to help him. He says if I help him smuggle some things, he'll give me a large cut since I rule the lands. Of course, I decline and he walks off. Didn't even get a chance to threaten him. We meet the hunters who found the Deep Road's entrance, and he immediately hits on me, of course. They say it was some sort of chasm that somebody tried to build over, but it's been abandoned for so long nobody in town even knew about it. One of them fell in, and despite yelling, the Darkspawn that passed didn't even notice them. They say it's like they were preoccupied. Given everything we know about the Darkspawn up to this point, this whole situation is just weird. I don't know if anything like this has ever happened in the history of Dragon Age, but I get the sense I'm not the first person to say that about weird occurrences with the Darkspawn, so, you know. They ask for a reward, and I give them a whole-ass sovereign, because money isn't even an object for me anymore. As I'm walking toward the gates, a woman stops me and says there was a letter given to her for when I arrive, by a Sir Wolf of Ravane. It looks like the Dark Wolf found me, so I'll have to find him soon enough. I try to go through the gates, and I get stopped again, because playing video games is not allowed in my video games. A guard stops me and asks to search my packs for smuggled items. I could tell him to kick rocks, since I'm the Arl and the Warden commander, but I want to feel normal again, so I let him. His superior calls him an idiot for searching me, and asks me to help him with the smugglers. Apparently, trade is really bad after an apocalyptic event, so smugglers are taking things off dead bodies and selling them for steep prices. He asks me to help find the smugglers and their hideout so we can take their supplies and give them to the poor. I speak to the smuggler, and he immediately runs, summoning dozens of guards and a few mages as he runs around the whole city. Of course, as we leave the gates, still chasing him, I spot a pretty tree and talk to Anders about it. They very helpfully waited for us to finish our conversation before I killed him outside the smuggler's den entrance. With that, I go in and eliminate everyone I can find since they attack on sight and loot the room. The captain is happy with that, so, you know, quest complete. Someone from the Merchants Guild says we need to find out what's been happening to all the caravans in the Wending Woods, since nobody wants to trade until it's done. There's also a Merchants Guild board similar to the Chantry board in the base game, as well as an actual Chantry board at the Chantry itself. It's a lot of time saying Chantry. Further on, we find the Dark Wolf. He says he's already heard the nobility wants me dead, and that's why he sent the letter to me. He wants to protect me because he thinks I'll do a better job defending the land than Hao did. For the deed, he wants 50 sovereigns to cover expenses. Again, I'm like Elon Musk level of rich here, so I'll do it. About 20 meters away, we find one of Anders' old friends. Yeah, this city's not very big. She says she found a sort of cache Anders was looking for. He tells me after that this is where the Templars keep his phylactery. Anders wants to destroy his phylactery so the Templars can't find him again, even though he's a Grey Warden. Why not? I'll help out my boy. I really like Anders so far. He doesn't take a whole lot seriously, instead usually deflecting with humor, kinda like Alistair did, but instead of being a paladin-like Templar, he's a rebellious mage. In the tavern, I find a board for orphans. The only quest on there asks for 50 silver so they can get food and blankets. I feel like a new woman after giving less than 1% of my money to charity. Of course, I talk to the bartender to look at his shop, but I doubt I'll find anything, so, I legit stared at that for about 10 seconds in shock when I first found it. This easily has to be the most overpowered dagger in the game. It doubles my damage when I attack from behind, or if the enemy is stunned, and increases my chance to dodge by a whole 25%. It may cost as much as a castle, but by God, it's worth it. That's gotta be it though, right? Surely he doesn't have anything yet. Dear God, I'm coming back for you once I get my fortune back. This new dagger just looks badass. I ask the innkeeper for Kristoff's room key, saying I'm his commander and need to find him. In his room, I found a letter from his wife and a map of where he was going. This, the Wending Woods, and the Deep Road's entrance are all main quests if you didn't know, so we'll be tackling them later. Nathaniel found out the statue of his uncle who helped fight for Ferelden's freedom was torn down after Arlhau's betrayal. I also really like Nathaniel. He's probably my favorite character in Awakening. He's a man who hates me for killing his father and exposing his evil deeds, which leads to the decline of his family. It's almost a redemption arc, like he's been shunned by society for his father and has to win back his family's honor by helping me fight despite his father being my enemy. It's a very cool way to redeem the Hao name, since the only Hao we knew in Origins was, Arl Hao. At the Chantry, we actually meet an old friend. Well, kinda. It's Wynn. Guess that trip to Deventer with Shale didn't happen, or maybe they did it in 6 months, who knows. She says there's a crisis happening at the Circle. This isn't something I covered earlier, but the mage circles have different fraternities, basically political parties within the circles that have their own view of how the circle should be run. First, there's the Aquitarians, I think is how you pronounce it. They're the most popular party as they're basically centrists. They more or less believe all magic should be used for good whether or not the Chantry exists or tells them to. They also believe that the more reasonable laws of the Chantry should just be followed. First Enchanter Irving follows this fraternity. Isolationists believe the Circle should be separated from both the Chantry and general civilization so they can practice their magic in peace and solitude, and so they don't harm the normies. Libertarians believe the Circles should be self-governed, without any Chantry interference whatsoever. I think this is the fraternity I would best fit in, although I also hold some of the values of Aquitarians. Resolutionists believe the same thing as Libertarians, but they're willing to use violence to achieve it. Loyalists pretty much worship whatever the Chantry says, even helping the Chantry and Templars enforce the rules. Finally, there's the, Lucrocians? They pretty much just want money and political power among the lands. Pretty much nobody follow these guys, but they're there, I guess. I say all of this because it's a cool piece of world building, but also because Wynne tells us that the Libertarians are pushing to completely move away from the Chantry. Even Anders comments saying it's not a good idea, even though he hates the Templars. Chances are, if they succeed, there will be a lot of backlash from the Chantry that could start a culling or even a war between the mages and Templars. Wink wink. Unfortunately, this quest isn't about that. Wynne just needs me to find one of her friends that went to the Wending Woods because she would be a good voice for the meeting happening over the Libertarians. Inside the Chantry, I steal from the Lost and Found because it was lost by someone and I found it.
It has come to my attention that some believers in this house have been acting cringe.
The orphans are back at it again, but this time they want money for alcohol and the Chantry Mother's book. I'm not getting swindled today. Somehow the Dark Wolf is already back with news of my conspirators, even though I haven't even left the city yet. He tells me where they're meeting, so I'll go kill them soon. While we're chasing down the last Maleficar in the city, Nathaniel spots his sister, so we sit down for a chat. She straight up just called Arl how evil. They walk off for a while to chat, which I'm sure the mage will sit and wait while we do this. When he comes back, he says his sister wants him to come and visit her and that her father deserved to die. Glad it worked out relatively well for Nathaniel. Also, I'm nearing max approval from him. This DLC is broken on so many levels. We go to find Anders' phylactery and it turns out to be a trap by the Templar who tried to take Anders away in the beginning. I defend him, saying I won't turn in my friends, and of course, she attacks, and dies. Now that that's over with, I go to kill my conspirators. They even had an Antivan Crow with them. After that, it's back to Vigil's Keep where I get ambushed halfway back by bandits, because if there's one thing we learned from Origins, it's that a group of bandits can kill the hero Ferelden. I saved a woman from them, and she just hands me 15 sovereigns like it's nothing. Back at Vigil's Keep, Anders says I'm alright. Good to know. The place those hunters found that has the entrance to the deep roads is called Knotwood Hills. It looks like it was some quarry they built at one point. Of course, there's a Darkspawn and Deepstalkers because they're always here. Then we find a female dwarf being dragged away by the Darkspawn. She gets away and grabs a weapon, so of course I need to help her. Not only because she's a person in distress, but because we know what the Darkspawn do to women. Once the Darkspawn are dead, she tells me her name is Sigrun, and that she's a part of the Legion of the Dead. She's investigating the old dwarven fortress of Kal Hiral, and her entire unit was wiped out. The Darkspawn are breeding an army at this fortress, so I offer to help her out. Sigrun is our next companion. She's surprisingly built as a dual-wielding strength-based rogue of all things, and of course she has a Legionnaire scout specialization. Since she's a rogue, I decided to replace Nathaniel with her, because she kind of has to come with us for this mission. We venture deeper to find Kal Hiral and find one of her Legion buddies dying on the ground. He has another case of whatever the opposite of plot armor is, so of course Anders can't heal him. I kinda just wish there were certain dialogue choices depending on your specialization or class or even race for that matter. Or frankly, any narrative consequences for your choices at character creation at all despite origin stories and a couple bits and pieces here and there about some characters. I know race kind of plays more of an aspect into the game than class or specialization choices, but I feel like even race should have had a bit more to do, other than just like some characters being like, hey, you're an elf, so you're kind of crappy. I mean, there are several moments in this game where having specifically a spirit healer could have been very useful narrative-wise. Or having something like a blood mage, or even being a blood mage, having a huge narrative consequence that makes it so that Templars just don't talk to you or even hunt you down throughout the game. Anyways, the dying guy. He pretty much just accepts his death, which is fitting for a member of the Legion. He says there are brood mothers, as in plural, but to look out for the children. No idea what that last part means, but if there's more than one brood mother I can kill, I'll gladly do so. Also, Oghren spends the first 10 minutes relentlessly hitting on Sigrun. Man is just horny. All the time. We find Kal Hiral, but Sigrun says we need to find an alternate path, as the Darkspawn trapped the main entrance. That's when we come across the children for the first time. They're these almost beetle-like Darkspawn that are relatively easy to kill, but they have the Overwhelm ability. Why do the developers hate me? Luckily, there's a side entrance that's extremely easy to spot. We head in, and I'm impressed to find out this area isn't even marked on the map when you come through. Well done, BioWare. We kill the Darkspawn and golems defending the entrance, and disarm the absolutely ridiculous amount of traps littering the entrance. We found an inactive golem, and luckily I found its control rod, so I activate it and send it flying towards the Darkspawn. Deeper into Kal Hirol, we find these dwarven spirits reliving the past of the fortress. One of the dwarven nobles tried to rally the castless into helping defend the fortress, but most weren't having it. The nobility especially treats the castless like crap, so many left for the surface, but some decided to stay back and defend Kal Hirol. Eventually, we come across another one of the talking Darkspawn. He's shouting orders to a group of Darkspawn, attacking another group of Darkspawn, almost like there are two factions of Darkspawn working against each other. Have I said Darkspawn enough? This shit is getting just weird at this point. What the hell is this weird glitch on the walls? How does it even make sense? Anyways, we find some iron ore for Wade and come across this golem that'll fix things for me. I've been coming across these broken pieces of equipment, and now, yeah, this is my rogue. This game is just great. There's a man here who says he stole something inside the fortress and got locked in this cage. So I let him free, of course. He gave me some stone marker, I guess. Don't really know what it does, but I have it now. Well, that's just terrifying. Are they called adults now? We find this puzzle that's stupid easy since all we have to do is rearrange the symbols and get some loot. We head into the lower parts of the cave and find, this. The Darkspawn speaks of the Mother and the Architect. I don't know who these people are, but there's certainly two factions of Darkspawn I work at here, and somehow they're behind these talking Darkspawn. And I'm assuming that the Mother and the Architect must be the leaders of some sort. Well, immediately after that fight, a bunch of tentacles started attacking me. I remember my fight with the Broodmothers, so I figured I should just ignore them. There are these chains in the corner of the room, and I break two of them. Then this giant ball of lyrium drops and kills the 3 Broodmothers. I have no idea why the Darkspawn thought that putting 3 Broodmothers below an atomic bomb was a good idea, but it worked out for me. Sigrun says her goodbyes, and I offer to let her join the Wardens. That way, she'll have 2 reasons to kill the Darkspawn, and a better chance at killing more of them, so she of course accepts. That dwarf who asked me for a whopping 80 sovereigns for the walls now wants me to look for rocks for the walls. This is truly the height of quest design. In each of the main quest areas, I find a material that I can give to Wade to make a really strong piece of equipment, but I never really do it because there's not really a reason to. My character is already so overpowered, I'm just unkillable at this point. There really wasn't a reason to make me hunt for more power, especially since the way to make these isn't super simple and just has you crafting other resources. The only reason I could see this being useful to someone is if they play on Nightmare difficulty, and even then, I get the sense that Awakening is a walk in the park compared to the other parts of the base game. In the throne room, Oghren gets visited by that dwarf in the bar we met during his personal quest in the base game, Felsi. By visit, I of course mean she's chewing him out for joining the Wardens. Basically, after the events of Origins, Oghren somehow made up with Felsi and they got back together while he was in the army. During this time, they had a kid, and Oghren couldn't stand trying to be a father. He just wants to kill things and be a warrior, so he joined the Wardens so he could do it for the rest of his life. This then gives me a quest to try and either help Oghren reconnect with his family or push him to the Wardens. Remember when I said this expansion was buggy, like 4 times? Yeah, I wasn't kidding. It's nearly impossible to even complete Oghren's quest due to the high approval demand. It's very difficult to reach that level of approval with Oghren in Awakening since there's not many ways to increase it beyond gift spamming. And I also ended up lowering my approval more often than not, which is weird, so I never even got to do this quest. Somehow I failed to mention this in my script, but it's also really weird to me that Oghren doesn't just have a lot of approval to me based on my decisions in Origins. I mean, we had damn near max approval, or at the very least 50, so why the hell is he completely neutral towards me now? It's only been 6 months since we saw each other. This is not the only quest that's bugged, however. You remember that quest where we turn in the smugglers or help them? The one that's at the very beginning of the game, that can be completed before starting any of the main quests and is basically shoved down your throat that it exists the second you step foot in Amaranthine? Yeah, you can't complete Sigrun's companion quest if you finish that quest first. I have no idea how the hell that managed to get past testing, or how the hell it even makes sense. But regardless, Sigrun's companion quest is completely undoable at this point. I can't do anything about it. Anyways, Ogren asks me for a pony while he's drunk. Yeah, why not? I'll get you a pony. The dwarf from the beginning asks if he can make some bombs. So, yeah, why not? I also gave him the tablet that the guy in the cage gave me because it had the names of all the castless who helped fight for Calhirol. The basement cave-in was dug out, and turns out it does in fact lead to the deep roads, so I go to investigate. There's Darkspawn down here, if you'll believe it. I also found the rest of those keys for the Avar dungeon while I was at it. I touch this idol and a demon pops out. Once I defeat him, however, he just runs away. Coward. I fight an ogre commander, which I didn't know was a thing. Once he's dead, though, the demon pops back out and possesses the ogre, so now I'm fighting it again, but it's a spirit this time. Once that's done, we find a dwarven barrier door that's nearly complete and could keep the Darkspawn out for a few years at least, and luckily I have a dwarven engineer with me, so he fixes it and problem solved. I go back into the basement to use those keys and open the door to a crypt. When I open the first sarcophagus, we have to fight 3 Avar lords that I think got a solid 2 hits off on Nathaniel before they died because balance. At least I got some solid Tims out of it. Also, this is Sigrun now. I assure you, she's still a rogue. Next, I get to be the judge and jury for my people. 2 are easy. The first is a man who stole some grain that was being delivered to the keep, meaning it was theft of the crown, which is traditionally punished by hanging. The man says his sheep were killed by the Darkspawn and his family was starving. I decided to have him join my army so he can work off his punishment and feed his family, instead of just killing him. Another noble was promised a piece of land by Howe, but the land belongs to another noble and was only promised by Howe because he defied him. I decided to appease both nobles by allowing the woman to take the land, since the document was legal, but promising to make it up to the man somehow in the future. The last one was honestly a lot more difficult for me personally. A woman in my army deserted in order to protect her family from the Darkspawn. My choices are to hang her so desertion stops, send her to prison as a middle ground, or ask her to bring her family here for protection and have her rejoin the army. I didn't like the prison option that much, as it felt more like appeasing both arguments rather than a statement. Ironic, since I just appeased both nobles, I know. But I didn't want to just kill her. In the end, however, I did. If I allow her to bring her family here, then all my soldiers will want to do the same, and we don't have room in the keep for that. This decision has very little consequence in the long run, but it's one I chose to highlight because I sat there for just over a minute making my choice. There's a very big reason I don't like my characters having a legitimate sense of authority in the games that I play. I mean, sure, I like playing games like Civilization, where that's the point of it, but when I play an RPG, I tend to like being more of a mercenary type. That way I don't have to make these kinds of decisions that make me have to rule over a land. I'd rather be someone watching out for the little people rather than the one looking over them, if that makes sense. It's similar to the fact that I don't really like joining groups when I play RPGs. Like, I didn't really care to become a Grey Warden in this game, and it's similar to, like, Fallout or Elder Scrolls, where you're kind of forced to join a certain group of people if you want to do their quest line. I tend to just like being a resource for someone. That way, if I find a problem with the organization that I'm a part of now, I can just kind of leave or defy them instead of having to be a part of them or like dishonoring some oath I made. But with that, I go to conduct Sigrun's joining, which she survives. We head to Amaranthine to finish some side quests and find the guy from the cage who's excited to see me, but when I ask him if he's tainted or not, he runs off scared. Anyways, we're off to the Wending Woods. The second I arrive, there's a couple bandits standing beside a destroyed cart. For some reason, the guard had to squint to see me when I was only about 20 meters away. We kill a ridiculous amount of bandits and Sylvans before we actually come across a man fleeing. He says there's an elf chasing him who makes the trees come alive. She then appears through her teleporting roots and asks if I'm working for the Shems. She commands me to make the humans leave, bring back her sister, and then leave myself. On top of the hill is an elven camp that was completely abandoned with blood and discarded human weapons just thrown in a pile. Around the side of the hill, we find a human lying on the ground who's infected by the Darkspawn taint, but he can still talk to me. He says they never took the elf's sister. Basically what happened was that the humans were ambushed by the Darkspawn. Then the Darkspawn took the human weapons and brought them back to the Dalish camp after slaughtering the elves. Because the human weapons were planted, this Dalish elf believes it was the humans who killed her friends, so she's killing all of them while the Darkspawn are just sitting back and watching the carnage. The Darkspawn have gotten ridiculously smart, and since they weren't this cunning before, most people probably wouldn't even suspect them of being capable of something like this. The man also says he can feel the Darkspawn watching me, then asks that I put him out of his misery, as he's going to die no matter what. After I kill him, the Darkspawn ambush us. Guess he was telling the truth about them watching me. One of the Darkspawn even has that elf's sister's necklace. That was a weird sentence to say. The elf reappears and demands I leave, then summons a couple Sylvans. Once they're dead, I chase her up to the Dalish camp. She's standing over the graves of her friends. I tell her what happened and give her the necklace as proof. She offers to come with me to find her sister and get revenge against the Darkspawn. She's a mage with a new specialization called Keeper. Some Darkspawn decided to commit self-die by attacking us and revealing where their base is. Before I go there, I want to explore the rest of the woods. I found the stone the dwarf wanted to make the walls out of and a couple talking statues. These are actually Avar men who were alive centuries ago and turned to stone by a Tevinter Magister. The Magister put a curse on them to bind their spirits to the statues created when they were turned to stone. One is a warrior who wants me to find the ashes of the Magister that is conveniently nearby to summon and kill him, therefore freeing them. The other statue is the warrior's brother. He's more concerned with making peace. He says killing the Magister wouldn't do anything. Instead, he wants me to convince his brother to let his vengeance go so they can be at peace and sleep. That seems better, so I convince him to sleep by saying his anger has imprisoned him. I also found that mage Wynn was talking about. She doesn't want to leave because she doesn't care about circle politics or Wynn, but she agrees to leave if I find her seeds to a specific plant. I love fetch quests. I find them, bring them back to her, and she goes. Easy enough, I guess. We make our way into the place the Darkspawn came from earlier, and as I walk into the center of the room, I get drugged while this tall, ugly Darkspawn-looking guy watches me. I partially wake up in a dark room as the Darkspawn guy talks to me saying he's sorry for what he has to do. Then I wake up in a cell with my companions, naked. Why the hell do they get to keep their clothes, and then I'm stuck here naked? Anyways, a tainted-looking elf approaches us, and it turns out this is Velana's sister, Sirani. She tells me the Darkspawn have my things, and I ask her to tell me more. She gives me a key to a chest in the main guy's room, hoping we'll find more there. Turns out, this guy is a Darkspawn emissary that learned to talk, or something. She's helping us to leave, yet seems to be working for the emissary. This is another one of those sections where you have none of your equipment and have to make do with what you find. The game let me keep my entire inventory besides the stuff I had equipped, so it's clearly not a very good one, but still. I outfit my party with what I have and go to the emissary's room. Turns out, this is the Architect, the head of one of the Darkspawn factions we're fighting. I don't know why he captured me, or why he says he's sorry he had to do something, but color me intrigued. I solve a really simple puzzle that allows me to go into the room below, and I find the coolest looking leather armor in the game. It's completely black with some gold tints around certain parts of the armor, specifically the metal-like, studs. Black is easily Callion's color. Also, I have a ridiculous amount of gold again. Progressing through the dungeon, there's a cool section where I use a ballista to shoot a statue that falls and crumbles and kills a bunch of Darkspawn waiting downstairs to make it easier. This is how a gameplay section like this should be handled. If I had all my equipment taken from me in the beginning, this would be perfect. Anyways, we fight our way through the dungeon and eventually find this abomination of a person with Velana's equipment. We kill it and take it back. Later on, we find the same thing, but with Anders and Sigrun's equipment instead. We find one of the missing Wardens who recognizes me as the commander. He says he's the only one left from Vigil's Keep. There's a Darkspawn with a giant maul that crushed his legs, and he wants me to kill it and reclaim his wedding ring off the body and deliver it to his wife, since, he can't walk anymore. Velana disapproves of this, so it seems like she's filling the Morrigan-shaped hole in my party. We find the Darkspawn and kill him. For some reason, he's here training dragons, which is a terrifying thought that the Darkspawn are trying to have pet dragons. There's also a Qunari merchant down here. He's just chilling. Apparently he has a deal with the Architect to sell him supplies, and the Darkspawn just leave him alone. I have no idea how he can bear to sell the Darkspawn stuff, but I offer him a place at Vigil's Keep to be one of our merchants. Once we're done selling things, I find myself in the middle of this large chamber. The Architect stands there watching me with Sirani and this other dwarven woman as two dragons come out to dance with me. It's an interesting fight because every once in a while they both fly into the air and come back in a different location, making you have to reposition your less defensive companions. Since some of their attacks aren't dodgeable, they actually manage to get me a bit low. I could easily heal here, but it's a fun fight nonetheless. Once they're dead, the Architect just leaves with his companions. He doesn't even try to talk to me or anything. Velana starts to freak out that her sister still went with the Architect. She wants to track them down and offers to become a Grey Warden so she has an easier time doing so. I tell her it could kill her, but she still wants to. Why not? New Warden companion. You might be wondering where I get my equipment back, since we're at the end of the dungeon. Short answer, I don't. This whole dungeon is just completely bugged. Basically, you're supposed to get your equipment back at a chest next to the Canary Merchant, or another abomination. I'm not too sure since I've never actually tried to fix it before. But there's a glitch where it doesn't move anything from your inventory into the chest, instead just letting you keep your inventory and deleting your equipped gear. I think it has something to do with DLC items from the base game, but I honestly have no idea. My insanely good dagger was a part of that, so I'm just going to go back and fix that real quick. All you have to do is unequip all your gear before getting captured by the Architect, and then it will be transferred to that chest. If you have clothes when you arrive in the cell, you'll know you'll be fine. So yeah, I just redid that whole dungeon after that. Once I get to the chest and get my gear back, I compare the black armor I have to my old armor. I really want to keep the black one for the style, but it's just worse than my Gucci Supreme coat, so I guess I'll have to give it to Nathaniel. Anyways, I make my way back to Amaranthine because of side quests and tell the man that his caravans will be safe now without selling out Leliana. Leliana also hates that humans have nature in their cities, specifically the tree symbolizing their god Mythal. She really is just Dalish Elf the character, isn't she? I found that dying Warden's wife, and she's cheating on him. She says she never knew when or if he's gonna come home, so while she was married to him, she started a relationship with this guy to try and start a family. Screw you, woman. Feel bad. On the way back to the vigil, we find another Dalish elf who's a part of the clan Leliana was exiled from. He says that the clan is better off without her, as she was a very toxic clanmate. He's even surprised I defended her. Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk about it with her later, I guess. We make it to the keep and there's a riot outside. A bunch of the peasants are mad that I'm not feeding them since most of the farms are being slaughtered by Darkspawn. Some of the rioters are even my own soldiers. They joined in because of my actions with the deserting soldier from earlier. Feeling even worse about my decisions now. Really starting to wish I spared her. I try to convince them that we have to stand strong to defeat the Darkspawn. I use persuasion to tell them I'll provide for them, which according to the game should be an automatic pass since I maxed out coercion and have a very high cunning. I fail and the peasants attack. I think in order for it to succeed, I need to not execute that soldier, but this is just dumb. If it was entirely based on my choices, I would like it. Consequences for your actions is exactly what I want. But the game previously has never had me fail a persuasion check if my coercion was maxed. But now it decided to just change the rules for this one encounter with no warning or explanation unless you check the wiki. It's just a bad choice in design, in my opinion. Regardless, I give the dwarf building the walls some soldiers to defend the miners gathering the stone so my walls can be at max strength, and give Wade some silverite to make equipment, and this makes it so all my soldiers will have the best equipment, and that's the last mineral deposit you can find. In the keep, Leliana tells me the story of her exiles. Humans were trying to drive her clan out. She wanted to fight them, but her keeper said if she does, she'll be exiled. She called her keeper a coward and took as many people as she could that wanted to go with her and fought off the humans. All of them ended up dying from that skirmish with the Darkspawn. She says she actually envies humans because they still have many stories from their past, most of which have heroes that they can strive to be like, which the Dalish no longer have. So I gave her an empty journal to write her own stories and start a new history. After that, we conduct her joining, which she lives, of course, because they gave her a backstory longer than a sentence. Finally, we end up in the Black Marsh, our last main quest area. We have to fight some wolves and surprisingly don't have to kill whole packs at a time. There's a dead Darkspawn in the middle of the trail leading to the manor in the center of the marsh, so we know we're hot on Kristoff's trail. We can't actually go into the manor yet, so we gotta go deeper into the swamp. Ogren got his pony. A wooden one, but it counts. Along the way, we also find Kristoff's camp. It's still set up, but it hasn't been used for days. Also, there are these weird green walls of magic blocking some areas of the map. It says there are tears in the veil with what looks like a bunch of desire demons inside them. They're completely impassable at the moment. At the very end of our path, we find Kristoff's body, easily dead for days. Then a bunch of Darkspawn pop out of just nowhere. Turns out this is the Mother's Darkspawn. The talking one is specifically the Mother's first. He says the Mother doesn't want me furthering his plan. I'm assuming by his, he means the Architect. Then he just casts a spell that brings us into the Fade along with him. Guess the first isn't all that important. Somehow the children are also here, and I get to kill them along with other Darkspawn and demons. God damn it, another Fade section. This whole section has me questioning a lot of things, specifically about the Dwarves. If you'll notice, Ogren is here, yet Dwarves have no connection to the Fade, so how the hell did the First bring him here in the first place? It's one of two things in my mind. It's either a very clever and subtle way of showing that dwarves have the ability to reconnect with the Fade somehow, lightly foreshadowing that dwarves could become mages in the future of the series. Or it means you can force dwarves into the Fade, but they can't interact with it on their own. If you inspect this floating boat, Oghren even mentions this, yet no explanation is ever really given. Oghren also mentions that dwarves never dream because of it, yet he specifically mentioned earlier having Grey Warden dreams, back at the camp as, I showed earlier in that one little cutscene. Does the joining cause dwarves to reconnect with the Fade in some way, or is it a development oversight? I'm more inclined to believe the latter in this case. We're able to go through those Fade walls now, and it allows us to clear them back in the real world so we can loot the chests inhabiting the area. Also, there are more of those attribute totems again, specifically 12 this time, all adding up to an even 2 points to each attribute. Of course, this just means I'm going to respec my character again to get that sweet, sweet dodge chance. There's also this puzzle that requires you to collect these pillars in a specific order, then kill a few rage demons that unlocks something in the real world. Around the back, there's a woman praying at a grave. Apparently it was her grandfather's. She mentions something about remembering what happened to the village in the marsh and about some evil lady, but we rudely get interrupted by demons, and she tells me to hide in the crypt. I go to follow her, and it turns out she's a demon. I can't have these things running around, plus she lied to me, so I kill her. We make our way out of the crypt that's just loaded with skeletons, and now we're in the manor. There are dozens more villagers here who are all aware that they're trapped in the Fade. There's a riot outside the manor that's being led by Justice. No, literally, it's just a spirit called Justice. He watched the village for so long that he's decided to intervene. Apparently the Baroness of the village would take the children of the villagers and use it to fuel her blood magic. The village rebelled against her, and as her manor was burning down, she casted a spell that caused everyone to get trapped in the Fade. Justice wants me to help fight against her. I have the option to just help the Baroness if I want, but I'd rather not help pure evil. Justice roundhouses the gate, and we confront the witch. Turns out she recruited the mothers first. We have an intense battle where I manage to kill the first before he can even get a hit off, and the witch uses his blood to send us all back through the veil. We wake up next to Kristoff's body, and it turns out Justice possessed it. Didn't think you could possess a few days old corpse, but I guess it'll do. He's just as confused as we are about this. Turns out the Baroness is still alive according to Justice, since she has become a demon of pride. Didn't think a mortal could just become a demon. Maybe she was possessed or something and the demon just ate her soul. I don't know. Yeah, so a corpse is our last companion. Justice is our sword and board warrior for the expansion. He's also fittingly a spirit warrior, and since he possessed a Grey Warden body, I guess that means we now have a full team of Grey Wardens. We make our way back and confront the Baroness Witch Demon, and she turns into an actual pride demon. She goes down easy enough, and even helpfully opens the front gate for me. Oh yeah, those chests I found gave me the armor Justice is wearing, and it looks, appropriate. Now that the demon is dead, he's a bit lost in what he should do. He wants to do something that attributes to his quite literal single personality trait, as he is the spirit of vibing. He decides that avenging Kristoff is a fitting goal, so he joins me on my quest. I mean, he's an interesting character on paper, but in practice it's more like that kid in school whose whole personality was being nice and Pokemon cards. The last thing I do of note in the Black Marsh involves this big-ass dragon head I found. There were a bunch of these bones scattered about the area, and when you put them all back on the skull, a giant electro dragon appears. It's a really fun boss fight that plays out relatively similar to other dragon fights, but every time you chip a quarter of its health away, it turns into a giant glowy ball of lightning, and you have to destroy a bunch of baby lightning balls that inch their way to the mommy ball. I never found out what happens when they reach the mama ball, but I'm assuming it heals it a bit. We return to Vigil's Keep and get another mother cutscene. Her minion tells her the first is dead. Apparently the mother wanted him to hear the song again. I still don't know what she means, or wants, or is. When we arrive at the keep, Kristoff's wife is there, and she freaks out when she finds out about the whole walking possessed corpse of her husband thing. Luckily, she lives in Amaranthine of all places, so we'll head there. First, I speak to Justice in the keep. He says that the spirits of the Fade could learn a lot about this world. Most just ignore mortal beings, but Justice believes they're wrong. In Amaranthine, we find Kristoff's wife in the Chantry.
My husband told me he might die and be possessed by a demon days later. Just go kill some Darkspawn and we'll call it even.
She's supposed to have a French accent. I think that was just Italian. I have no idea, but that's a perfect take. I kind of figured there would be more about the whole, dead husband thing at least, but alright. I head back to the keep to talk to my companions for the final time and begin the endgame. Justice says he can sense Kristoff's essence on his old chest. I guess that makes sense for a spirit? I speak to Veril to start the endgame. Many of the nobles are concerned for their farms since we started pulling troops back to the keep, but another person busts in and says there's a horde of Darkspawn marching to Amaranthine. Of course, I need to go and help them. Veril then asks who I want to take with me, and Sigrun is practically begging me to go, so I take her. The other two that I take are Nathaniel and Valana, because Nathaniel will have a chance to redeem his family, and Valana will have a chance to avenge her people. The other three seem happy enough to defend the keep rather than meet the horde, so it works well. This also means that I got 3 rogues and a mage, so, we'll do great. We just sort of calmly walk up while the city gets ravaged by Darkspawn. We kill the few fighting out front, and the guard captain of Amaranthine speaks to me. He says Amaranthine was lost due to the sheer size of the horde, that everyone inside is either dead or soon to be. Then one of the talking Darkspawn approaches us to speak to me specifically, saying he has a message from the Architect. Apparently, the Mother sent an army to Vigil's keep, and the Architect wanted to warn me. He wants me to return to the keep and save it, then go to the Mother's lair and kill her. At this point, I have 2 choices. We either burn the city and return to the keep to defend it, or stay in Amaranthine and try to save anyone we can. I just can't leave a bunch of innocents to die and burn while I run to save the keep. Besides, I spent a lot of time and money building up the keep's defenses and gathering better gear for my soldiers, so I stay and fight for Amaranthine. Both Nathaniel and Valana disagree with me, which I'm amazed by since they're only here to redeem themselves, especially Nathaniel since his sister lives here. The talking Darkspawn doesn't really like this much. I can offer to have him fight with us, but I don't trust the Darkspawn in the slightest right now, so I tie him up to question him later. We fight through the streets of Amaranthine, killing every Darkspawn we find and saving everyone we can. Most of the citizens are hiding out in the Chantry, so I guess I'll head there. I'm not sure if I rested or not, but I spawn in a room with a bed, and one of the guards asked me erratically to help him since the Darkspawn are coming into the city through the tavern. We fight our way through, killing one of the Mother's generals on the way, until we make it to the cave where the smuggler's hideout was. Here, we'll kill a second general and make our way outside the walls. There's the final general, and we kill him, along with an armored ogre alpha. With them dead, the city seems more or less to be fine. With that, we need to go to the Mother's lair. My guard captain tells me that the Architect is also planning on being there to kill the Mother. Last thing I must decide before I leave is what to do with the Darkspawn messenger I tied up. I just said to kill him. Even if he wants to do good, his sheer existence is objectively bad for everyone, and the same can be said for all Darkspawn. The taint they carry is lethal to the other races of Thedas and can only be resisted by going through the joining that not only kills many people that even attempt it, but shortens your lifespan to roughly 30 years from when you undergo it. Man's got some core strength, let me tell you. The Mother is in a location called the Dragon Bones Waste. Despite dragon being in the name, I just fight more Darkspawn here. That is, until I fight the 420 Blazed Dragon at the end of the trenches. As we walk into the actual lair part of her lair, we meet Valana's sister again. She almost seems indoctrinated compared to our last encounter. She says that the Architect's plan has something to do with helping his people. I really don't like the sound of that. Darkspawn don't seem great for anyone else, given, the toxic blood thing I mentioned earlier. Then she just dips, and we just let her. Alright. We start finding these strange orange crystals that we can place in the center of these towers to get some magical abilities. The abilities are only usable within the ruins themselves, however, so it's only going to be useful once I fight the Mother. No idea how that makes sense or why my character can access them given I'm not a mage, but that's a story for another day, I guess. Eventually, the Architect makes an appearance and apologizes to me. He says he was going to explain himself, but fate got in the way of that. He really didn't, though. He just left without a word when he could have easily spoken to me from that balcony. Basically, the attack on Vigil's Keep in the beginning was never meant to be an attack. He actually sent the Darkspawn to talk to us, but somehow didn't think that we might just kill them on sight. Also, his minions didn't do a great job with the talking before killing part either, since they just killed on sight too. But whatever. The Architect then took their blood since they were already killed and took mine as well when he captured me. These blights keep happening because the Darkspawn keep hearing the song the old gods make, compelling them to go and corrupt them so that they have an archdemon that'll lead them to wipe out the people on the surface. In order to stop this compulsion, according to the Architect, is Grey Warden blood. He sees blights as an abomination against his own kind, as much as ours, because hundreds of thousands of Darkspawn generally die in order to stop the blight. So he wants to end it because the Darkspawn don't have the capacity to resist the Old God's orders unless they have the resistance to the taint that comes with Grey Warden blood. Apparently the Architect created the Mother, hence the name Father, by trying to free a broodmother. She went mad, but still has influence over some of the conscious Darkspawn. He also doesn't exactly know how he came to be free, he's just always been this way. Considering how much more human he looks, I wonder if he's actually one of the Tevinter Magisters of old that the Chantry says went into the Fade to find the Golden City, that they corrupted with their presence and returned to the world as the first Darkspawn, just not remembering anything that happened before. Now, there's a choice to make. Ally with the Architect and attempt to free the Darkspawn and stop the Blights, or kill him. This is actually a pretty tough choice. I can see an argument for why you should ally with the Architect. That being said, I have never done it on any of my playthroughs. There are millions of Darkspawn throughout the world. In order to obtain that much blood, we would have to practically make every human, elf, dwarf, and Kunari into a Grey Warden so that they can get enough taint-resisted blood. Not only would this be impossible with the current political landscape on the surface, but even if we could, so many would die from the joining, and any who didn't do it would die from getting too close to a Darkspawn, free or not. Hell, maybe all the races could eventually build up an immunity to the taint as generations progress, but I can't take that chance. I can sympathize with wanting to save your people, but this could spell the end of all my friends and my people. There also has to be some sort of limit to how many old gods there are, so I have to kill him. I may have just condemned the world to future blights, but I'd rather risk a forever war than possibly eradicating my people. We fight through the last groups of Darkspawn and finally come face to face with the Mother. I immediately opt for the kill button, and she, does this. Man, they did a great job at making the Darkspawn disturbing in this expansion. My transparent form really ruins this scene, and the tentacles that should be gone don't help either. Anyways, after both the Mother and the Architect died, pretty much all the Darkspawn left for the Deep Roads again, although some of the sentient Darkspawn probably lived, and they don't seem pissed about this whole situation. Because I chose to save Amaranthine, many people started donating to me to help rebuild the city and the keep, and not just the people from the Arling. The city took about a year to rebuild, while the keep took 5. Because I helped the guards and not the smugglers, many people received those smuggled goods that were in need by the city guard. The people living in the country revered me for helping protect them from the Darkspawn, despite violently rioting at my front door, and the Grey Wardens continued to help protect the farms, whether the threat be Darkspawn or not. Those guys that pranked me with the orphan shtick survived and started a legitimate charity for those who lost their parents in the attack. The keep was indeed destroyed, but it managed to hold out for about a week before falling. Because the soldiers had silverite armor, most managed to kill a dozen or more Darkspawn before they fell. With peace finally settling in Amaranthine, the army grew quite large and was made up of a good chunk of Grey Wardens. When the walls were finally rebuilt, the dwarf who made them before visited and said the walls were acceptable. It's mighty praise by a dwarf. One of the people who eventually became a soldier at Vigil's Keep after I left ended up spawning an order of knights that lasted 1,000 years. The soldiers of Vigil's Keep eventually got the nickname of the Silver Order for their silverite armor. People started passing through the Wending Woods again, but because of what happened, tensions between humans and Dalish clans in that area rose. Eventually, a Dalish child was kidnapped and killed, causing future clans to avoid the Wending Woods altogether. Orzammar started sending people to Kal Hirol to recover its secrets and relics. Eventually, House Helmi cleared the way to Kal Hirol and made the deep roads safe to travel between the two, allowing Orzammar to reclaim the old fortress. This really makes me wonder why the dwarves never tried to reclaim a Tig before, since they could easily start recapturing their home piece by piece. It would also start cutting down on the number of Darkspawn that litter the deep roads, and the area they could possess. The Shaper and Orzammar eventually held a ceremony for those cashless that helped fight for Kal Hirol to return them to the stone, giving them a warrior's death. Eventually, settlers began to take over the Black Marsh as a village again. The village itself was rebuilt in time, but the manor was destroyed after 2 barons took over and randomly died while inside the estate. Anders was given many honors for his magic, holding back countless Darkspawn in the defense of Vigil's Keep. He also stayed with the Wardens for a while to train the mages who eventually joined, but left when the Chantry asked him to give a class on what the Architect even was. Then, a couple months later, came back and stayed for good. Vallana never really changed. She just didn't return to her clan. Although at one point, she was the only Warden in the area of a Darkspawn attack. She defended the human village single-handedly. Valana never really liked me after I killed the architect because she believed if I hadn't, she might have been able to find her sister, who just seemed to vanish out of nowhere. Nathaniel stayed with the Wardens for a bit, but decided he wasn't meant for it. He said his goodbyes to his sister and went looking for his own adventures. His nephew eventually followed in his footsteps, however, joining the Wardens and becoming the Warden Commander. Justice died at the Battle of Vigil's Keep, but we don't really know if the spirit died or just the body. But again, I guess I should say. After the mother died, Sigrun began feeling more and more depressed. One night, she just left for the Deep Roads for her calling and was never really seen again. Oghren fought 2 ogres at the same time to allow others to move in on the courtyard. He passed out from blood loss and woke up weeks later to find he was named a hero. Felsi kept trying with Oghren, but it was clear he never really cared about her or their child, so eventually she just stopped coming, and nobody really knows if Oghren felt bad or not. Callian just kinda left the Wardens. She didn't feel like her presence was necessary since the Darkspawn had been driven back. Rumors spread about where she went, all of which say it was to Alistair, which is my canon, of course, but where nobody could pinpoint. Whether it was back to Ferelden with the court or helping the Wardens somewhere else remained a mystery. After a while, neither of us were ever seen again, apparently. I'm not going to say which ones for spoiler reasons, but several of these are retconned in future games. I'm assuming they were preparing for if they never made a sequel, but I'm not really sure. I really liked Awakening. Sure, it may be broken as hell, the combat and abilities may be unbalanced, some characters aren't exactly fleshed out, and the dialogue isn't as good as the base game of Origins, but the expansion on the lore of the Darkspawn, spirits, and political spectrum of Ferelden are really fun to play through and learn about. If anything, it's just more Dragon Age, so it doesn't come off as a cash grab. Next, we have the dungeon crawl that is the Golems of Amgarrak. Yeah, remember that part in the ending slideshow of Origins where a bunch of dwarves were wanting to recreate the golem research? Well, they're still trying. Callian gets an invite from a dwarf named Jarek Dace. He says his brother went on an expedition into the Deep Roads to find Amgarrak Taig in search of their research into golems. Jarek contacted me by suggestion of Haramont, who said I could probably help him find his brother. Seems like something Callian would do. Turns out, Jarek is a level 34 dual-wielding rogue with Duelist and Ranger. Along with his Ranger specialization is the ability to summon his Pack Bronto, so you know this is going to go swimmingly with 2 rogues. No, really, a Dex Rogue is one of the best tanks in the game. Of course, there are Darkspawn down here, because this is a Deep Roads. For some reason, at the beginning of the adventure, there's this black smoke-like stuff that I can't walk through that leads me to a golem. It's inactive, so we need to find the control rod to activate it. Luckily, the smoke then leads us directly to its control rod 100 meters away, and the only way to progress past this is to go back to the golem and activate it. When I do, the smoke then clears to let me play the game. I don't know if this was the golem's work or the grace of the maker or what, but whatever caused this clearly knows it's a linear video game. In a normal Dragon Age dungeon, it would have been a choice to investigate the golem. I don't know why the smoke is even here, it's never explained, but it would have been better if you could either grab it for more help or just ignore it if you didn't care, because the golem has literally no plot importance. It does have a couple spells, some from the Spirit Healer specialization, so I guess it's an experimental mage golem. I have no idea how that's even possible, since I thought you needed to have a soul to connect to the Fade. Well, I guess the golems do have a soul, but it's okay because this dungeon so far has done everything it can to remind you that you are in fact playing a video game. Maybe you think it's harsh to criticize the first 5 minutes of a dungeon like this, but this whole smoke thing was just needless. Didn't think paralyzing a person turned off gravity as well. There are these weird blue bursts that keep happening to my vision before we enter the Taig and find a green barrier that won't let us leave. Some weird crawling flesh monster is running away from us as we descend the stairs, and several paths are blocked by different color force fields. While still oddly limiting in direction, the game went from contrived and boring to contrived and intriguing over the next 5 minutes. Deeper into the dungeon, we find several golems that are hostile, along with chests and doors that can only be opened by becoming a smurf. Along with this, we find Jarek's brother who succeeded in that, but he can't hear us. He had no idea we were even trying to talk to him. We head deeper, trying to figure out what happened and find the fleshy crawler again. We even find some phantom dwarves that fight us. I'm far less effective against the enemies of this dungeon because golems and ghosts can't be backstabbed. As we reach the end of the dungeon, we find a large ball of lyrium with a pressure plate next to it. Upon activation, it takes me to the blue dimension, where I can now access the blue doors, chests, and even talk to Jarek's brother. He's gone completely insane, absolutely terrified of what happened here, but is convinced we need to end the evil that harbors this place as well as find someone named Darien. Darien has these journal entries we've been finding over the course of the dungeon, and I'll get to them near the end, but he seems to be the leader of the expedition. We find another switch that forces us into the purple dimension. Now we can make our way to the forge to end whatever this is. We find these weird switches that have been pressed in a certain order, or the steel golems guarding them will try to kill us. I'm not really threatened by that, but I decide to just try and find the sequence instead. In a blocked off part of the dungeon, we find Darien dead with a note on his body telling us the correct sequence to not die. Pressing it in the right order takes us to the red dimension. We can now fight the final boss, but before that, there's one room I haven't been to yet, so I head back. Remember when I said my character was broken? This is the exact clip that came to mind when I said that. All my companions were down, leaving only me to fight 5 golems as a rogue, who's not supposed to be a tank when this happens. Yeah, I think this clip speaks for itself. Rogues aren't very good at taking down golems, but I'm so overpowered that it just doesn't matter. Even their undodgeable attacks that deal some massive damage do practically nothing to me because I can just use a potion, of which I have hundreds at this point, and be perfectly fine. As I said, over the course of the dungeon, we find the notes of someone called Darien, and it more or less explains what happened here both before and during the Dwarven expedition. Basically, a Tevinter mage and a dwarf from Orzammar long ago tried to recreate Caridin's research. That explains the magic golems, I guess. But the golems that were made here weren't created with stone or metal like the golems we've seen throughout the rest of the game. Instead, they were made with flesh. Along with these, Amgarrak has these weird lyrium switches that alter the world around you. Even Darien said the understanding of them was limited, but I have a hard time believing these are real. Jarek's brother was stuck in the blue dimension, I guess you could say. So does it take you to some other reality, or does its effects only apply to the person who used the switch? I have no idea, but there are several different colors, so I would love to know how they work and how certain areas prevent you from entering if you haven't activated its color. Regardless, after Darien used it, he had a journal entry with a single sentence. There is something in here with us. Basically, that little flesh crawler thing was called the Harvester. Nothing else is really known about them, but the people who made them wish they hadn't. They trapped it in Amgarrak using magic, but that same magic is now imprisoning the expedition team. Their only hope to escape, and now our only hope, is to kill the Harvester and destroy the magic trapping it here along with the research into it. The team found one of these flesh golems. It tore them to shreds and used their dead bodies to add to its mass, to expand its strength. Darien ran and believed he was the only one alive. He found a golem control rod and used them to try and kill the flesh golem, but once he heard the end of the fighting with his golems defeated, he had 2 choices. Face the flesh golem and die quickly, or stay and starve. Regardless, he wasn't escaping Amgarrak. This whole DLC is like a vault from the Fallout series, uncovering more and more information about this abandoned facility and uncovering its history piece by piece until you have a fascinating and terrifying story of what happened. Now, it's time to fight the Flesh Golem and the Harvester. It's utterly disturbing to look at and kinda reminds me of Warhammer's Nurgle. This fight is where you find out how powerful your character truly is, because this fight is stupid hard if you're not optimized properly. I never even finished the DLC my first time through, because my character couldn't take the damage this dude dished out. This time, however, I'm not even sure if I took any damage beyond the undodgeable area of effect attacks, especially after the Golem went down and the Harvester was by itself. It was hilarious watching the Harvester and 6 or so skeletons try and hit me while I dodged all their attacks. After killing the Harvester, the tide began to crumble, so we move as quickly as we can to escape the facility. We make it out, and I help Jarek and his brother return to Orzammar. His brother probably changed forever from this horrifying experience. As we turn to leave, however, we get a scene of easily a dozen or more Harvesters escaping Amgarrak behind us. Besides the terrible beginning of the DLC, Golems of Amgarrak was an absolute treat to play through. I'd recommend anyone who owns the game to play it for its dripping atmosphere alone, and is easily my favorite of the 7 short DLC add-on campaigns. Maybe this just kind of tickles my fancy, I don't know. I know I've seen other reviews that say that this DLC was kind of mid, but honestly, I loved it. That being said, we have one more, Witch Hunt. The whole premise of Witch Hunt is the hero Ferelden trying to find Morrigan after she disappeared. I know she told me not to follow her, but I gotta know what's happening to her after the whole old god baby thing. It starts with Callian going to Flemeth's old hut with Pupmeister. Of course, it's been abandoned. Pupmeister even whines over Morrigan, which is odd since she wasn't very nice to him. Also, the game just gives me another specialization for some reason, so now I have 4. I'm now a Master Rogue, Dual Wielder, Duelist, Legionnaire Scout, Bard, and Ranger, making me easily the most powerful character in Thedas at this point. Pupmeister also gets access to the Warrior's skill tree, meaning he can now kill everyone around him by howling, as it should be. Inside the hut, we don't find anything leading us to Morrigan, but we do find a Dalish elf. This is Arienne. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce her name anymore. Arienne, I'll probably be saying both throughout the course of this DLC, but just ignore that. She's also looking for Morrigan because apparently she visited her clan a while back and stole a book talking about an old elven artifact called an Eluvienne. Apparently the tome was originally stolen from the Circle, so that's our next stop. Luckily, I'm friends with those guys because they don't like Arienne. Arienne is the first dual-wielding warrior we've made a companion, and is a champion. For some reason, when we leave the hut, we get ambushed by Darkspawn. Guess BioWare didn't want anyone getting bored from the dialogue, so they had a fight. For some reason, we have a bunch of locations on the map that we can't even visit. Regardless, we head to the Circle Tower. The Templars are a little weary of Arienne because she's an outsider, and she immediately pulls the whole Dalish elf card and almost got herself kicked out despite telling me she wanted to use my influence to get into the Circle. They let me use the first floor of the Circle to check out the library, so we head there and for some reason find Sandal. Apparently he's helping the Circle with enchantment, while Bodan is in Denerim on business. Sandal has some good shit, including a rune that gives me more backstab damage, increased attack speed, and a whopping extra 2 damage from each element. Using the index books, we find out where the book is that talks about the Eluviennes. We find the book, and of course, it's in Ancient Elven, so we go back to the index to find a translation book. Then some mage comes and tells us we're going to break the book by having it open so wide. Square. This is Finn. He knows some Ancient Elven because he's the Circle linguist. He tells us the word Eluvienne translates roughly to mirror. Apparently the Devinter Imperium used them and their magic for long-distance communication. We don't know much about them, but Arienne said she passed a Dalish clan a while back that mentioned some incident with 2 of their people involving the mirror. This was actually the Dalish elf origin character's clan. One hunter disappeared and the other died of illness. The mirror had been corrupted by the Darkspawn, causing it to become unstable and therefore destroyed. But it could still be used to find another mirror and therefore Morrigan. Finn wants to take us to the repository, so we head down there. Finn is also a spirit healer, so you know what that means. It's healer time, baby. In the repository, there are these tears in the veil that are causing the Guardians to become hostile. Once the veil tear is dealt with, we set the Guardians free. There's a talking statue Finn wants to talk to, but we need to destroy all the tears in the veil before it can. We quickly walk through and destroy them all and talk to the statue. More or less, what it tells us is we need to find an old elven artifact called the Lights of Arlathan. That way we can perform a ritual on the shards from the Broken Eluvian to find the others. So we need to find this relic in the old Kadash Taig, the same place we went to with Shale. I gotta say, I didn't really think this is what we'd be doing on a investigation mission, but, you know, whatever. We head to the Taig and Finn tells me we need to use some of Arienne's blood to reveal the relics since they are hidden to anyone who's not of their blood. I bet the Circle would have a seizure if they found out Finn was using what's probably blood magic. Also, how did he just walk out of the Circle? I guess the Templars really don't care about him specifically. Also, why the hell can't they use my blood? I'm also Elven. Does it have something to do with the fact that I'm not Dalish? Because that's kind of weird. We run through the Taig, killing Darkspawn, of course, and digging up the pieces of the relic. Every time we do, we have to fight 1 or 2 of these ghostly Elven Guardians. Apparently, after the fall of Arlathan from the Devinter Imperium, many elves took refuge in the area that is ancient Kadash Taig. It's kind of neat. After we collect all the pieces for the Lights of Arlathan, we head for the Eluvienne to do the ritual. Finn calls it scrying. Inside the old temple, there are a bunch of infected elves, probably corrupted by the taint. We clear them out along with some Darkspawn, and then we find the broken mirror and start the ritual. Me and Arienne have to defend Finn while he performs the ritual, killing the demons that just kinda appear. Seriously, how is this not just disavowed by the Chantry at this point? I don't know how he knows how to do this, or if they would even approve considering these demons are involved, but whatever. Finn passes out from the blood like a true adventurer, and now we have to go back to the Dragonbone Wastes. If you remember, that was the same place we fought the Mother. I didn't see a mirror there. When we arrive, we have to fight a bunch of dragonlings and cultists through the trenches, so dragon cults are pretty common. You know, since we fought that one in the base game as well. When we get to the end, however, this giant thing just appears. They call it a Varteral. It's an old elven guardian created by the gods out of trees, stone, wind, and electricity, but it's not guarding anything anymore, so it attacks us. This thing looks awesome. If it wasn't for Callian being unkillable, I'd actually be pretty scared of this thing. At least it makes for a pretty fun final boss fight. Yeah, you didn't hear me wrong, this is the last thing we kill in Dragon Age Origins, because there is no other fight in the Witch Hunt DLC. The ruins lead us directly to where the mother once, stood? Existed? With her gone, however, a path to an island is revealed, where Morrigan is waiting for me at the Alluvion. I approach to talk to her, and she only answers my questions when I bring up the fact that we were once friends. I'm actually surprised Alistair wasn't with me on this, since the child was his. Morrigan only tells me that the child is safe and beyond my reach. She refuses to go in more in depth about it, though. She still refuses to tell me anything about her plan, despite trusting me. With that, I decide to not ask any more questions. She tells me if I'm looking for anyone, it should be Flemeth. I tell her Flemeth is dead, but she says she cheated death somehow. Morrigan thought Flemeth just wanted immortality, but discovered what she truly wanted and only used the immortality ritual to accomplish her goals. She says a change is coming and that many will fight it, but the change could set them free. She has to leave. I ask if I'll ever see her again, and she says not if I'm lucky. She does tell me that she left a gift on the table behind me along with the Dalish book. I let her leave rather than kill her. I think if anything, she has to be trying to stop Flemeth from this great change. She says goodbye, calling me her friend, then steps through the Alluvion, a portal to somewhere I'm not even sure of. I don't actually find out what this gift is exactly beyond it being a book she left for me. You don't find out what it is until later in the series. But with that, myself, Ariane, and Finn go our separate ways, and the DLC ends. I liked it. It's certainly not as good as Amgarrak to me, but still fun. The only good story content I found intriguing was the Alluvions themselves and the end conversation with Morrigan. You might be wondering why I claim this game and its fictional world are my favorite, since I spent a good chunk of this retrospective dissing on the lore and its cliches. I mean, games and worlds like The Elder Scrolls, The Forgotten Realms from Dungeons & Dragons, and The Witcher all have swords, sorcery, elves, dwarves, dragons, demons, undead, and werewolves in them. So why aren't they my favorite? It's because despite having so many fantasy tropes, there's always some sort of twist about them or a well-written story to be told at the least. I'm not saying these other worlds don't. I never got very into The Elder Scrolls, but I do enjoy Dungeons & Dragons and have recently begun watching and playing The Witcher. Dragon Age's universe in particular is simply fantastic in my eyes. There may be mages, but they're ticking time bombs for corruption, always either being imprisoned or hunted by the Templars. The Darkspawn are such a genuinely intimidating threat. Even someone like the hero of Ferelden couldn't kill all of them alone, or with a good squad, just due to their sheer numbers. Not to mention how much someone has to sacrifice in order to become a Grey Warden and help stop the Blight. Elves may be nature-loving and intolerant of other races, but that's because they lost their home, culture, and even fabled immortality because of humans. Nobody truly even knows if the elves were immortal at one point in time, but that's just another question that needs to be answered, and keeps me coming back. It may be the standard fantasy elves and dwarves with humans on top, but there's so much intrigue into how each country operates, what the different organizations and thetas are, how they're perceived by the world, and in turn, what they do in it. As well as the question of what is really true in the history of this world. How did the Darkspawn or something like Lyrium come to be? Or was Andraste really a prophet or just a mage with major influence? It's these stories that don't really have a definitive answer, along with the morally ambiguous world that keep me clamoring to find out more despite so many things being similar to other worlds in the genre. I love Dragon Age. It's what made me fall in love with medieval fantasy setting and CRPGs, along with a truly exceptional cast of characters and story to tell, even if it is the same Save the World affair. I hope this video has given you a new outlook on the series, or if anything, at least gave you a different perspective on a world you enjoy as well. This video was an absolute joy to make. I certainly had a great time making it, and if you enjoyed it and want to see more from me, please subscribe, because I will absolutely be making more in the future. We may have another destination in the Dragon Age universe, but it won't be our next stop. Video games have a lot of stories to tell, and I want to highlight more than just this one series. But, for now, thank you for joining me in revisiting Dragon Age Origins.